"Leave me alone," she said, trying to get around me and through the door. I grabbed her by the arms and forced her to look at me. "You want to tell me what the hell's going on with you?" I asked, furious. She looked back and I could see her eyes were hiding something dark, yet she smiled at me joylessly. "This is your world, Nicholas," she replied calmly. "I'm living your life, hanging out with your friends and feeling like I don't have a care in the world. That's how you are, and that's how I'm supposed to be too," she said and stepped back, pulling away from me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You're out of control," I hissed at her. I didn't like who the girl I was in love with was turning into. But when I thought about it, what she was doing and how she was doing it were the same things I had done before I met her. I was the one who'd gotten her into all this. It was my fault. It was my fault she was destroying herself. In a way, we'd switched roles. She had shown up and dragged me out of the black hole I'd fallen into. But in doing so, she'd wound up taking my place.
1. Noah. While I rolled the window of my mother's car up and down, I couldn't stop thinking what the next hellish year had in store for me. I couldn't stop asking myself how we'd ended up like this, leaving our home to cross the country on our way to California. 3 months had passed since I'd gotten the terrible news that would change my life forever. The same news that would have me want to cry at night, that would make me rant and rave like I was 11 instead of 17. But what could I do? I wasn't an adult. I had 11 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days to go before I turned 18, and I could go away for college, far away from a mother who only thought about herself, far away from these strangers I'd end up living with, because from now on, I would have to share my life with 2 people I knew nothing about, 2 men to make matters worse. "Can you stop doing that? You're getting on my nerves," my mother said as she put the keys in the ignition and started the car. "Lots of things you do get on my nerves, and I have to put up with it and shut up," I hissed back. The loud sigh I heard in reply was so routine it didn't even surprise me. How could she make me do this? Didn't she even care about my feelings? "Of course I do," she told me as we were leaving my beloved hometown. 6 years had passed since my parents split, and nothing about their divorce had been conventional, let alone amicable. It had been incredibly traumatic, but in the end I'd gotten over it. Or at least I was trying to. It was hard for me to adapt to change. I was terrified of strangers. I'm not timid, but I'm reserved about my private life, and having to share 24 hours of every day with 2 people I barely knew made me so anxious I wanted to get out of the car and throw up. "I still can't understand why you won't let me stay," I said, trying to convince her one last time. "I'm not a little girl. I know how to take care of myself. Plus, I'll be in college next year, and I'll be living on my own in another country then. It's basically the same thing," I argued, trying to get her to see the light and knowing that everything I was saying was true. "I'm not going to miss out on your last year in high school. I want to enjoy my daughter before she goes away to study. I told you 1,000 times, Noah. You're my child. I want you to be part of this new family. For God's sake, you really think I'm going to let you go that far away from me without a single adult?" she answered, keeping her eyes on the road and gesturing with her right hand. My mother didn't understand how hard this was for me. She was starting a new life with a new husband she supposedly loved. But what about me? "You don't get it, Mom. Did you never stop to think that this is my last year of high school? That all my friends are here? My boyfriend, my job, my team? My whole life," I shouted, trying to hold back tears. The situation was getting the best of me. That much was clear. I never, and I mean never, cried in front of anyone. Crying was for weaklings, people who couldn't control their feelings. I was someone who'd cried so much in the course of my life that I decided never to shed another tear. Those thoughts reminded me of when all the madness began. I still regretted not going with my mother on that damn cruise to Fiji, because it was there, on a boat in the middle of the South Pacific, that she'd met the incredible, enigmatic William Leister. If I could go back in time, I wouldn't hesitate a second to tell my mother yes when she showed up in the middle of April with 2 tickets so we could go on vacation together. They'd been a present from her best friend, Alicia. The poor thing had broken her right leg, an arm, and 2 ribs in a car accident. Obviously, she and her husband couldn't go off to the islands, so she gave the trip to my mom. But come on now, mid-April? I was in the middle of exams, and the volleyball team had back-to-back games. My team had just climbed from second place to first, and that hadn't happened as long as I could remember. It was one of the greatest joys of my life. Now, though, seeing the consequences of staying home, I'd happily give back my trophy, leave the team, and fail English Lit and Spanish just to keep that wedding from ever happening. Getting married on a ship? My mother was out of her mind, and going and doing it without telling me a single word? I found out when she got back, and she said it all blithely, like marrying a millionaire in the middle of the ocean was the most normal thing in the world. The whole situation was surreal, and now she wanted to move to a mansion in California, in the United States. It wasn't even my country. I had been born in Canada, even if my mom was from Texas and my dad from Colorado. I didn't want to leave. It was everything I knew. Now you have to realize I want what's best for you, my mother said, bringing me back to reality. You know what I've been through, what we've been through, and I finally found a good man who loves and respects me. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. I need him, and I know you'll come to love him, and he can offer you a future we could have never dreamed of before. You can go to any college you like, Noah. But I don't want to go to some fancy college, Mom, and I don't want a stranger paying for it, I replied, feeling a shiver as I thought how, at the end of the month, I'd be starting at a new fancy high school full of little rich kids. He's not a stranger. He's my husband, and you better get used to the idea, she added cuttingly. I'm never going to get used to the idea, I said, looking away from her face to the road. My mother sighed again, and I wished the conversation would just end. I didn't want to go on talking. I get that you're going to miss Dan and all your friends, Noah, but look at the bright side. You're going to have a brother, she exclaimed. I turned to her with a wary look. Please don't try to sell this like something it's not. You're going to love him, though. Nick is a sweetheart, she told me, smiling, as she gazed down the highway. He's mature, responsible, and he's probably dying to introduce you to all his pals. Every time I've been there and he's around, he's staying in his room, studying or reading a book. You might even have the same taste. Yeah, right. I'm sure he's crazy about Jane Austen. I rolled my eyes. How old is he again? I knew, of course. All my mother had talked about for months was him and Will. It was ironic that for some reason Nick had never managed to find a hole in his schedule to introduce himself to me. Moving in with a new family before I'd even met all the members of it just kind of summed up how crazy this all was. He's a little older than you, but you're more mature than most girls your age. You'll get along great. Now she was kissing up to me. Mature. I still wasn't sure whether that word defined me, and I doubted a guy who was nearly 22 would really feel like showing me the city or letting me meet his friends, if I even wanted to, which was a whole different question. We're here, my mother announced. I looked at the tall palm trees and the streets between the monumental mansions. Each house took up at least half a block. Some were English or Victorian style. Lots of others were modern with glass walls and huge yards. I started to get scared as we continued up the road, and the houses got bigger and bigger. At last we reached a set of immense gates, 10 feet high, and when my mother pulled a small device out of the glove box and pushed the button, they started to open. She put the car back in gear, and we went down a hill surrounded by gardens and tall pines that smelled pleasantly of summer and sea. The house isn't as high up as the others in the development, which means we have the best views of the beach, she remarked with a big smile. I looked over at her, and it was as if I didn't even know her. Did she not realize what was surrounding us? Could she not see that this was all just too much? I didn't have time to formulate the other questions I had aloud, because we reached the house, and the only thing I could think to say was, "Oh my God." It was white with a sand-colored roof way up high. It had 3 stories at least, but it was hard to tell with all those balconies, windows, and everything else. In front of us was an impressive porch with the lights on. It was after 7, and that gave the place a fairy tale aspect. The sun would go down soon, and the sky was filled with colors that marked a sharp contrast to the immaculate appearance of the place. My mother turned off her motor after pulling around the fountain and parking in front of the steps that led to the main entrance. My first impression on getting out was that we'd come to the most luxurious hotel in all of California. But it wasn't a hotel. It was a house. A home, supposedly. Or at least that's what my mother wanted me to believe. William Leister appeared at the doorway just as I shut the door behind me. Behind him were 3 men in penguin suits. My mother's new husband wasn't dressed as he had been on the few occasions when I'd agreed to be in the same room with him. Instead of a suit or a name-brand vest, he was wearing white shorts, a light blue polo shirt, and sandals. His dark hair was tousled instead of combed back. I had to admit, I got what my mother saw in him. He was very handsome. He was tall, a good deal taller than my mom, and had maintained himself well. His face was harmonious, though the signs of age were evident on it. The crow's feet, the lines across his forehead, and a few gray hairs among the black that gave him an alluring, mature air. My mother ran over to him like a schoolgirl and hugged him. I took my time, walking around to the trunk to get my things. Gloved hands appeared from nowhere, and I leapt back. "I will take your things, miss," one of the men in the penguin suit said. "I can do it on my own, thanks," I responded, feeling very uncomfortable. The man looked at me as if I were out of my mind. "Let Martin help you, Noah," I heard William Leister say behind my back. Grudgingly, I released my suitcase. "I'm so happy to see you," my mother's husband continued, smiling affectionately. Next to him, my mother motioned for me to behave, smile, do something. "I can't say the same," I responded, stretching out a hand for him to shake. I knew what I'd just done was terrible manners, but in that moment, I felt like telling the truth. I wanted to make completely clear what my position was concerning this change in our lives. William didn't seem offended. He held my hand longer than necessary, and I felt strange. "I know this is a very abrupt change in your life, Noah, but I want you to feel at home, to enjoy what I have to offer you, and especially for you to accept me as part of your family. Eventually." He added this last part when he noticed my incredulity. From his side, my mother's blue eyes shot arrows at me. All I could do was nod and step back, so he'd let go of my hand. I didn't feel comfortable with those shows of intimacy, especially from someone I hardly knew. My mother had gotten married. Great for her. That didn't make that man anyone to me. Not a father, not a stepfather, not anything like that. I already had a dad, and he'd been enough for one lifetime. "How about I show you around the house?" He proposed with a big smile, as far as possible from my coldness and bad mood. "Come on, Noah," my mother said, taking my arm and giving me no choice but to walk beside her. All the lights were on inside, so I didn't miss a single detail of this mansion that would have been too big for a family of 20, let alone 4. The ceilings were high, with exposed wood beams and big windows opening to the outside. A huge stairway in the middle of an immense room split in two on the upper floor. My mother and her husband took me all through the mansion, from the living room and the kitchen with its oversized island, which I knew my mother would be crazy about, to the gym, the heated pool, party rooms, and a big library that made an impression on me. "Your mother told me you loved to read and write," William said, awakening me from my stupor. "Same as tons of other people," I replied bitterly. I didn't like him being so friendly with me. I didn't like him talking to me at all, to tell the truth. "Noah," my mother said, and looked me dead in the eyes. I knew she was having a tough time, but she'd deal. I was about to have a whole bad year, and there was nothing I could do about it. William didn't seem to notice our silent exchange, and went on smiling as if nothing was happening. I was frustrated and uncomfortable. This was too much. Too different, too extravagant. I didn't know if I could ever get used to living in a place like this. All at once, I needed to be alone. I needed time to assimilate everything. "I'm tired. Can I see my room?" I asked in a less strident tone. "Of course. On the left wing of the second floor is where you and Nicholas have your rooms. You can have anyone you want over. Nick won't mind. Plus, you two will be sharing the game room from now on." The game room? Seriously? I smiled as best I could to keep from thinking about how from now on I was going to have to live with William's son. All I knew about him was what my mother had told me, that he was 21, was studying at the University of California, and was an appalling prep. I mean, I made up that last part, but it had to be true. As we climbed the stairs, all I could think about was how from now on I'd have two men I didn't know under the same roof. It had been 6 years since a man, my father, was in the house. I'd gotten used to just women, just the two of us. My life had never been a bed of roses, especially during my first 11 years of life. The problems with my father had scarred me as well as my mother. Once Dad was gone, Mom and I got by as best we could, managing to live like two regular, everyday people. And as I grew older, my mother turned into one of my best friends. She gave me the freedom I wanted, and that was because she trusted me, and I trusted her. Or at least I did, until she decided to throw our lives overboard. "Here's your room," my mother said, standing in front of a dark door. I looked at her and then at William. They seemed to be expecting something. "Can I go in?" I asked sarcastically when they didn't step aside. "The room is my special present to you, Noah," my mother said, her eyes shining with anticipation. I looked at her warily, and when she stood back, I opened the door carefully, afraid of what I might find. The first thing I noticed was the delicate scent of daisies and the sea. Then my eyes landed on the wall across from the door. It was made entirely of glass. The views were so spectacular, I was speechless. The whole ocean was visible from where I stood. The house must have been on top of a cliff because I could only see water from where I stood. Water and the picture-perfect sun, which was in the middle of setting. It was incredible. "Oh my God," I repeated. That was my new favorite phrase. My eyes roved the rest of the room. It was huge. On the left-hand wall was a canopy bed with a big pile of white cushions that coordinated with the soft blue of the walls. The furniture was white and blue too, and included a desk with a gigantic Mac, a beautiful sofa, a changing table with a mirror, and a big shelf with all my books. Those colors and that stunning view were the most beautiful things I'd ever seen. I was overwhelmed. Was all this for me? "You like?" my mother said from behind me. "It's incredible. Thank you," I answered, feeling grateful but at the same time uncomfortable. I didn't want them buying me things like this. I didn't need them. "I spent 2 weeks working with a professional decorator. I wanted you to have everything you've ever wanted, and I've never been able to give you." I could tell she was moved. As I looked at her, I knew I couldn't complain. A room like this was every teenager's dream, and every mother's too. I walked over and hugged her. It had been 3 months since I'd done that, or even touched her at all, and I was sure she needed it. "Thanks, Noah," she said in my ear so only I could hear. "I swear I'll do everything in my power to make both of us happy." "We will be, Mom," I told her, but I knew it wasn't in my hands. My mother let me go, wiped off one of the tears that had slipped down her cheek, and walked back to her new husband. "We'll leave you to settle in," William said kindly. I nodded without thanking him. Nothing in that room represented any effort whatsoever from him. It was money, nothing else. I closed the door and noticed there wasn't a lock. The floor was wood, covered with a white rug so thick you could use it as a mattress. The bathroom was as big as my old bedroom and had a massaging shower, a bathtub, and 2 sinks. I walked over to the window and looked outside. Below me I could see the backyard, the humongous pool, and the gardens with their flowers and palm trees. I left the bathroom and noticed the empty door frame in the bathroom wall. My God. Crossing the floor, I walked into what supposedly was the dream of any woman, girl, or teenager, the walk-in closet. Not an empty walk-in closet, but one full of clothing waiting to be worn. I exhaled a breath I'd been holding in for a long time and began to look through all the unbelievable outfits. Everything was name brand, with the tag still on, and just a quick glance was enough to get a sense of how much they'd spent. My mother, or whoever had convinced her to blow all that money, was crazy. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that nothing was real, that soon I would wake up and I'd be back in my old room with my single bed and the same clothes as always. And worst of all, that was what I wanted with all my heart, because this wasn't my life. It wasn't what I wanted. I wanted to go back home. I felt queasy, anxious. I fell to the floor, resting my head between my knees and inhaling and exhaling as many times as I needed until the urge to cry finally passed. As if she were reading my mind, my friend Beth sent me a text just then. "You make it in okay? I already miss you." I smiled at the screen and sent her a photo from my dressing table. Right away, I got back 5 emojis with their mouths gaping open. "I hate you. You know that, right?" I laughed and replied, "If it was up to me, I'd give it all to you. Honestly, I'd give anything to be home with everyone, at Dan's place watching a movie, or just hanging out on that gross couch in your bedroom." "Don't be so negative. You're rich now. Fucking enjoy it." But I wasn't rich. William was. I left my phone on the floor and opened my suitcase, taking out some shorts and a t-shirt. I didn't want to change how I was, and there was no way I was going to start wearing name-brand polos. I got into the shower to wash off the grime and discomfort from that long trip. I was happy not to be one of those girls who had to do much to her hair to look good. Fortunately, I'd inherited my mom's wavy hair, and as soon as I dried it, I was good to go. I dressed in the clothes I'd picked out and decided to walk around the house and find something to eat. It was weird doing it by myself. I felt like an intruder. It would take me a long time to get used to living here, to the luxury, the immensity of the place. In my old apartment, you just had to speak a little louder than normal to get someone to hear you, no matter what room they were in. Here, you could forget that. I walked toward the kitchen, praying I wouldn't get lost. I was dying of hunger. My body desperately needed junk food. Unfortunately, when I turned the corner, I realized I wasn't alone. Someone was digging through the fridge. All I could see of him was his dark hair. Just as I was about to say something, a deafening bark made me shriek like a little girl. I turned just as the head of black hair emerged from behind the refrigerator door to see who was causing such a racket. But he wasn't what had frightened me. Next to the island in the kitchen was a black dog. Beautiful, but with a look in its eyes as if it wanted to eat me, one morsel at a time. It was a Labrador, I thought, but I couldn't say. My eyes went from the dog to the boy standing beside it. I looked with curiosity, but also with surprise at who could only be William's son, Nicholas Leister. The first thing that came into my head when I saw him was, look at those eyes. They were sky blue, bright as the walls of my room, a complete contrast to his raven hair, which was unkempt and damp with sweat. He must have just worked out because he had on leggings and a baggy muscle shirt. My God, he was handsome. I had to admit that. But I didn't let what I was thinking distract me from who was in front of me. My new brother, the person I'd have to live with for a year that I sensed would be outright torture. And his dog went on growling at me as if it could guess at my thoughts. "You're Nicholas, right?" I asked, trying to control my fear of that vicious animal that wouldn't stop growling. I was surprised and angry at the way he looked over at his pet and smiled. "The one and only," he said, and then looked back at me. "You must be the daughter of my father's new wife." I couldn't believe he would say it so coldly. He rolled his eyes. "So, your name was—" I couldn't help feeling shocked as he asked that question. He didn't know my name. Our parents were married. My mother and I had moved in, and he didn't even know what to call me?
2. Nick. "Noah," she replied contemptuously. "My name's Noah." It was funny how she scowled at me. My new stepsister seemed offended I didn't give a shit what her and her mother's names were. But I had to admit, at least I remembered her mother's. How couldn't I? The last 3 weeks she'd spent more time in my house than I had. Rafaela Morgan was now a part of my life, and to make matters worse, she'd brought company. "Isn't that a dude's name?" I asked, knowing it would bother her. "No offense, obviously," I added when I saw her honey-colored eyes open with surprise. "It's a girl's name, too," she answered a second later. I watched her look at me, and then at Thor, my dog, and I couldn't help laughing. "Probably your limited vocabulary doesn't include the word unisex." Thor kept growling and baring his teeth. It wasn't his fault. We'd trained him not to trust strangers. With one word from me, he turned back into the sweet dog he always was. But it was too fun seeing the look of fear on my new stepsister's face. "Don't worry about my vocabulary, it's pretty extensive," I replied, closing the fridge and turning to face her. For real, this time. "There's one word I know that my dog loves. Starts with an A, then 2 T's, then A-C-K. She looked scared, and I couldn't help but laugh. She was thin and tall, probably close to 5'8", but I wasn't sure. Well put together, I had to admit. But her face was so girlish it was impossible to have any lustful thoughts about her. Unless I'd heard wrong, she hadn't even finished high school. But you could guess that after one glance at her shorts, her t-shirt, and her black Converse. All she needed was to pull her hair back in a ponytail to look like the typical teenager waiting impatiently for someone to open the doors of some big box store so she could buy the latest TikTok trend all the 15-year-olds were freaking out about. Still, I couldn't take my eyes off her hair. Its color was strange, somewhere between dirty blonde and red. "Very funny," she said sarcastically, but obviously terrified. "Get him out of here. He looks ready to kill me." She took a step back. As she did, Thor took a step forward. Good boy, I thought. Maybe she could use a scare, a special reception to let her know whom this house really belonged to and how unwelcome she was. "Thor, forward," I ordered him sternly. Noah looked back and forth, from him to me, and stepped farther back until she hit the wall. Thor walked slowly toward her, growling and showing his teeth. He was scary, but I knew he wouldn't do anything. Not unless I ordered him to. "What are you doing?" she asked. "This isn't funny." But it was. My dog usually gets along great with everyone. It's weird that he's on the verge of attacking you, I remarked, amused as she tried to control her fear. Are you going to do anything? She whined. Do anything? How about I tell you to go back where you came from? You've been here, what, 5 minutes? And you're already bossing people around? I said, walking over to the tap and pouring a glass of water. Maybe I should leave you here for a while to get to know the place on your own. Were you dropped on your head often as a child? Get that dog away from me! I turned, a little surprised at her audacity. Had she just insulted me? I think even my dog got it because he walked closer to her. She hardly had space to move. Then, before I could stop her, Noah turned in fright and grabbed the first thing in reach on the counter, a frying pan. Before she could hit Thor, I grabbed his collar with one hand and stopped her with the other. What the fuck are you doing? I shouted, grabbing the pan and putting it back on the counter. My dog was furious, and Noah shrank into my chest, stifling a scream. I was surprised she'd turned to me for protection when I was the one threatening her. Thor, sit. He relaxed, sat down, and started wagging his tail cheerfully. I looked down at Noah, who was clutching my t-shirt with both hands. I smiled, but then she seemed to realize what was happening. She raised her hands and shoved me away. Are you an idiot or what? First, this better be the last time you try to attack my dog. Second, as I looked at her, I noticed the freckles on her nose and cheeks. Don't ever insult me again or we're going to have problems. Her expression was strange. Her eyes were glued to my face, but then they moved down to my chest, incapable of holding my stare. I stepped back. My breathing had sped up, but I had no idea why. I'd had enough of her for one day, and I'd only known her for 5 minutes. It would be best if we got along, little sister, I said, turning my back, grabbing my sandwich off the counter and heading for the door. Don't call me that. I'm not your sister, not even close, she replied. She said it with so much hate, so much sincerity, that I stopped to look at her again. Her eyes were shining with determination, and I knew she was no happier than I was about our parents being together. Well, we agree about one thing then, little sister, I repeated, rolling my eyes and enjoying watching her little hands clench into fists. Just then I heard laughter behind me. I turned and found myself face to face with my father and his wife. I see you've met, my father said, entering the kitchen and smiling from ear to ear. It had been a long time since I'd seen him smile in that way, and honestly, I was happy to see it, and happy to know he was rebuilding his life. Even if he'd left something behind on the way. Me. Rafaela smiled at me gently from the door, and I forced myself to make the closest expression to a smile that I could. That was all that woman would get. It wasn't her fault. I just couldn't manage anything more. My father and I didn't have an affectionate relationship, or much of a relationship at all. But I had been completely in agreement with his building that wall that separated us from the outside world. What happened with my mother had left its mark on both of us, especially me. I was her son, and I had to watch her leave without looking back. Since then, I didn't trust women. I didn't care about them, and all that mattered to me was sex or maybe having a good time with them at parties. What else should I want? Noah, have you met Thor? Rafaela asked her daughter, who was still standing by the counter, not trying to conceal her bad mood. Then Noah did something I didn't expect. She walked forward, crouched down, and started calling Thor. Thor, come here, boy. She seemed gentle, friendly, and brave. You had to give her that. Just a second ago, she was trembling before the same animal in fear. I'd expected her to go rat me out to her mom. Thor walked over, wagging his tail. He turned to me and then to her and must have realized something wasn't right. My attitude was so serious even he couldn't overlook it. Tail between his legs, he came back and sat down beside me. My stepsister was flustered. "Good boy," I congratulated him with a big smile. Noah stood up. There was hatred in those long-lashed eyes. Then she turned back to her mother. "I'm going to bed," she announced. I decided to do the opposite because there was a party on the beach that night and I was supposed to be there. "I'm going out tonight, don't wait up for me," I said, feeling strange saying this to several people instead of just Dad. Just as I made it past the door frame, Dad stopped me and my little sister. "The four of us are going out to dinner tonight," he said, focusing his attention on me. "Bullshit!" "Dad, I'm sorry, but I need to go. I'm so tired from the trip." "This is going to be our first dinner as a family, and I want you both to be there," my father said, interrupting both of us. Standing next to me, Noah blew out all the air in her lungs. "Can't we make it tomorrow?" she said. "Sorry, honey, but we have a business party tomorrow," my father responded. It was strange how he addressed her. I mean, he didn't even know her. I was already in college. I could do what I wanted. I was an adult, in other words. But Noah? Having to deal with a teenager would have to be any newly married couple's nightmare. "Noah, we're going out to dinner together, period. No more discussion," Rafaela said, bringing the conversation to a close. I decided it would be best to give in this time. I'd have dinner with them, and then I'd go to my friend Anna's, my special friend Anna's. Then the two of us would go to the party. "Give me half an hour to shower," I said, pointing to my sweaty clothes. My father nodded with satisfaction. His wife smiled. And I realized I was being the responsible child that night. Or so I was making them believe.
3. Noah. What a damn idiot. As I climbed the stairs stomping as loud as I couldn't stop thinking about the 10 minutes I'd spent with my new idiot stepbrother. How could he be such a dickhead, a stuck-up psycho? God, I couldn't stand him, and there was no way I could deal with living with him. It was bad enough that he was my mother's new husband's son. But after what had happened, my annoyance had reached stratospheric levels. This was supposed to be the perfect, adorable little boy my mother had told me about? I hated how he talked to me, how he looked at me, as if he were better than me just because he had money. He had looked me up and down and then laughed right in my face. I slammed the door behind me as I walked into my room. But the place was so big no one would hear me. It was night out, and barely any light entered my window. In the darkness, the sea was black, and I couldn't see the dividing line between it and the sky. Nervous, I hurriedly turned on the light. I went straight to the bed and jumped on it, staring up at the beams in the ceiling. To top it off, I was supposed to have dinner with them. Did my mother not realize that the last thing I felt like doing right now was being surrounded by people? I needed to be alone, to rest, to take stock of all the changes happening in my life, to accept them and learn to live with them, even if deep down I knew that was impossible. I grabbed my phone, not sure whether to call my boyfriend Dan. I didn't want him to worry when he heard the bitterness in my voice. I'd only been in California an hour, and already his absence stung. 10 minutes after I went up, my mother came in. At least she bothered knocking, but then she walked right in when I didn't answer. "Noah, in 15 minutes we need to be downstairs," she said patiently. "You said that like it takes an hour and a half just to walk down the steps," I responded, sitting up in bed. My mother had let her blonde hair down and combed it. She looked elegant.
We hadn't even been here 2 hours, and already she looked like a different person.
I'm saying this because you need to change clothes first. She ignored my tone. Not understanding, I looked down at my outfit. What's wrong with how I'm dressed? I asked defensively. You're wearing sneakers, Noah. We have to dress up tonight. You don't think you're going to go out in shorts and a t-shirt, do you? She asked, exasperated. I stood up and faced her. My patience with this day was at an end. Let's see if you can get this through your head, Mom. I don't want to go to dinner with you and your husband. I have no interest in getting to know his spoiled demon of a son, and I'm certainly not getting dressed up for it. I tried to control my overwhelming urge to take her car and drive off into town. Stop acting like a 5-year-old. Put on the clothes and come to dinner with me and your new family. Her tone was harsh, but when she saw my expression, her face relaxed, and she said, I'm not asking you to do this every day. Just tonight. Please. For me. I took a few deep breaths, swallowed down all the things I wanted to say, and nodded. Just tonight. When my mother left, I walked into the closet. Disgusted with everything and everyone, I looked for an outfit that would be comfortable and that I wouldn't hate. I wanted to show them that I could be an adult too.
Nicholas's amused, unbelieving expression as he gawked at me with his bright eyes was still stuck in my mind. He had looked at me like I was just a little girl he was having fun scaring with his horrible dog.
My suitcase was open on the floor. I kneeled down and started going through my clothes. My mother was probably expecting me to go down in something she'd bought me, but that was the last thing I was considering. If I gave in, I'd be setting a bad precedent. Accepting that clothing was like accepting this new life. It would mean losing my dignity. In a rage, I picked my black Ramones dress. Who could say it wasn't elegant? I looked around for some shoes. I wasn't a shoe girl, but if I went downstairs in my Chucks, my mother would definitely lose her cool and tell me to change. Finally, I chose some decent-looking sandals with a little bit of a heel, nothing I couldn't manage. I walked over to the giant mirror on one of the walls and looked at myself slowly. My friend Beth would certainly approve, and I think Dan had always found that dress sexy. I let down my hair and smoothed it out and put a little gloss on my lips. Satisfied with the result, I grabbed a small purse and headed for the door. Just as I opened it, I found Nicholas, who stopped to look me over while that wicked Thor stood beside him. I couldn't help taking a step back. For some inexplicable reason, my new brother smiled, and his eyes shone with some obscure, indecipherable emotion. "Didn't anyone teach you how to dress out there in the boonies?" he asked. I gave him my most angelic smile. Yeah, but whoever tried was a dickhead, kind of like you, so I guess I never paid attention. He didn't expect that answer, and I certainly didn't expect to see a smile spread across those sensuous lips. I suddenly noticed again how tall and virile he was. He was wearing slacks and a button-down with the top 2 buttons undone. No tie. I didn't let the cool blue of those eyes intimidate me. Instead, I looked over at his dog. Instead of stalking me like a killer, he was now wagging his tail with interest. Your dog seems completely different. Are you going to tell him to attack me now, or will you wait till after dinner? I grinned, feigning friendliness. I don't know, Freckles. Depends on how you behave. With that, he turned his back to me and walked downstairs. I stood still for a few seconds, trying to control my emotions. Freckles? He'd called me Freckles. He was looking for trouble. Real trouble. I walked behind him, trying to convince myself that it wasn't worth it to get angry over his remarks, or the way he looked at me, or just the fact of his being there. He was one of many people who were destined to get on my nerves in this city, so I might as well get used to it. Once I was downstairs, I found myself surprised again at the magnificence of the house. It felt somehow old, but at the same time sophisticated and modern. Waiting for my mother, ignoring the person next to me, I looked at the crystal lamp hanging between the beams of the ceiling. It must have been made of thousands of pieces of glass that seemed to fall like frozen raindrops, as though wanting to reach the ground but forced to linger in the air for who knew how long. Our eyes briefly met, but instead of looking away myself, I decided to try to make him do it instead. I didn't want him to think he was getting to me, that he could just treat me as he liked. But his eyes didn't budge. He was observing me with unbelievable determination. Right when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, my mother appeared with William. "Well, the gang's all here," he said, looking at us and smirking. For me, the occasion was utterly joyless. "I've reserved a table at the club. I hope you all are hungry." He headed for the door with my mother hanging off his arm. Mom's eyes turned to saucers when she saw my dress. "What are you wearing?" she whispered in my ear. I pretended not to listen and walked outside. The air was warm and refreshing, and I could hear the waves in the distance breaking against the shore. "You want to ride with us, Nick?" William asked his son. But he had already turned his back and was walking toward an immaculate black 4x4 that stood high off the ground. It must have just come from the dealership. I rolled my eyes. Typical. "I'll take mine," he said, turning around as he opened the door. "I'm hanging out with Miles after dinner. We're going to finish the report on the Refford case." "Excellent," his father said. I had no idea what they were talking about. "Maybe you want to ride with him to the club, Noah. That way you can get to know each other a little better." William seemed to think he'd just had the most brilliant idea ever. I looked over at Nick, who had raised an eyebrow waiting for my response. He seemed to think the whole situation was funny. "I don't want to ride with someone if I don't know how they drive," I said to my new stepfather, hoping that would hit his son where it hurt. Most guys don't appreciate the implication that they can't drive. Turning away from the SUV, I got into Will's black Mercedes, enjoying the solitude of the back seat as we crisscrossed streets on our way to some rich guy's club. All I wanted was for the night to end as soon as possible, to finish this happy family act that my mother and her husband were trying to create, and to go back to my room to try to rest. 15 minutes later, we entered a kind of suburb with big, well-groomed yards. It was night, but I could read the brightly lit sign by the road welcoming us to the Mary Reed Yacht Club. Before letting us through, a guard in a fancy cabin next to the gate peeked out to see who was in the car. It was evident he recognized the driver. "Mr. Leister, good evening. Miss?" he added, turning to my mother. My new stepfather said hello to the guard, and we entered the club.
"Noah, your member's card will be here next week. But if you need in before then, just say my name, or Ella's," he said, looking over at my mother. It felt like a jab in the heart when I heard him call her that. That had been my father's name for her, and I was sure my mother didn't care for it at all. Too many bad memories. But how was she going to tell her wonderful new husband that? My mother was a pro at forgetting things that were sad or difficult, whereas I kept them inside, deep inside, until they all finally exploded and came out. We stopped the car right at the door to the luxurious establishment. A valet let my mother and me out, took a tip from William, and drove the car off to who knows where. The restaurant was amazing. Everything seemed made of glass. I could see a couple of tables from where I stood, along with huge aquariums full of crabs, fish, and squid waiting to be killed and served. I felt someone behind me, a breath on my ear that gave me the shivers. When I turned, I saw Nicholas. Even with my heels on, he was half a head taller than me. He barely even looked at me. "I've got a reservation under the name William Leister," William said to the hostess. For some strange reason, her expression changed, and she hurried to lead us through the dining room, which was at once packed, calm, and cozy. Our table was in one of the best spots, with the same warm candlelight that prevailed all over the restaurant. The glass wall gave an impressive view of the ocean.
I wondered if those kinds of transparent walls were common in California. I was freaking out, to tell the truth. We sat down, and right away my mother and William started chatting and smiling like infatuated fools. In the meantime, I noticed the astonished, incredulous look the waitress gave Nick. He didn't seem to realize it. He just toyed with the tiny salt shaker. His hands were very well cared for, tan and big. I looked from them to his arms until I reached his face, and I noticed that his eyes were looking at me with interest. I held my breath. "What are you going to order?" my mother asked, breaking the spell. I let them pick for me, since I didn't know what half the dishes on the menu were anyway. While we waited, I stirred my iced tea, distracted. William tried to drag his son and me into a conversation. "I was telling Noah earlier about all the sports you can practice here in the club, Nick. Nicholas plays basketball, and he's one heck of a surfer, too." A surfer? How cliché. I thought Nicholas was sitting there bored, but he clearly noticed my disdain. He bent over the table, rested both his elbows on it, and put me on the spot. "Something amusing, Noah?" He did all he could to sound friendly, but I knew deep down I'd gotten to him. "Do you think surfing is silly or something?" Before my mother could answer, I knew she was about to. I copied him, bending over. "You said it, not me." And I gave him an innocent smile. I liked team sports, sports with strategy that required a good leader and consistency and hard work. I'd found all that in volleyball, and I was sure that surfing couldn't compare. Before he could respond, and I could tell he wanted to, the waitress arrived, and he looked at her as if he knew her. My mother and William got into an animated conversation when a couple stopped to say hi to them. The waitress was young with dark brown hair and was wearing a black apron. She laid the plates on the table, and while doing so, bumped Nick's elbow unintentionally. "Sorry, Nick," she said, then turned to me as if she'd made a mistake. From Nick's expression, I could see that something weird was going on with them. Since our parents were distracted, I bent over and asked to clear up my doubts. "You know her?" "Who?" he asked, playing dumb. "The waitress," I replied, observing his reactions. He didn't give away anything. He was serious but relaxed. I realized then that Nicholas Leister was very good at hiding his thoughts. "Yeah, she's taken care of me before," he answered, seeming to dare me to contradict him. Well, 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 Nick's a little liar. Why didn't that surprise me? "Yeah, I bet she's taken care of you lots of times." "What are you getting at, little sister?" This time the term made me smile. "How you rich people are all the same. You think that having money makes you the kings of the world. That girl hasn't taken her eyes off you since you walked in the door. It's obvious she knows you." Somewhat angrily, though I don't know why, I continued. "And you won't even look at her. It's disgusting." "You've got some very interesting theories about rich people, as you call them. I can tell you don't like them. Of course, that's not stopping you and your mother from living under our roof and enjoying all the comforts money can buy. If you hate us so much, what are you doing sitting at this table?" I tried to control my temper. He knew how to get under my skin. "Seems to me you and your mother are even worse off than that waitress," he confessed, being sure I alone could hear him. "You pretend to be something you're not, when both of you have sold yourselves for money." That was too much. I was blind from rage. I grabbed the glass in front of me and tried to throw its contents in his face. Too bad it was empty.
4. Nick. The look on her face when she saw her glass was empty dissolved any trace of anger or irritation I might have been holding in since we sat down. That girl was anything but predictable. I was surprised by how easily she lost her cool and how just a few words could throw her off. Her cheeks with her little freckles turned pink when she realized how ridiculous she looked. She stared at me, then at the glass, and then to both sides of her as if hoping to reassure herself that no one had seen what an idiot she was. Leaving aside how funny the situation was, and it was funny as hell, I couldn't let her act like that with me. What if the glass had been full? I couldn't let some snot-nosed 17-year-old even think about trying some stunt like that with me. She was going to find out what kind of big brother she'd lucked into. I'd let her know how much trouble she'd be in if she tried to play with me again. I gave her a winning smile, and she looked back at me warily. I enjoyed seeing the fear hidden in her eyes between those long lashes. "Don't do that again," I said calmly. After a few seconds' pause, she turned to her mother, and the evening went on without any more incidents. Noah didn't speak to me again. She didn't pay me any attention at all, and that bothered me and pleased me at the same time. While she answered my father's questions and talked unenthusiastically with her mother, I made my observations. She was a simple girl, but I could tell she was going to cause me problems. She made funny faces when she tried the shellfish they'd served for the table. She barely tasted a bite of it. No wonder she looked so thin in that black dress. She'd made me pause when I saw her come out of her bathroom, lingering over her long legs, her narrow waist, and her breasts. She was pretty hot considering she hadn't gone under the knife, like most chicks in California. I had to admit it. She was good-looking, even more so than I thought at first. And that, and other thoughts, clouded my mood. I couldn't let a person like her distract me, especially not if we were living under the same roof. I looked at her face again. She didn't have on a jot of makeup. Strange. All the girls I knew spent at least an hour in their rooms on their makeup alone, and this included girls 10 times hotter than Noah. But there she was, not worried in the least about going to a luxury restaurant without even putting on lipstick. Not that she needed it. She was lucky to have taut, almost perfect skin, and those freckles gave her a girly look, reminding me she wasn't even out of high school. Before I knew it, Noah was turning to me with an irritated expression. She'd caught me staring. "You want a photo?" she asked me with that acidic humor I was starting to realize was a trademark. "Yeah, nude, obviously," I said, enjoying the slight redness in her cheeks. Her eyes shone angrily, and she turned back to our parents, who hadn't even noticed the little dust-up that was taking place a foot away from them. When I brought my soda to my lips, I could see the waitress looking at me from behind the bar. I checked to see if my father noticed and then excused myself, saying I was going to the bathroom. Noah seemed to follow me with her eyes, but I ignored her. I had something more important to deal with. I walked to the bar and sat on a stool in front of Claudia, the waitress I slept with once in a while. I had dealings with her cousin, too. More complicated, but beneficial nonetheless. Claudia looked at me with a tense smile, leaned on the bar, and offered a partial view of her breasts, as much as she could manage with the uniform she had on. "I see you found another girl to spend time with," she said. "Funny. She's my stepsister," I said, and then looked down at my wristwatch. I would be seeing Anna in 45 minutes. I looked back at the brunette in front of me, gawking. "I don't know why you care," I added, standing up. "Tell Ronnie I'll be waiting for him tonight on the docks at Kyle's party." Claudia clenched her jaw, probably pissed at how little attention I was paying to her. I couldn't get why girls expected a relationship with a guy like me. Didn't I warn them I didn't want a commitment? Wasn't I clear that I'd sleep with whomever I felt like? Why did they think they could change me? I'd stopped sleeping with Claudia for that very reason, and she still hadn't forgiven me for it. "You're going to the party?" she asked, sounding slightly hopeful. Obs, I responded, ignoring her irritation before I headed back to the table. Me and Anna. By the way, try to do a better job of pretending you don't know me. My stepsister's already figured out we've slept together, and I'd prefer my father not do the same. Claudia pressed her lips together and turned around without a word. I got back just as dessert was being dropped off. After 10 minutes with my father and his new wife hogging the conversation, I decided I'd played the role of good son enough for one day. Sorry, but I need to go, I said, looking at Dad, whose brow furrowed briefly. To Miles's place. I nodded and tapped my watch. What's going on with the case? I struggled not to sigh with resignation and lied as best I could. His parents have left us in charge of all the paperwork. I guess that means we've got a real case, and with just us working on it, it'll take years, I replied, aware that Noah was observing me with interest. A real case? What are you studying? She asked. She looked surprised, even a little disconcerted. Law, I said. She seemed impressed. Does that surprise you? I was putting her in a corner with that question, and I enjoyed it. Her attitude changed, and she looked down her nose at me. It does, honestly. I thought that was a major that required having a brain. Noah! Her mother shouted. That little snot-nose was trying to taunt me. Before I could say anything, my father butted in. You've both started off on the wrong foot. His expression was icy. It was all I could do not to stand up and walk out with no explanation. I'd had enough of the happy family for one day. I needed to bounce and stop trying to fake interest in all that bullshit. Sorry, I've got to go, I declared, getting up and dropping my napkin on the table. No way was I going to lose my cool in front of Dad. Noah got up, too, without an ounce of elegance, and threw her own napkin down, not even trying to appear polite. If he's going, I'm going too, she affirmed, glaring at her mother, who started looking from side to side, overwhelmed and upset. Sit down, her mother ordered between clenched teeth. I couldn't waste time on this nonsense. I had places to be. I'll take her with me, I said, to everyone's surprise, Noah's included. She looked up at me with suspicion, not believing me, as if she thought I were concealing my true intentions. Honestly, I couldn't wait to lose her, and if taking her home would make that happen faster, then so be it, especially if it meant I could get away from my father as well. I wouldn't walk 5 feet with you, she said proudly, enunciating each word. Before anyone could respond, I grabbed my jacket, and as I slipped it on, I said to everyone in general, I'm not in the mood for these grade school games. I'll see you tomorrow. Nicholas, wait, my father commanded. Noah, go with him and get some rest. We'll be back in a while. My new sister seemed to be wavering. Then she sighed, scowled, and said, Fine, I'll go with you.
5. Noah. The last thing I wanted at that moment was to owe something to that bastard. But I was even less inclined to stay behind with my mother and her husband and watch her drool over him while he waved around his bucks and showed off how much pull he had. Nicholas turned his back to me and walked out. I said an unenthusiastic goodbye to my mom and hurried after him. When I reached the door, I stopped, crossed my arms, and waited for the valet to pull his car around. Big surprise, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes out of his jacket and lit one up, bringing it slowly to his lips and then expelling the smoke in long plumes. I'd never smoked. I'd never even tried tobacco when all my friends were into it and would sneak cigarettes in the girls' bathroom at school. I didn't understand what pleasure a person could take in inhaling carcinogenic smoke that left a nasty scent on your hair and clothes and was also bad for like 1,000 organs. As if he was reading my mind, Nicholas smiled mirthfully and held out his pack. You want one, little sister? He asked and then took another drag off his. I don't smoke, and if I were you, I wouldn't either. You don't want to endanger the only neuron you've got. I stepped forward so I didn't have to see him. I could feel he was close to me, but I didn't move, even when the smoke coming out of his mouth snaked creepily around my neck. Be careful. I might just leave you here stranded so you can walk home, he warned me just as his car was pulling up. I ignored him as much as I could during the drive. His SUV was so high off the ground, he could see everything if I wasn't careful getting in. And as I did, I regretted putting on those dumb shoes. All the frustration, anger, and sorrow had grown worse as the night went on, and the 5 or more arguments I'd had with this idiot had turned it into the absolute worst night of my life. I struggled to put on my seatbelt while Nicholas stuck the key in the ignition, pressed his hand against my headrest, hit reverse, and then turned onto the road leading out. I wasn't surprised that he didn't follow the roundabout, a roundabout that was placed there precisely in order to keep people from driving the way Nicholas was. I couldn't help but groan when we got back on the main road. Outside the club, my stepbrother sped up, hitting 70, deliberately ignoring the traffic signs that said the speed limit was 45. "What's your problem anyway?" Nicholas asked in a wary tone, as if he couldn't put up with me a minute more. That makes 2 of us, I thought. Well, I don't want to die on the road with some maniac who doesn't know how to read a road sign. That's one problem, I shouted. I was at my limit. Anything else and I'd start screaming like a banshee. I knew I was short-fused. One of the things I hated most about myself was my lack of self-control when I got angry. The way I could so easily raise my voice and turn to insults. What the fuck's up with you? You haven't stopped complaining ever since I had the misfortune of meeting you. And honestly, I don't give a shit what your problems are. This is my home, my city, and my car. So shut your mouth until we get back, he said, shouting just as I had. An intense heat filled my body from head to toe when I heard those words. Nobody told me what to do, least of all him. Who the hell are you to tell me to shut up? I was beside myself. Nicholas jerked the wheel and braked so hard, if I hadn't put on my seatbelt, I'd have shot right through the windshield. When I got over the shock, I looked back and was scared to see 2 cars turning quickly right to avoid hitting us. Horns honked and drivers shouted insults. And for a moment, I was stunned. Then I reacted. "What the hell are you doing?" I shrieked, terrified someone might run us over. Utterly unperturbed, Nicholas said, "Get out." It must have looked comical the way my mouth fell open. "You can't be serious," I said. "I'm not going to say it twice," he warned me, his voice so composed it was chilling. This was getting grim. "Well, you're going to have to, because there's no way I'm moving from here." I tried to stare at him as coldly as he was at me. He pulled out his keys, got out, and left his door open. My eyes bugged out as I watched him walk around the back and reappear next to my door. I've got to admit, he was a scary bastard when he got pissed off, and at that moment, he couldn't have been any angrier. My heart started pounding when I felt the sensation I knew so well. Fear. Terror. He opened my door and repeated the same phrase from before. "Get out." My mind was clicking at 1,000 miles an hour. He was nuts. He couldn't just leave me there in the middle of the road in the dark, surrounded by trees. "I won't," I refused, and I cursed myself as I noticed the tremor in my voice. An irrational fear was gathering in the pit of my stomach. If that idiot left me here, I thought, looking out into the black night, some fool would run me down. He'd surprised me again, and once again it was not a good surprise. He crawled up on my seat, unclicked my seatbelt, and pulled me out of the car so fast I couldn't protest. "Are you out of your mind?" I shouted as he walked back to the driver's seat. "Get this straight," he told me over his shoulder. He looked like a statue of ice. "You're not going to talk to me like that. I've got enough problems of my own without putting up with your shit." Get an Uber. Call your mom. I don't care. I'm out. He got back in and put his car in gear. I could feel my hand shaking. Nicholas, you can't leave me here! I roared as the car started to roll and the tires squealed. Nicholas! That scream was followed by a deep silence that made me worry my heart would stop. The sky was just short of black, and the moon was far from full. I tried to control my fear and my irrational desire to kill that son of a bitch who had left me stranded here on my first day in the city. I held on to the hope that Nicholas would come back, but as the minutes passed, I was more and more worried. I took out my phone, but the battery was dead and the damn thing had shut off. Fuck. All I could do, and this was as awful and as dangerous as standing here, was try to thumb a ride and pray a civilized adult would take pity on me and take me home.
And if that happened, I'd take care of that bastard stepbrother and enjoy it.
Things wouldn't go on like this. That dickhead didn't know whom or what he was playing with. I saw a car coming from the direction of the yacht club, and I prayed it was Will's Mercedes. I came as close to it as I could without risking getting hit, and stuck my thumb out the way I'd seen people do in movies. I knew that half the time a girl tried to do it, she ended up murdered and thrown in a ditch. But I forced myself to push those details out of my mind. The first car drove past. The second shouted a series of insults. The third made a bunch of nasty sexual comments, and the fourth stopped on the roadside 5 feet from where I'd been standing. I approached it with a feeling of alarm, wondering who the insane but very opportune individual was who had decided to help out a girl who could easily pass as a prostitute. I felt relieved when I saw that the person getting out of the car was a boy, more or less my age. The lights gave me a glimpse of his dark hair, his stature, and his evident, but just then extremely welcome, air of a pampered rich kid. "Are you okay?" he asked, walking toward me just as I walked toward him. When we were in front of each other, we each did the same thing. His eyes looked my dress up and down, and I checked out his expensive jeans, his name-brand polo, and his gentle, worried eyes. "Yeah, thanks for stopping. This idiot just left me here hanging." I felt embarrassed, stupid for letting something like that happen.
The young man seemed surprised.
"He just left you here? Here, in the middle of nowhere at 11 at night? So it would be okay if he'd left me in the middle of a park at lunchtime?" I asked myself, feeling a sudden hatred toward any and all beings endowed with a Y chromosome. But still, the kid seemed like he wanted to help. It was no time to pick fights. "Any chance you'd mind taking me home?" I asked, not bothering to answer his question. As you can tell, I really just want this night to end. The kid smiled. He wasn't ugly. He was easy on the eyes, in fact, with a kindly face, probably the type to help anyone out of a jam.
Either that, or my mind was trying to sell me a parallel reality in which everything was the color of roses, and boys treated women with the respect they deserved, instead of throwing them out on the roadside in high heels in the middle of the night.
"You sure you don't want to go to a wild party at a mansion on the beach? That way you can have all night to thank me for the way this little misfortune allowed you and me to meet each other," he said, tickled. I don't know if it was hysteria, suppressed rage, or the fact that I just wanted to kill someone, but I laughed right in his face. "Sorry, but all I want to do is get home and put today behind me. I've had enough of this city for now." I uttered those words more calmly, not wanting to appear crazy for laughing before. "No worries, but at least you can tell me your name, right?" He seemed awfully amused at this situation that had nothing amusing about it. But since he was my savior, I felt I should be nice to him if I didn't want to end up sleeping with the squirrels. "My name's Noah Morgan." I put out my hand, and he immediately squeezed it. "I'm Zach," he said with a radiant smile. "Shall we?" He pointed at his gleaming black Porsche. "Thanks, Zach. Seriously." I was surprised that he walked me to the passenger side and helped me get in, just like an old-fashioned movie. It was strange. strange and refreshing. Despite what all the statistics seemed to say, chivalry was apparently still not dead, even if people like Nicholas Leister might make you think so. As soon as Zach got in the driver's seat, I knew he wouldn't be like Nicholas. He was evidently a good guy, educated, reasonable, the typical boy a mother would die for a daughter to go out with. I put on my seatbelt and sighed with relief, knowing that the worst had been avoided. "Where to?" he asked, putting the car in gear and taking off in the same direction Nicholas had more than an hour before. "You know William Leister's house?" I asked, assuming everyone in the neighborhood of rich people knew each other. "Yeah, of course. But what do you want to go there for?" "That's where I live," I responded, feeling a jab in my chest as I realized that however painful that was, it was true. Zach laughed, unbelieving. "You live at Nicholas Leister's place?" I ground my teeth as I heard that name. "Worse, I'm his stepsister." How disgusting to have to admit I was related to that dimwit. Zach looked away from the road a second to turn his surprised eyes toward me. I guess he wasn't the responsible driver I'd imagined. "You're not serious. Or are you?" "Oh, I'm serious. He's the one who left me stranded here." It was humiliating to admit. Zach laughed sardonically. "Honestly, I feel for you," he said, and that made me feel even worse. "Nicholas Leister is the absolute worst." He shifted gears and slowed down as we pulled into a residential area. "So you know him?" I tried to bring together in my mind the gentleman to my left and the delinquent in the 4x4. "Unfortunately, I do," he replied. "His father saved my father's ass in a pretty nasty case with the IRS just over a year ago. He's a good attorney, and his little bastard son can't help rubbing it in my face every time he gets the chance. We went to high school together. I can assure you, he's the most egotistical, rude son of a bitch you'll ever meet." Damn. Apparently, I wasn't the only member of the anti-Nicholas Leister Club. That made me feel a bit better. "I'd like to say something nice about him," Zach went on, "but he's got more dirty laundry than anyone I've ever met. Take my advice and stay away from him." Easy for you to say. We live under the same roof. I guess I wasn't feeling better after all. "He's at the party I mentioned in case you want to give him a kick in the ass," he said with a grin. That information was a complete surprise. "He's going to the party?" I felt hot shame burning all over my body. "You're not really thinking—" he started to ask apprehensively. "I'm going," I told him, as sure of it as I'd ever been of anything in my entire life. "And I will give him that kick in the ass." 20 minutes later, we were on the beach in front of an enormous house. But the size wasn't what caught the eye, so much as the quantity of people gathered around it, on the entrance stairs, anywhere you turned. The music was audible from a mile away, so loud I thought I could feel my brain bouncing around in my skull. "Are you sure about this?" my new best friend asked. Since I told Zach my plan, he'd been trying to convince me to abandon ship. It seemed my new stepbrother, apart from being a hardhead and a moron, was prone to scrapping. "Noah, you have no idea what you're getting into. You already saw how it didn't even bother him to leave you back there. What makes you think he's going to care what you have to say to him?" Gripping the door handle, I responded, "Trust me, he'll never do anything like that to me again." We got out of the car and walked toward the immense entryway of the house. It was like going to one of those parties you see in the movies, like in Never Back Down or The Fast and the Furious. Just crazy. Beer kegs were laid out all over the front yard, and a bunch of guys were shouting and encouraging each other to drink more. The girls were wearing bikinis, some of them just bras and panties. "Are all the parties he goes to like this?" I asked, looking grossed out as a couple hooked up against one of the walls of the house, not even caring that everyone was watching them. It was repugnant. "Not all of them," he responded, chuckling. "This one is mixed." That threw me off. Mixed? What did he mean?
Are you saying because there are guys and girls at the same party? I returned to memories of my past when I was 12, and my mother had organized my first party with boys. A total disaster. So far as I recalled, the boys had thrown me and my friends in the pool, and we'd ended up founding the anti-boys chapter of the Best Friends Forever Club. I knew it was stupid, but I had been 12, not 17. Zach grabbed my arm and dragged me forward. His fingers were warm, and I felt calmer knowing he was there. This party could intimidate anyone, let alone an outsider like myself. "What I mean is anyone can come," he said, pushing through the crowd and going inside. The music was wild and repetitive and drilled into our eardrums so deep it hurt just to be there. "I don't get it." He pushed me into one of the rooms where the music killed you slowly rather than instantly, and where I could talk without shredding my vocal cords. "Anyone who pays can come," he told me, waving at some of the guys there. I didn't like him having the kind of friends I saw there. "They use money to buy all kinds of liquor and—" He looked at me a few moments, maybe wondering whether I was old enough to hear this. "And all the stuff you need for a party to get lit." Drugs. Great. And he thought that was funny. What the hell had I gotten into? There were couples lying on the sofa, and others standing up dancing to the rhythm of the music. And I realized that among the rich kids in expensive clothes, there were people who could have been from the worst neighborhoods. It was an explosive mix. "I'm starting to think this was a bad idea," I told my companion, but by now he was sitting on one of the couches with a bottle of beer in his hand. "Come here, Noah," he said, tugging my arm till I fell in his lap. "Let's have fun tonight. Don't waste your time on that asshole." His fingers stroked my hair and my shoulders, and I tensed up and then stood as fast as I could. "I'm here for one reason." I glared at him. I'd been wrong about Zach. It was obvious. "Thanks for bringing me." I turned around and walked away. I didn't really know what to do here after giving the cold shoulder to the one guy who wasn't so drunk he'd smash his car into a tree if I asked him to take me home. But I couldn't stop imagining the confused look on Nicholas's face when he saw me. Had Zach lied to me, though? Maybe he was just a crazy drunk trying to drag me to the worst place ever. Well, I was going to look, and if I found Nicholas, I was going to do what I came there for. I went toward the kitchen, where there were fewer people. Thinking I'd get a glass of cold water, I didn't know whether to drink it or dump it over my head to try to wake up from this nightmare. This day seemed like it would never end. When I turned down the little hallway leading there, I stopped. There he was, no shirt on, just jeans, surrounded by girls and 4 muscular friends a little shorter than him. I watched him for a few moments. Was this the same guy I'd been having dinner with at a luxury restaurant just a little while ago? He was, and so it surprised me to see him now. He looked like he just stepped out of a mafia movie. They were playing beer pong, but with shots of tequila. My dear stepbrother was killing it. He hadn't missed once. That meant he wasn't as drunk as the others. Nicholas shot and missed on purpose. It was so obvious I couldn't see how the others didn't realize it, but they all jeered at him and cracked up laughing. He grabbed his shot and downed it fast. When it was his friend's turn, Nicholas went over to a hot brunette girl who was sitting on the black marble countertop. She was wearing a sky blue bikini top and shorts that showed off her sun-bronzed legs. I was too dressed up, too covered up for a party like this. Nicholas buried his hand in the hair on the back of her neck, pulled her head back, and French kissed her in the most disgusting way I could imagine, especially with all those people there. That was my chance. I'd catch him by surprise and quell my burning desire to tear his goddamn head off. He hadn't even bothered to see if I was okay. I could have still been stuck there, and he wouldn't have lifted a finger for me. I was furious I'd let myself be treated that way, even more so for finding myself here in this madhouse thanks to him. So I walked across the kitchen, grabbed his arm to turn him around, and shocking even myself, instead of slapping him as I'd planned, I punched him in the jaw, nearly breaking one or more of my knuckles. It was worth it, though, and he deserved it. He was briefly disconcerted, as if he didn't understand what had happened, who I was, or why I'd hit him. But that just lasted a few seconds, and then his face changed, his posture changed, and I found myself pinned where I was standing. Everyone gathered around us. It was silent as a grave. All eyes were on us. "What the fuck are you doing here?" he asked, so furious I feared for my life. If looks could kill, I was already dead, boxed up and buried. "You're surprised I could walk here?" I asked, trying not to be intimidated by his stance, his height, and those terrifying muscles. "You're a piece of shit, you know that?" A dry, measured laugh erupted from his esophagus. "Noah, you have no idea what you're getting into." He took a step forward, and I could feel the heat radiating off his body. "At home, you may be my stepsister, but outside those four walls," he continued so soft only I could hear it, "this is my world, and I won't put up with any of your bullshit." I didn't let him intimidate me. There was no way I'd ever allow him to see how much his words and his behavior scared me. I'd lived a life of violence. I wasn't going to put up with it anymore. "Fuck you," I said, and turned around, ready to get out of there. A hand grabbed my arm and pulled, not letting me take another step. "Let me go," I ordered him, turning around so he could see I was serious. He smiled and looked at everyone gawking and then back at me. "Who do you come here with?" he asked. I gulped. No way I was answering. "Who brought you here?" He screamed so loud I flinched. That was the last straw. "Let go, you son of a—" I started howling, but it was pointless. He was holding on to me so tight it hurt. Then someone else spoke up. "I know who it was," said a fat guy with not a free inch of skin left for more tattoos. "Zach Rogers showed up with her." "Bring him to me." My stepbrother was acting like a delinquent, and I was really getting scared. I regretted hitting him, not because he didn't deserve it, but because I was afraid I'd provoke the devil himself. 2 minutes later, Zach appeared in the kitchen, and the circle opened to let him through. He looked at me as if I'd betrayed him. What the hell was the deal with these people? "You brought her here?" my stepbrother asked him calmly. Zach hesitated and then nodded. He didn't break eye contact with Nicholas, but I could tell he was scared. Before I knew it, Nicholas had punched Zach in the stomach so hard he bent over in pain. I shouted, afraid for him, with the same pain in my chest I always felt whenever I witnessed any type of violence. "Don't you dare do that again," I said to Nicholas. He turned around, grabbed my arm, and started dragging me toward the door. I didn't have the strength to protest. When we got there, he stopped. He took his cell phone out of his pocket, cursed under his breath, and waited for whomever he was calling to answer. "Wait for me here," he said, looking for a place where the noise from the people and the music wouldn't bother him. He ended up just past the stairs leading up to the porch. He could see me perfectly, so there was no point in running. "You okay?" some guy asked me. Honestly, no. I was a wreck. I leaned against the window, unable to avoid certain memories that I kept buried in the depths of my mind and that were now resurfacing to torment me just then. "I feel faint." "Here, have a drink," he said, handing me a cup. I took it without even looking. My throat was so dry it didn't matter what it was. I closed my eyes and opened them once the cup was empty, only to see Nicholas flying up the stairs. "What the hell are you doing?" he said, tearing the cup out of my hands. I was going to respond, but he was already looking away from me toward the guy who'd given it to me. He grabbed him by his shirt and nearly lifted him off the ground. "What the fuck did you give her?" he asked, shaking him around. I looked with horror at the cup. Shit.
6. Nick. Shit. What the hell did you give her? I asked the dickhead I was holding by the collar. I could see the terror in his eyes. Answer me, I shouted, cursing the day I'd ever met my stepsister, cursing that moron Zach Rogers for bringing her to a party like this. Jesus, dude. The guy's eyes were like saucers. Burundanga, okay? He admitted when I slammed him into the wall. Jesus. A date rape drug. It was colorless and odorless and easy to slip into a drink without a person realizing it. Just thinking about what could have happened clouded my mind, and I couldn't control myself. What kind of dirtbag would do that to a girl? When I finished with him, you wouldn't be able to identify him from his license photo. My hands were going to look like hamburger by the time the night was over. I lost count of how many times I hit him. Nicholas, stop! A voice behind me shouted. I stopped my hand before it slammed back into that bastard's face. Bring that shit to another one of my parties, and this is going to look compassionate compared to what happens next time, I threatened him, making sure he'd heard every word. Understand? He stumbled off bleeding, trying to get as far from me as possible, and I turned back around to find Noah, terrified. Something shifted inside me when I saw her expression. I couldn't stand her. I could happily have wrung her neck, but damn it, no one deserved to be drugged without their consent. By the look on her face, I could tell this night had taken Noah past her limits. I tried to talk myself down, observing her as I walked over slowly. When I was close, she started walking backward, mouth ajar, frightened and trembling. Jesus, Noah, I'm not going to hurt you, okay? I said. I felt like a criminal, and I hadn't even done anything. When I left her, I just assumed she'd call her mom and she and my dad would pick her up and take her back home. I never thought she'd climb into the car of the first idiot who came along and show up at a party absolutely unsuited to a girl her age. What did he give me? She asked, looking at me like I was a demon. I sighed and looked up, trying to put my thoughts in order. My father had just called to ask where the hell Noah was. Her mother was worried, so I said I'd call her right back. I told him Noah was with me at Miles' house and we were watching a movie with his sister. It was a lie made up on the spot, but my father could never know what had happened tonight, or where. I'd gotten out of too many bad situations for him to learn that nothing had actually changed. It had been hard for me to keep my private life under wraps, and I sure wasn't going to let someone like Noah spoil it. It hadn't even been a day, and she'd managed to be a bigger pain in my ass than any woman I'd ever had the pleasure of meeting. You all right? I asked, ignoring her question. I want to kill you, she answered. I could see her eyelids were drooping. I needed to get her on the phone with her mom ASAP before the situation got worse. Yeah, let's take a rain check on that, I said, grabbing her arm. You'll be all right. Try to relax. When we reached my car, I opened the passenger side door and waited for her to sit down. Then I took out my phone. You need to tell your mother you're fine and not to stay up for you, I said, looking for Dad's number in my contacts. Tell her we're watching a movie at some friend's place. Up yours, she said, head lolling back, shutting her eyes. I grabbed her face and opened her eyes. She looked at me with such hatred I wanted to find something I could kick, break, and shatter into a million pieces. Call her, or this is going to get ugly for real, I said, imagining what might happen if my father found out what had happened tonight. Not to mention Noah's mother. What are you going to do to me? She said, her pupils getting more dilated. Leave me behind so someone can rape me? Wait, you already did that once. I get it. I deserved that, but there was no time for sarcasm. I'm dialing her now. If you're smart, you'll tell her what I said. A few seconds later, I heard Rafaela's voice on the other line. Noah, are you okay? She looked at me before responding. "Yeah," she answered to my relief. "We're watching a movie. We'll be home a little late." Her eyes turned up toward the roof of the car. "I'm so glad you went, sweetie. You'll love Nick's friends. Just wait." I looked aside when I heard that. "For sure," Noah said. "See you tomorrow, babe. I love you." "You too. Bye." I took the phone and slipped it into my pocket. I walked around to the driver's seat. We'd have to wait there and see how good Noah's tolerance for drugs was. "I'm hot," she said, eyes closed, and I could tell. Sweat covered her forehead and neck. "It'll pass. Don't let it worry you," I told her, hoping my words wouldn't betray me. "What are the effects of this stuff?" Her voice was groggy. "Sweating, fever and chills. It makes you tired," I said, hoping that was it. If she started vomiting or her heart beat too fast, I'd have to take her to the hospital, and that wouldn't end well. Her cheeks were red, and her hair was sticking to her forehead. I noticed she had a hairband around one of her wrists. I leaned over her and took it off. The least I could do was help her be as comfortable as possible. "What are you doing?" she asked, very clearly scared. I breathed deep, trying to keep my emotions in check. I'd never done anything out of line with a woman, and seeing how terrified Noah was that I would was like a kick in the balls. I'd only known the girl for a few hours. She was already wearing me out. "I'm helping you," I said, pulling her long, colorful hair back into a sloppy ponytail on top of her head. "To do that, you'd have to disappear," she slurred. I couldn't help but chuckle. She had guts, more than any girl I'd ever met. She didn't know whom she was playing with. Didn't know who I was or what I was capable of, but that was refreshing somehow. I thought of the look she had just after punching me. It had been completely unexpected. The first time anyone had punched me in forever. Instinctively, I grabbed her right hand and looked at her swollen knuckles. It must have taken all the strength she had to leave her hand looking like that. I felt bad for her. I had a vision of myself teaching Noah to throw a punch the right way. She was worrying me. Now that her hair wasn't covering her face, I noticed certain traits that had escaped me before. Her neck was pretty. Her cheekbones high with their irresistible dusting of freckles. That made me grin for some reason. Her eyelashes were long and cast shadows on her cheeks. But the thing that really caught my eye was that little tattoo just under her left ear. It was a knot, a figure 8. I looked at my own arm, where I'd gotten that same tattoo 3.5 years before. It was a perfect knot, one that wouldn't give out easily, and that's why I'd chosen it. It meant that if things came together right, if you used your head, the result could be indestructible. I didn't understand how she could have that tattoo or anything else, actually. It clashed with the image I'd created of her in my mind. I ran a finger carefully over that tattoo, so tiny compared to mine, and felt how both of us got goosebumps. Noah twitched unconsciously, and I felt something strange, uncomfortable in the pit of my stomach. I threw on my seatbelt, grabbed the wheel, put the car in gear, and looked back at her tattoo before focusing on the road. Luckily, I'd only had time for 1 beer and 1 shot, so I was able to drive home with peace of mind. The outside lights were on as always. It was incredibly late, and I prayed our parents were in bed. Noah was out of commission, and I couldn't let Dad catch us. I parked in my space and got out, trying not to make noise. I carefully unbuckled Noah's seatbelt and took her in my arms. She was burning up. I was worried her fever might turn dangerous. "Where are we?" she asked in a voice I could barely hear. "Home," I said to calm her down, turning so I could open the door without disturbing her. Inside, it was totally dark except for the faint light of a table lamp in the living room. No sooner had Rafaela moved there than she'd gotten obsessed with leaving a light or two on at night. It was strange to me that Noah was still conscious, and I rushed her to her bed so I could leave her there more comfortable. "No," she said, frightened. "Easy now," I said, astonished at how tightly she was holding me. "Don't leave me alone. I'm scared." There was panic in her voice. It was weird because I was sure I was the one who had scared her, and I couldn't imagine why she'd want to stay with me. "Noah, this is your room," I said, sitting on her bed and holding her in my lap. She opened her eyes, and I saw terror in them. "The light," she muttered, as if she were hardly capable of pronouncing the words. It was weird. There wasn't any light on. "Turn it on," she almost begged. I observed her for a few seconds before realizing that what scared her wasn't that I was in her room, or the drugs, or the fact that she could barely move. It was the darkness. "You're scared of the dark?" I asked, leaning over her and turning on the lamp on her nightstand. Her body instantly relaxed. I raised an eyebrow, asking myself how this chick could be so complicated. I got up, arranged her against the pillows, and then stood there a moment, making sure her breathing was normal. It was. Noah was a strong girl. "Get out of my room," she commanded me. And I did. I think it was the sanest thing I did all night.
7. Noah. When I opened my eyes that morning, I felt awful. For the first time in my life, the light bothered me. My head hurt like crazy, and I felt weird all over. It was hard to explain, but I was aware of every movement, every sensation taking place in my body, and it was uncomfortable, irritating, upsetting. My throat was dry, as if I hadn't drunk anything in a week. I stumbled over to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. Jesus Lord, how horrible! Then I remembered, and my body trembled from head to toe. My eyes were swollen, my hair messy and pulled back in a ratty ponytail. I couldn't remember pulling it back, though. I took off my dress, brushed my teeth to clean that bitter taste from my mouth, and put on my pajama shorts and my favorite t-shirt with the holes in it. Memories flashed through my head like stop-motion photographs. Drugs. That was all I could think. Someone had drugged me. I'd taken drugs. I'd gotten in a stranger's car. I'd gone to a party full of goons. And it was all one person's fault. I walked out of my bedroom, slamming the door, and went to Nicholas's room. I didn't bother knocking before opening the door to what looked like a bear cave with a person under a dark blanket in a huge bed. I walked over and shook the person sleeping there like a log, as if nothing had happened, as if it wasn't his fault someone had drugged me. "Damn it," he muttered without opening his eyes. His disheveled hair was camouflaged against the dark satin sheets.
I pulled hard on the cover until he was exposed.
I didn't care. Fortunately, he wasn't naked, but his white boxers did throw me off for a second. He was sleeping face down, giving me the perfect panorama of his broad back, his long legs, and, forgive me for saying so, his splendid ass. But I forced myself to focus on what was really important. "What happened last night?" I nearly shouted, shaking his arm so he'd wake up. He grunted and grabbed hold of my hand. Still with his eyes closed, and with one jerk, he pulled me into his bed. I fell down next to him and tried to struggle away, but it was futile. "Even when you're high, you can't shut the fuck up," he said before finally opening his eyes. Two blue irises focused on mine. "What do you want?" he asked, letting go of my wrist and sitting up. I got out of the bed immediately. "What did you do to me last night while I was out of it?" I asked, fearing the worst. If that bastard had done something to me— "Oh, I did it all," he said contemptuously, and then laughed. I struck him in the chest. "Moron!" I shouted, feeling the blood rise to my cheeks. He ignored me and stood up.
Then someone or something entered the room. A creature covered in dark hair like his owner's. Dark like that damned room.
"Hey, Thor, you hungry, boy? Have I got a tasty treat for you?" He grinned at me as he said this. "I'm going." I walked toward the door. I never wanted to see that idiot again, and knowing that I'd have to made my mood even worse than it already was. Nicholas intercepted me in the middle of the room, and I almost ran into his bare chest. "I'm sorry about what happened last night." For a few miraculous seconds, I thought he was sincerely apologizing. How wrong I was. "But you can't say a fucking word, or I'm screwed." Now I knew all he wanted was to save his ass. As for me, he couldn't care less. I laughed bitterly. "So says the future lawyer." "Keep your trap shut." He ignored my comment. "Or what?" He eyed me up and then jabbed a finger under my right ear in a place that meant something special to me. "Or else that knot might not be strong enough to hold you." What did he know about my tattoo, or about how strong I was? "How about you ignore me and I'll ignore you? We'll deal with the brief moments when we have to be together. Sound good?" I walked around him and left. Thor wagged his tail, watching me go. At least the dog didn't hate me anymore, I told myself by way of consolation. I went straight back to my room. I didn't like not remembering what had happened. Not at all. Nicholas could have seen something in me that I never wanted to show him, and that was what made me hate him in that moment. I'd struggled to understand how I could manage to reject him so forcefully in so little time. But it was normal if I considered that Nicholas Leister represented absolutely everything I hated in a person. He was violent, dangerous, an abuser, a liar, threatening, everything that made me take off running in the opposite direction. I saw my purse had been slung down on the bed. I grabbed my phone and plugged it in. Damn it, Dan was going to kill me. I'd promised him I'd call him last night. He must have been climbing the walls. Fucking Nicholas Leister. Everything was his fault. When I turned on my phone and opened my messages, I saw that there were no new ones, no missed calls either. That was strange. It was beautiful out, a perfect day for the beach, or to take a swim for the first time in that amazing pool. If I'd been in a better mood, I'd have gone outside to sunbathe, read a good book, and try to forget what had happened, or, even worse, what might have happened. With those thoughts in my head, I walked into my big fancy closet. In a drawer, I saw a ton of swimsuits, but I didn't stop looking until I found a one-piece. I looked at my naked body in the mirror, with special attention on that part I felt mortified about. But I decided to put it out of my mind. After all, I was at home. In a sundress and with a violet towel, I walked out of my bedroom to face my first breakfast in that house. It was unsettling walking around here. I felt the same as I had when I was a little girl and would sleep over at a friend's house, and at night I'd want to go to the restroom, but wouldn't because I was scared I'd run into someone from their family. Downstairs I found my mother in her white silk robe and sandals with Will, who was wearing a suit ready for work. "Good morning, Noah," she said. "How do you sleep?" "Fabulously, considering I was unconscious and with a fiendish headache." "It wasn't the best night I've ever had," I answered. She came over to kiss me on the cheek. "Did you have fun with Nick and his friends?" she asked hopefully. "Oh, Mom, you can't even imagine. You have no idea who your new stepson is." "Speak of the devil," William said behind my back, getting up from the table just as Nick entered. "What's up, guys?" he said on his way to the fridge. "Did you have fun last night?" my mother asked him. "How was the movie?" "Movie?" I started to ask, "What?" But Nick slammed the refrigerator shut and turned around with an icy stare. "It was great, right, Noah?" I realized there I had him. If I told the truth, who knew what his father would say? I could even go to the police and turn him in for offering alcohol to a minor. Me. For letting someone drug me, and obviously for leaving me out in the middle of the road. I couldn't have enjoyed it more as I let him know with my gaze that I had no idea what we were talking about.
"I can't really remember," I answered my mother, watching him turn tense.
Was it sleeping with the enemy or traffic? I was going to enjoy seeing him in that situation, but he just laughed it off, wiping the smile off my face. "I think you mean Cruel Intentions," he responded, surprising me by naming one of my favorite movies. Ironic when you considered that the two main characters were a stepbrother and a stepsister who hated each other. Sensing something was up, my mother asked, "What are you two talking about?" "Nothing," we said in unison, and that bothered me even more. For a moment, we were in a standoff. I was trying to intimidate him. He was trying to let me know he was having fun. "You gonna move or what?" I asked, trying to get to the refrigerator. "Look, Freckles, you and I need to work some things out if we're going to live under the same roof." "I've got an idea," I said. "How about when you come in, I'll go out, and when I see you, I'll ignore you, and when you talk, I'll pretend I can't hear you." I cursed the moment I'd met him. "Sorry, I got hung up on the in and out part," he said, the pervert, grinning and making me blush. Damn it. "You're gross," I said and tried to push him aside until he finally yielded and I could grab the orange juice. My mother had walked off with a cup of coffee in one hand and a newspaper in the other.
I knew what she wanted. She wanted for me to get along with Nicholas, for us to become friends and for a miracle to happen so I'd love him like the brother I'd never had.
Ridiculous. I sat down on one of the benches next to the island and poured the juice into a crystal glass. Nicholas was wearing track pants and a tank top. His arms were shapely, and after seeing him punch 2 guys in 10 minutes, I knew I should stay away from him. Who knew what he was capable of? When he turned around with his coffee, I saw it. The tattoo. He had the same one I had on my neck, the same knot, that symbol that meant so much to me. That monster had an identical knot on his arm. I felt a sharp pain in my chest as he came over and sat down in front of me, watching me until he noticed what I was looking at. Then he took a sip of his coffee, put his cup on the table, and leaned over. "I was surprised too," he said. I felt uncomfortable, exposed. "So it looks like we've got something in common," he continued. He didn't seem overjoyed that we had the same tattoo either. I stood up, pulling off my hairband and letting my hair fall until the tattoo was no longer visible. Then I walked out. That last thing he'd said had shifted something inside me, as if he knew the meaning behind that tattoo, as if he understood. I went to the backyard. There was a beautiful view of the sea, and the salt breeze was warm and fragrant. I couldn't deny it. I loved the view and having the water so close now that I lived here. I walked around to the wooden deck chairs next to the pool, which was rectangular with a fountain in the corner by the garden that gave it an exotic but elegant touch. Next to the cliff, to the left of the garden, was a jacuzzi located strategically between 2 enormous rocks to provide a beautiful view of the property. Deciding I would try to enjoy it, I took off my dress, making sure that nobody was around, and lay back, thinking I'd soak up some rays and try to get a nice tan in the next week. I had to take advantage of what was left of summer vacation because in a month I'd be starting classes at my new and extremely expensive school. I grabbed my phone and looked to see if I had missed calls from my friends or, more importantly, from my boyfriend, Dan. Nothing. That stung, but I didn't let it get to me. He'd call, I was sure of it. When I told him I had to leave, he flipped out. We'd been going out for 9 months, and he was my first real boyfriend. I loved him. I knew I loved him because he had never judged me. He'd been there when I needed him. And plus, he was hot. When we started, I could hardly contain myself. I was the happiest teenager on the planet. And then I had to run off to another country. I texted him. I'm here and I miss you. I wish I was with you. Call me when you get this. I looked at the message. He had last been online 30 minutes before. I sighed, laid my phone on the chair, and went to the pool. The water was the perfect temperature, so I stretched out, raised my hands, and dove in. It was liberating and refreshing at the same time. I swam, enjoying just letting the tension go and getting some exercise. 15 minutes later, I got out and lay back on the deck chair, letting the sun work its magic. I grabbed the phone to see if anyone had answered and saw that Dan was connected, but he hadn't written. That made me frown. Just then, Beth wrote, gossipy as ever, "Hey babe, what's up? Talk to me." I smiled and responded, a little nostalgic.
Well, my stepbrother is worse than I could imagine, but I'm trying to get used to the idea that I'll have to live with him.
You can't imagine how bad I want to be with you all. I miss you. I had a knot in my throat as I wrote her. Beth and I were on the same volleyball team. I had been captain the past 2 years. Now that I was gone, she'd taken over. She was happy, and that made me happy too. At least she could get something good out of my leaving, even if she'd never told me she wanted to be team captain. You're probably exaggerating. Enjoy your new life as a millionaire. Like I always said, your mom knows how to pick 'em. Ha ha ha. I hated that remark. She had told me that more than once. I couldn't stand people thinking my mom had married for money. She wasn't like that. She was anything but. She liked simple stuff the same way I did. She'd married William because she really was in love with him. I decided not to say anything about it. I didn't want to argue, especially when she was thousands of miles away. Then she sent me a photo. It was her and Dan with flushed faces and their arms crossed. Dan was blonde with brown eyes, a spectacle to behold. It hurt me to see him so happy. It hadn't even been 48 hours since I left. He could be a little sadder, no? I couldn't help but ask her, "Are you with him right now?" Her response took a while to come, and that alarmed me. "Yeah, we're at Rose's house. I'll tell him to get in touch with you soon." Since when did I need Beth to tell my boyfriend to answer my texts? A minute later, a message with a smiley emoji came in from Dan. "Hey, babe, miss me yet?" Hell yes, I did, I wanted to shout, but I restrained myself and answered, mood worsening. "Why, you don't?" It took him a few seconds to respond. I hated him dilly-dallying. "Of course I do. It's not the same without you. But I've got to go. I'll call you later, okay? I love you." 1,000 butterflies flicked around in my stomach when I read that. I texted him goodbye and set my phone aside. I couldn't wait to talk to him, hear his voice. I couldn't figure out what on earth to do to keep from missing him every second of the day. I heard voices coming over to the garden. I turned quickly, grabbed my dress, and threw it over my head. It was Nick with 3 other guys. Shit. I'd seen them all the day before at the party. One was tan, almost as tall as Nick, with golden blonde hair and blue eyes. One was shorter in comparison with a black eye. That didn't surprise me. I'd seen Nick in action and could assume his friends were just as violent and reckless. The last one really caught my eye, probably because he was the first one to walk straight toward me. His hair was dark brown and his eyes black as night. He was very, very intimidating, especially with the tattoos covering his arms. "Hey, good looking. Did you just climb out of my fantasies and show up here?" he asked, lying on the deck chair next to me. Nick flopped down on the other, grinning. "Excuse me?" I asked, sitting up. He laughed and looked at Nick. "You were right. She's a live one," he said, making me uncomfortable. He was disgusting. The other two guys jumped in the pool and splashed water everywhere. The water made my dress cling to my body. "Careful, assholes," Nick shouted, grabbing my towel and using it to dry off. "You guys can keep splashing in this direction," goon number 3 said, gawking at my breasts, now clearly visible through my soaked dress. "You're one hell of a catch for a 15-year-old. "I'm 17, and if you keep looking at me like that, I'll take a certain part of your anatomy and do serious damage to it," I said, pulling the dress away from my torso. Nicholas threw the towel back to me, and I covered up. "Drop it, dude," he said. "Otherwise, I'm going to have to throw her in the water to get her to shut up, and I'd rather just stay here where I am." "Excuse me?" I said, chuckling. Nick was in his bathing suit, and I had a spectacular view of his bare chest and his tattoos. He took off his Ray-Bans and stared at me with his blue eyes. They looked remarkable under the sun, and for a few moments I was thrown off. "You don't think I forgot you hitting me last night, do you?" I looked down at my knuckles, which still ached. His jaw wasn't even slightly bruised. "Are you threatening me?" I asked. He was getting the better of me. "Nick, I love this chick. She needs to come out with us more often," the tattooed guy said before he got up and dove into the pool. "Listen, Freckles, you can't just talk to me however you like," he warned me. "See those guys? They respect me. You know why? Because they know I could put them on their ass at the drop of a hat. So be careful how you talk to me. Give me my distance, and everything will be fine." As he spoke, I thought to myself how I could best respond. "Funny how you think you're the one who can threaten me, when I could rat you out to your dad whenever I felt like it," I said. He clenched his teeth. I smiled. Noah 1, Nick 0. "You don't want to play this game with me, Noah. Believe me." Needing to do something with my hands, I bent over to grab suntan lotion. "Then you better stop hoping I treat you with the respect you're light years away from deserving. You don't want me to spill the beans about last night? Then drop the little remarks and tell your boyfriends to leave me alone." Before he could respond, one of the goons got out of the pool and sat down beside me. Water from his body dripped all over me, and I jerked away, irritated. "You want some help with that, babe? I could rub it on your back." "Beat it, Hugo. My little sister and I are having an important conversation," Nick ordered him. Hugo got back up without a need to hear it twice. "Good." "Are we hanging out tonight?" Hugo asked. Nick nodded. "Stakes are high, bro. We need to win these races no matter what." Nick's eyes shot arrows at him. Interesting. Did I just hear the word races? "I said leave." Hugo looked bewildered for a moment before glancing at me and seeming to realize he'd said too much. When he and the rest of his friends left, I turned around and looked at my stepbrother. "Races?" Nick put his glasses back on and stretched out in the direction of the sun. "Don't ask questions if you don't want answers." I bit my lip, intrigued, but still, I wasn't going to press him. Whatever Nicholas Leister was wrapped up in couldn't interest me less. Or so I thought. That afternoon, I decided to spend some time with my mom. William's company was having a gala that night, and she told me we needed to go as a family. I wasn't particularly excited about it, but I knew there was no getting out of it. William had been working on the event for months, and we were expected to be there. I found myself sitting on a sofa in my mother's dressing room. Her bedroom was even more lavish than mine, decorated in cream tones with a California king bed. It looked like a luxury hotel room and had 2 walk-in closets. I never thought a person needed even one, but when I saw the hundreds of shirts, ties, and suits William had, I understood. That night would be important for my mother. Obviously, many close friends and important industry leads and law people would be there, not all of whom had had the honor of meeting my mother in person. She was so nervous that it was funny. "Mom, you're going to look gorgeous no matter what you wear. Why don't you just relax?" She looked at me with a radiant smile. It was wonderful seeing her so happy. "Thanks, Noah," she said, holding up a white and green dress for me to see. "So this one?" I nodded, thinking about what the evening had in store. If Nicholas was going to take off again and get in trouble, then I would be free to do the same. Or so I told myself by way of consolation. "Your dress is marvelous, too," my mother said, and in my mind I saw it again.
Honey, don't make faces. You're not going to die just because you dress up a little for one day.
"Sorry," I said. My mood had been like a roller coaster lately. It's just that going to dinner and a gala isn't exactly what I'm in the mood for. "It'll be fun, I promise," she said, trying to cheer me up. I thought of Dan, of how much he would have liked to see me in the dress I had on that night. What was the point of getting all pretty if no one I cared about was going to notice me? "I'm sure," I said, trying to put on a happy face. "I guess I should go get ready." My mother dropped what she was doing and came over. "Thanks for doing this for me, dear. It means a lot." I nodded, trying to smile. "No worries," I replied, letting her wrap her arms around me. I realized how much I needed that contact, especially after what had happened the night before. I held her tight, and for a few moments, everything felt just as it had when I was little.
8. Nick. I was going to need to keep my eye on Noah. Things could have gone bad the night before if my dad had found out what we were up to. I was worried about how to keep my private life hidden now that there were more than 2 people in the house. I didn't let my 2 worlds mix. I was careful about that. I needed to be. Same as every year, we were having races in the desert, and that day, I'd need to be there. They were crazy. Rock music, drugs, expensive cars, and races until the sun came up or the cops came. But they almost never bothered us since it all happened in the middle of nowhere. The girls were wild, everyone drank, and adrenaline was the perfect extra ingredient to make it the best night of your life, as long as you weren't the loser. Ronnie's gang always competed against us. Whoever won got to keep the loser's car, plus all the cash from the bets. It was dangerous. I knew that firsthand, and for that reason, everyone trusted me when it got down to the wire. Ronnie and I had a friendly deal, but it could be broken as easily as tearing up a sheet of paper. And that night, I had to be on guard, not to mention win. Noah would need to keep her mouth shut. So I stopped at her door before it was time to head to the hotel where the gala was happening. I knocked 3 times and waited almost a minute before she came out. "What do you want?" she grunted. I walked past her into her room. Before my father had married her mother, it had been mine. "You know this used to be my gym?" I said, walking over to her bed. "Oh no, the poor little rich boy had to give up his machines," she joked. I stared at her, meaning to intimidate her, but as my eyes traced out the lines of her body, I couldn't help but admire it. My friends were right. She was hot, and I didn't know if that was good or bad, given my situation. Her hair was done up elaborately, pulled back in a bun with curls framing her face. It looked elegant and easygoing at the same time. What surprised me the most, apart from the light blue dress that hung to her feet and left little to the imagination, was her makeup. Her skin looked like alabaster and her eyes like two bottomless wells. I didn't usually like chicks with a bunch of makeup on, but I had to admit, those long eyelashes made me want to reach out and touch them. And those lips. That carmine color could make any man lose his mind. I tried to restrain the unexpected desire that overtook me and made the first nasty remark that came to my head. "Who did the paint job?" I asked. I could tell it had gotten under her skin when I saw the blood rise in her cheeks. "I did, so you'd keep your eyes off me," she said, turning around and grabbing a necklace off her nightstand. I could see her bare back and the silk of the dress like a waterfall. Without even realizing it, I walked over. My fingers were aching to feel that skin that looked so soft. "What are you doing?" she asked. Seeing her up close, I noticed not a single freckle was visible. I took the necklace out of her hands and lifted it up as if I were going to help her, but she clearly didn't trust me. "Come on, little sister. Am I that bad a guy?" I asked her, asking myself at the same time what the hell I was doing. "You're the worst," she said, snatching it back. When I felt her skin graze mine, my hair stood up on end. Damn it. I stepped back, frustrated at the feelings she was causing. My desire was taking over, and it was killing me to think that not only could I not touch her, I could barely even look at her. "I came to make sure you won't mouth off tonight," I said as she put on her necklace deftly. "Mouth off about what?" I was close enough to smell her perfume, which was almost intoxicating. "You know I've got things to do after the gala, and I don't want you making any smart comments when I tell my father I've got to go." "Oh, because you have to work on the case. Am I right?" I grinned. "You got it. Perfect. See you around, sister." "Not so fast, Nicholas." I stopped a few feet from the door and froze as I noticed that tickle in my stomach when she said my name aloud. "What do I get out of all this?" When I turned back, she had a smug, almost heart-shaped smile on her face. "What you get is I won't waste my time trying to make your life a living hell." Noah raised an eyebrow. "I don't see how you could do that." "Trust me, you don't want to find out either." "If you leave the gala, you're taking me with you. There's nothing that appeals to me less than being surrounded by people I don't know at someone else's party." "Sorry, Freckles, but as you might have realized, taxi driver's not a job I aspire to." As I said this, I pointed at my designer outfit. "Well, find an excuse that includes both of us, because I'm not going to play the perfect daughter while you take off for your secret illegal races." Shit. Just hearing her say it made me nervous. "Fine. I guess I can make something up," I said, just to put her off. When the time came for me to leave, she wouldn't even notice. "It's amazing how you managed to dupe everyone," she said. "You know my mother thinks you're the perfect son." "I am perfect in a lot of ways, babe. I couldn't help it. I was enjoying the conversation. Arguing with this girl was highly stimulating. Whenever you feel like it, I'll show you." She looked at me self-righteously. Normally, I couldn't beat the girls off with a stick. Just one look and they were all up on me doing whatever they could to please me. I had a rep. Women respected me and adored me at the same time. I gave them pleasure, and they gave me my space. It had always been like that since I was 14 and learned what a handsome face and a good body could make a woman do. But there was Noah, staring me down at every second, completely unperturbed by my presence. "Is that what you tell the girls to get them into bed?" she asked. "Well, with me, it's not going to work. Save your strength." When I absorbed her words, I could feel an uncomfortable pressure in my pants. I imagined tearing off her dress and doing all the things to her that I knew drove women wild. It would be fun, driving Noah wild until she couldn't stop shouting my name. Damn it. Don't worry about that. I like women, not girls with pigtails and freckles. I never wear pigtails, dumbass. I laughed and tried to relax. Now I did want to see her in pigtails. Well, I guess we've got a deal, I said, thinking it was time for me to go. I guess you think coming in here and telling me what to do is a deal? You got it, little sister. Bye now. Her eyes were ice cold. I walked off, not bothering to look back, but once outside I leaned against the wall. I'd never let myself get that out of control. Shit. I felt exposed, like a 13-year-old boy. I took out my phone and tried to clear my head. I'll come by your place before the party. I walked down the hall to the steps. I needed to blow off some steam before the night arrived, and with Anna was the best way to do it. 20 minutes later, I was at her door. Anna was the perfect cover-up for what would be happening that night. She was the daughter of one of the most important bankers in Los Angeles, and our fathers had known each other since college. Anna had grown up torturing me as she matured, and I had thrown myself at her feet when I was a kid and had no idea how to treat a woman. We'd learned together, and we both knew what the other liked. Plus, she never got out of line and never asked for explanations. When she came and opened the door, I dragged her off to her room. "What are you doing?" she asked when I locked the door and wrapped my arms around her. "It's called fucking. You might have heard of it," I responded as I threw her on the bed. She smiled and pulled her dress up provocatively. Unlike Noah, she wore her hair down, and her dress was so short I didn't have to work hard to get to what I was interested in. "We'll be late," she complained, bringing her face close to mine and kissing me on the mouth. "You know I don't give a shit," I said, taking her to ecstasy just as I found the calm I'd needed ever since that witch with freckles had first come into my life. 15 minutes later, I was adjusting my tie and lighting a cigarette on Anna's balcony. She walked up beside me, her dress now back in place, her hair combed, lips swollen from kissing. "How do I look?" she said, pressing her body into mine. I examined her. She was hot. Her body was hot. Her hair was dark brown, just like her eyes. I'd never gotten why Anna didn't have a real boyfriend. She could have had anyone she wanted. And yet, there she was, wasting time with a guy like me. "Great," I said, stepping away. I needed a few seconds to relax, finish my smoke, and visualize how this night was going to go. "Are you nervous about Ronnie?" she asked, leaning against the railing. She knew I needed my space, my alone time. That was why I kept going back to her. I took a drag and expelled the smoke slowly. Nah, I'm not nervous. Irritated was more like it. "Is it your stepmother?" She knew about my father's new marriage and how much the situation bothered me, despite my attempts to cover it up. "Her daughter," I said, stubbing the cigarette out on the sole of my shoe. "She doesn't know who I am or what I'm capable of," I continued. "You want me to make it clear to her?" she asked. And just imagining Noah and Anna facing off was both hilarious and upsetting. "No, I just need her to keep her mouth closed and stay out of my business." "You don't want to take her down the road to perdition?" Anna asked. For a second, I thought, yes, I do. Better to keep her away from it. I don't want her giving me more problems like she did last night. The wind shook Anna's hair away from her neck. I walked over to her and pushed it behind her ear. And then my brain looked for something that wasn't there. That tattoo, the knot, wasn't there. And just then, that tattoo was the only thing I wanted to kiss. I let her go, even though she clearly wanted more. "Let's go," I said. "We're going to be late." "Thought you didn't care." Anna's irritation was evident. "Right you are," I said, a little confused myself.
9.
Noah. As soon as Nick left, I sat on my bed to catch my breath. Races. That was my weak spot, all right. It was one of the few things I'd inherited from my father, one of the few things I had enjoyed doing with him. I remembered sitting on the floor at his feet, watching NASCAR on TV. My father had been one of the best drivers of his generation, until everything went bad. I could see my mother's face when she forbid me from ever returning to that world. Fast cars. Races. At just 10 years old, I'd known everything there was to know about driving. And when my legs were long enough to reach the pedals, my father had let me drive with him. It was one of the most incredible experiences of my life. I could still remember the euphoria of pure speed, the sand clinging to the windshield, getting in the car, the squeal of the tires. Above all, the peace of mind it gave me. Racing meant nothing else mattered. We were alone, the car and me. No one else. But that was then. My mother had since told me, in no uncertain terms, to stay away from racing, and I had to accept that, regardless of how much I missed it. I sighed, got up and grabbed my phone, which wouldn't stop vibrating. My friends didn't seem to miss me. They were going to another party that night, and they didn't seem to realize I was still in the group chat, able to read all the details about who and where and how much everybody was planning to drink. I was sad, but also irritated. Dan still hadn't called me. I was longing to hear his voice, to talk the way we'd talked before I left, for hours and hours. Why wouldn't he call me? Had he forgotten about me? With all these thoughts, I left my room and found my mother and Will in the vestibule. He was wearing a tux and looked like a Hollywood actor with his elegant bearing, which, sadly, his son had inherited. I had to admit that when I'd seen Nick in his black suit and white shirt, it had been hard not to stare or snap a photo. He was beyond handsome, but that was the only positive thing about him. The race, though, that had surprised me. So we had more in common than just a tattoo. My mother was dazzling. All eyes would be on her that night, and rightly so. "Noah, you're gorgeous," she said, beaming. But whatever. She was my mom. I would always be pretty to her. Nick looked me over and furrowed his brow, making me immediately uncomfortable. "Is something up?" I asked, surprised and annoyed. Surely he wasn't going to tell me to cover up. One thing would be if it was me thinking it, but him? I didn't know what I'd say back. But then his face relaxed. "Au contraire, you look stunning." "Just one little touch-up," my mother said, digging through her bag, pulling out a small bottle, and spraying my bare shoulders and neckline. "Now you'll make an even better impression." Whatever. My mother thought I was still a little girl in pigtails, as Nicholas put it. We went outside where a sparkling limousine was waiting for us. I was surprised, but at the same time fed up. I don't know why it surprised me. What else should I expect? But still, I couldn't get used to this fancy lifestyle. Will and my mom poured themselves glasses of champagne, and, to my surprise, offered me one, which I accepted with pleasure, drank in one gulp, and refilled before they could realize it. If I wanted to get through the night, those wouldn't be the last ones I had. Nicholas had already left. I envied his freedom to come and go and do as he pleased. I would have to get a job soon if I expected to have a car. No way I was going to depend on anyone else to get where I needed. I took my phone out of my clutch and saw that Dan hadn't called me, and there were no messages for me in our group chat. I took a few deep breaths and told myself he'd call. He'd probably lost his phone, or something else had kept him from just hitting the damn button and talking to me. That clouded my mood as we reached the hotel. To my surprise, a bunch of photographers were there waiting to immortalize the moment when William Leister would expand his company, and with it, his fortune. I felt so out of place that I would have taken off running if I wasn't wearing those damned high heels. "Nicholas should be here already," William said. His attitude was serious. "He knows the family photos come at the beginning of the dinner." This was the first time since I'd met Will that I'd seen him actually angry. We waited for 10 minutes in the limo while people shouted for us to come out so they could get a picture. It was ridiculous to stay huddled in there, but I guessed millionaires didn't mind making dozens of photographers wait for their damn snapshot. Then there was a commotion, and the photographers turned away and started shouting my stepbrother's name. "He's here," William shouted, irritated but also relieved. "Come on, honey," he told my mother and opened the door. As soon as I got out, I could see the photographers' flashes practically blinding Nick and his date. They looked like real movie stars, and they were being treated like they were too. How could so many people know his name? Our eyes met. I looked at him with indifference despite how handsome he was, and he scowled at me before turning back to his girlfriend, or friend with benefits, or whatever the hell she was. He kissed her on the lips, and the photographers went wild. When they separated, the people shouted for more. "Anna, how are you?" Will greeted Nicholas's date. He was clearly livid. "If you don't mind, we need to take some family photos, but we'll be back with you in a few minutes." What a gentle way of getting someone off your back. Anna eyed me up. I could tell she hated me, probably for all the trash Nicholas had talked. And I hadn't even had the pleasure of getting to know her. I ignored her and went over to my mother so we could take the damned photos and get them over with. We stood in front of the backdrop with ads for God knows what, and the flashes blinded me for a second. When my mother had married one of the most important lawyers and businessmen in the United States, I hadn't been surprised to hear she'd sometimes popped up in the papers or magazines. But this was totally crazy. Leister Enterprises. That was the logo you saw everywhere. I even saw actual stars. I freaked out when I spied Joanna Mavis in one corner in a dress that was out of this world. "Tell me that isn't my favorite writer," I said, grabbing the person next to me, whom I thought was my mother. But when my fingers touched that forearm, I realized it was too hard to be hers. "You want me to introduce you?" he asked, and I looked up at him, immediately retracting my hand. "You know her?" I couldn't believe it. "Yeah," he said, like it was no big deal. "My father's firm handles a lot of Hollywood big shots cases. From the time I was a kid, I've known more stars than probably anyone else in L.A. Famous people, like lawyers, they need them to stay out of jail. You'd be surprised how much it happens." I took a glass of champagne from a passing waiter with a nervous feeling in my stomach. "What about your girlfriend?" I asked to distract myself. "You didn't just leave her alone after that public display of affection, did you?" "Do you want an intro or not?" he asked. "You don't need to ask. It's obvious that I do. I've been a fan of Joanna for as long as I can remember. She wrote the best books of all time," I said. His attitude amused me. Some way he had of doing someone a favor. "Come on then, and don't start shrieking like a baby, please." "Oh God." Joanna smiled wide when she saw Nick coming over to say hi. "Nick, you look amazing," she said, giving him a hug. I was freaking out before. Now I was completely gaga. "Thanks. You're stunning as always. Have you seen Dad?" he asked. I analyzed each of Joanna's movements and engraved them in my memory. What I wouldn't have given to have a camera just then.
"Yeah, I congratulated him," she laughed.
"We need more lawyers like him." When the chit-chat was over, Nicholas turned to me. "Joanna, I'd like to introduce you to your #1 fan, my stepsister, Noah. I call her Freckles, though," he said. He was laughing, but in that moment, I couldn't care less. "You're the greatest. I absolutely love your books," I said, my voice cracking. "Amazing. All those years practicing these phrases in my mind to wind up saying the most cliché thing ever." Nicholas tried not to smirk, but I could see the sarcasm in his eyes. "Thanks," she said, and then hugged me. She hugged me. "You want a photo?" she asked, grabbing me and pulling me over next to her. "Man, I don't have a camera," I said. "Jesus, Noah, why do you think God invented cell phones?" said Nicholas. I smiled, realizing how flummoxed I must be. Joanna put her arm over my shoulders. Nick aimed his iPhone, and the greatest moment of my life was thus immortalized. "Thank you so much," I said, still amazed I was actually looking at her. "No problem, sweetie," she said before smiling and walking off with a friend. "You owe me one, little sister," Nick said, slipping his phone in his pocket, before leaning in and continuing in a whisper. "And that means keeping your mouth shut." I felt a shiver go up my spine when his hot breath touched my neck. I didn't care what I was getting myself into anymore. I couldn't stop smiling. That was until my phone buzzed. I opened my messages, expecting to see my photo with Joanna. And that was when everything came crashing down. My heart stopped. My hands started to shake, and I felt hot all over. It couldn't be. It was a photo, all right. A photo of Dan making out with a girl I knew better than I knew myself. "I can't believe it," I said under my breath. I had a knot in my throat, and if I'd wanted to, I could have shed several years' worth of tears I'd kept bottled up inside. "What's up?" I heard. I realized Nick was there, and he must have seen the photo flash across my screen. My breathing sped up. I felt betrayed, hurt, deceived. I had to get out of there. I pressed my phone into his chest and exited through the door to the left. I needed fresh air. I needed to be alone. I went into the bathroom and walked over to the mirror, leaning on the counter, looking at my feet. "Take it easy. Take it easy. Don't break down. Not now. Don't cry. They don't deserve it." I looked up at my reflection. What was it that hurt more? That the first guy I'd ever loved had cheated on me, or that he'd done it with my best friend? Beth. Beth!
I wanted to shout, to hit someone. I needed to do something with all that built-up rage. I needed to do something to keep from breaking into a million pieces.
Right when my whole life had been turned upside down, when I was totally alone in a new city with no friends, with no one at all, where no one even cared who I was. Son of a... I took a few deep breaths to calm down. They'd soon learn what I was capable of. Once I had myself under control, I returned to the hall where everyone was eating canapés and blabbing pleasantly about nonsense.
No one knew how much pain I was feeling just then, how bad I wanted to shout at all those superficial people that they had no idea what it meant to actually suffer. And I wanted to shove all those glasses of champagne onto the ground and watch them break.
Champagne. Good idea. I went straight to the bar.
A guy, Mexican maybe, was serving cocktails, and he turned to me as he wiped his hands with a damp towel.
"What can I offer you, ma'am?" he asked. I laughed and said, "I'm 17 years old, and you can't be much older, so don't talk to me like I'm one of these bougie bitches with a facelift," I said. To my surprise, he started cracking up. "You wouldn't say that if you didn't know your way around here," he said, looking at all the multimillionaires laughing it up behind me. Please don't even insinuate that I've got anything in common with these people. I'm here because my dumbass crazy mother decided to marry William Leister. Not because this is paradise for me," I said, draining the glass of champagne and handing it back to the bartender to refill it. "Wait a second," he said, looking behind him and then back at me. "You're Nicholas Leister's stepsister?" Dear God, not another of that dickhead's friends, please. "I am," I said, impatient to get served again and drown my miseries. "I feel sorry for you," he confessed, finally pouring the champagne. My mood was getting a little better. Anyone who hated Nick automatically had a place on the list of my favorite people in the world. What do you know about him, apart from his unquestioned reputation as a stuck-up asshole? I don't think you want to know, he said, refilling my glass a second time without needing to be asked. At that rate, I'd be drunk before midnight. If you're talking about the races, I already know, I said, realizing how much I wanted to get out of here. Was I really going to sit in that room full of people I didn't know but hated with all my soul? Was I going to stay away from the thing I loved the most just because my mom had asked me to? Had she asked me when she decided to turn our lives upside down? If I hadn't left, I'd still have a boyfriend and a best friend. Or maybe I'd had to leave to find out the truth. I'm going to the races, and you're taking me, I said, and I felt that tingle in my body I got when I was doing something bad, something risky, something liberating, something that told me I wasn't going to be the good girl everyone expected me to be. That night, I would do whatever the hell I wanted, and if I got my revenge too, then all the better.
10. Nick. I watched her walk off and understood nothing. Then I looked at the message under the photo. This is what happens when you leave town. Did you really think Dan would wait forever for you? Who the hell was Dan? And who was this bitch Kay to send a message like that? I didn't hesitate to open the photos on her phone. There were tons of pictures of her with some brunette chick, the same one in the other photo, I thought, and then some more with friends, and one in what looked like her old school. There I saw what I was looking for. This so-called Dan had Noah's face in his hands and was kissing her, and she couldn't stop laughing. I guessed she had known someone was taking their picture, so he'd cheated on her. I turned off the screen and put her phone in my pocket. I had no idea why, but I wanted to toss it in the bottom of the ocean. Something got to me when I saw that picture of Noah kissing another guy. I suddenly wanted to punch anybody who decided to get in my way that night. I went to the table with a card with my name on it. Noah was supposed to sit on one side of me and Anna on the other. Across from me would be my father and his wife. There were two other couples whose names I couldn't remember, but Dad had said I needed to show them the most charming and perfect version possible of William Leister's offspring. Not 2 seconds after I sat down, Anna appeared next to me. I could smell her perfume as soon as she did, and I leaned over to take a sip of the blood-red wine that had been poured into all the glasses. "Where's your sister?" she asked insolently. "She's upset because some guy cheated on her." Anna laughed. It pissed me off, honestly. "It's to be expected. She's a little girl," Anna said, and I could sense the contempt in her voice. I observed her for a moment as I analyzed her response. She sure seemed to dislike Noah, even though she barely knew her. It was true, she must not have appreciated Noah punching me in the face the night before. "Talk to me about something else. It's enough having her in my house," I said, setting my glass back on the table. Without realizing it, though, my eyes were already scanning the room for Noah. Most of the guests had already sat down, but she was at the bar on the other side of the room waiting for the bartender to come over. I stood up when I saw who it was and walked over firmly. I was absolutely not going to let Mario get to know my new stepsister. But I got there too late, hearing the words, "See you at the door in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes you'll be sitting in a limousine waiting to go back home," I interrupted them. "Hello to you too, Nick," she said. "Don't be an idiot," I said. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Mario was part of my past, and he absolutely couldn't get acquainted with Noah. It was too risky. He clearly knew what I was thinking, and that was why he hadn't hesitated 1 second to suck up to her. "Not everything concerns you, Nicholas," Noah said, and I had the urge to shut her up. "Can I have my phone back?" she asked, stretching out the palm of her hand. There wasn't a trace of the tears I'd seen in her before. Nothing. She was cold as ice. Today? Not next year, please? She was pushing it that night. Mario laughed and raised his hands as if to say he was giving up. I wouldn't mess with her, he said, as though he'd known her his whole life. Noah, stop playing. You don't even know him, I told her, trying to reason with her while I took the phone out of my pocket and slapped it down on her hand. I guess you do. Anyway, for your information, I'm going to those races you're trying so hard to keep secret. I stepped in, close. What have you been smoking, little girl? You better stay as far as you can from where I'm going, hear me? But Noah wasn't daunted. I can go and not say a word about where we're going tonight. Or I can stay here and tell your father everything. Your call. God damn it! I didn't get the attitude. Most girls, if their boyfriend cheated on them, would break down and run off to cry in a corner for days. And her reaction was to try to get under my skin? I was tired of all this. I couldn't waste my life dealing with her. I turned around and went back to my table. My biggest worry was that my father would find out what I was up to when I was out of the house. I'd always tried to keep my private and family lives apart. And now I had this miserable little snot-nose here who not only didn't care what I said, she had even decided to get mixed up in my business. After about 20 minutes, I stood up and went to the bar, where my father and his new wife were drinking and chatting with a couple of friends. When he saw me coming over, he smiled, and when I got there, he clapped me on the back. I hated that. I needed my space, and the fact that he was the one invading it only made matters worse. Are you headed out already? He asked. There was no reproach in his tone. Good. That meant I could leave without any problems. Yeah, I said, leaving my drink on a bar table. I've got to get up early tomorrow to keep working on the case. My father nodded. Noah already went home, so don't worry about it. You look tired. Go on home. I nodded, satisfied, and walked out with Anna at my side.
11. Noah. My mind was cloudy. The only thing that mattered to me was payback. Major payback. I kept thinking over and over about Dan's and Beth's lips touching. It was disgusting. Just imagining it made me want to throw up. I saw everything in red. I was blinded by hatred, pain, and a profound need for revenge. I was in my closet taking off my clothes, and on the other side of the wall was a boy I'd met 2 hours ago, who was patiently waiting on my bed for me to finish. I couldn't show up to the races in a ball gown, let alone in stiletto heels. I put on a pair of jean shorts and a blue tank top, and some ordinary sandals. You couldn't look like a goody two-shoes in a place like that. So I was happy to have on all that makeup, even if it wasn't my usual thing. I pulled the goddamn bobby pins out of my hair. I must have had 100 in. Let my long hair down, and then pulled it back in a ponytail. I had exactly one thought in my head. Hooking up with the hottest and baddest guy there. That would make me feel satisfied, less used, less deceived, and like less of an idiot, even if deep down I knew none of that could erase reality. I was destroyed and struggling to hold my heart together. Had Beth told Dan everything I'd confessed to her? Had they laughed at me while I was still trying to give it my all in my first and only relationship? Had they planned this? I took a deep breath and tried to swallow the pain. When I stepped out, Mario, the bartender I'd just met, stared at me admiringly, and I knew I'd achieved the effect I was going for. You look good, he said. He smiled, and I responded in kind but unenthusiastically. I wasn't in the mood for stupid compliments. Thanks, I said, grabbing my bag off the bed and heading for the door. Shall we? Mario stood up and followed me, and soon we were climbing into his car. Half an hour later, Mario turned off onto a secondary road surrounded by dry fields and red and orange dust. As we drove on, I could no longer hear the cars on the freeway. Instead, it was just repetitive music getting louder and louder. "You ever done something like this before?" Mario asked, one hand on the wheel and the other resting on the back of my seat. "I've been in quite a few races, yeah," I said in a surly tone. He looked over and then back at the road. Then I saw tons of people in the distance and neon lights around a deserted area full of badly parked cars. The music was deafening. The people there were between 20 and 30. Everyone was drinking, dancing, and partying like this was the last day of their lives. Mario stopped close to where most of them were and got out, waiting for me to do the same. "What is this place?" I asked him, and he chuckled. "Don't worry, these are the spectators. The important people are the ones over there," he said, pointing to the left where a big group of guys and girls were lying on the hoods of fancy, souped-up cars, with god-awful music blasting from their trunks. I saw fluorescent fabrics all around, and beneath the headlights, which were the main source of light out there, they glowed brightly. Many of the girls had painted their bodies, and even their faces in fluorescent paint. "I see you pay attention to details," Mario said. I had no idea what he was talking about, but then he pointed at my chest, and I saw that whatever my mother had sprayed all over me was now shining on my pale skin, like 1,000 little fluorescent dots. Ridiculous. "Honestly, I had no idea," I said. "Still and all is for the best," he said, looking at my shorts and my shirt. "Not just anyone can come here, and no offense, but you're dressed a little more modestly than most people here." Modest? The girls there could have been strippers if they'd just taken off their micro-minis and bikini tops. "I don't know if you know the deal here, but there are gangs or groups. Your brother is the leader of one, and it's important he beats Ronnie," Mario said when we were close to the cars that would be racing. Nick was a gang leader? That was unexpected, but I shouldn't have been surprised. From what little I knew of him, it made sense he'd be involved in something like that. He was violent, frightening, and a hard-ass, and he hid it with amazing aplomb whenever he was hanging out with the people he'd grown up around. But he was a rich kid. This kind of thing didn't happen in his world. What was a dude whose father was one of the most important lawyers in the country running a gang like the one I was looking at right now? Mario stopped next to a couple of guys who could have given me nightmares for a month straight. They had tattoos on their arms and were wearing baggy clothes and cross pendants, and all kinds of silver and gold chains. The girls beside them were dressed provocatively, but that was nothing compared to the ones near where we'd parked. Mario fist-bumped the guys like they'd been friends all their lives, and they started jostling each other and laughing. It was strange to see such warm camaraderie. If you just looked at them, they were terrifying. All the guys had fluorescent yellow bands around their forearms or wrists or in their hair. I realized all of them were members of the same gang, Nick's gang. "Who's the hot chick?" one asked, and they all laughed as they looked over at me. People kept showing up and walking back and forth, but not them. They stayed where they were. I didn't like the comment, but my only reaction was a scowl. Mario came to my aid. "Y'all aren't going to believe this, but she's Nick's stepsister," he said. I was disappointed. I didn't want anyone to know. I wanted to go unnoticed that night, or at least have a good time without getting labeled as the goody-goody gold-digger stepsister of Nick. If it was even possible, they laughed harder, and the girls looked at me with renewed interest. "Bring our new friend something to drink," a black guy said. He was holding a red cup and had his arm around the waist of a hot girl. She turned around, poured something into a cup, and passed it to me while the others went on talking and listening to their shrill music. "So you're our friend's new girl?" she asked, eyeing me up. I did the same. If she wasn't going to respect me, why should I respect her? She was black, tall, and very thin. Her hair was in thin braids that descended to her waist. She was wearing white shorts and a dark blue t-shirt. "Stepsister," I corrected her, grabbing my cup and looking at it with suspicion. You didn't put anything in it, did you? I asked. I didn't trust these people. I'd already been drugged once. I didn't need it to happen again. What kind of person do you think I am? She asked, offended. It's beer, and if you want anything weaker, you're in the wrong place. She turned so fast her braids almost hit me and walked away, swaying her hips sexily, causing many men there to stop and stare. You've only been here half an hour, and people are already placing bets on you, Mario said. What kind of bets? I asked, flustered. How soon you're going to need to throw away your beer and take off running back home? His face was expectant. So that was how it was. I glared at him, and all the guys looking at me like I was a joke, and drank the entire contents of that oversized cup. As I did, they started shouting louder and louder, and when I finished a little woozy, and with an urge to cough, all present clapped and whistled. I lifted the cup with a smile. Who's going to get me a refill? For a moment, I felt free and happy. The girl from before came back, this time with a smile on her lips. My name's Jenna, she said, handing me another cup. If you really want to win these boys over, let your hair down, drink this, and hook up with the best-looking one. In that order. I burst out laughing. Was she serious? And if she was, did I care? I'd gone there with one goal in mind. Get vengeance somehow on my disgusting ex-boyfriend and my ex-best friend. So letting my hair down and having fun, what was the harm in that? I think I'll listen to you, I told her, throwing away my hairband and letting my hair fall over my shoulders as I took a swig of something much stronger than beer. Jenna started dancing, amused. There was hardly any light there apart from the fluorescent yellow bands and the headlights farther off. I'm Noah, by the way, I said, realizing I'd failed to introduce myself. She smiled. She seemed nice. All of a sudden, I heard a commotion. The guys who were sitting on the hoods of the car got up and walked towards someone who was pulling up. Right away, I recognized Nick's SUV. Here comes the dream and nightmare of any girl with eyes, Jenna announced. Whatever, I thought. Nick was hot, but as soon as he opened his mouth, you wanted to take off running or start banging your head against the wall. I took another drink to keep from looking at him, counting the minutes until he'd come over and say something to me. It was fine. I expected it, and it would give me the chance to vent some of my frustration. But he didn't do it. Actually, he deliberately ignored me for half an hour. That surprised me at first, but I was grateful afterward because I was having fun with Jenna, enjoying her energetic way of talking and dancing to the hardcore music that was playing. I should introduce you to my guy, she said as I watched her, thinking to myself that she could sway her hips better than Beyoncé herself. I followed her to where all the people were standing. The other girls were drinking or talking, and 2 or 3 were flirting with guys, trying to get them to dance along. Jenna's boyfriend was the guy I'd seen with her when I'd gotten there, I thought. Just then, he was in the middle of a discussion with Nick. I tensed as I approached them, standing at some distance from everyone else. Lion! Jenna shouted, pulling on his shoulders and giving him a kiss on the cheek. Lion and Nick both turned toward us. Nicholas didn't look excited to see me. This is Noah, she said, spinning him all the way around so I could get a good look at him. Lion was the same height as Nick, and very striking with his green eyes, green like the mint in a mojito, and his perfectly sculpted muscular body. Jenna was one lucky woman. What's up, Noah? He said with a friendly smile, but keeping an eye on my stepbrother. Nice to meet you, I said, smiling back. I was really starting to like Jenna, and I didn't want her boyfriend to believe all the stuff Nick had certainly told him about me. Wow, you can be nice and everything, Nicholas said cynically. I geared up, ready to attack for the 3rd, maybe the 4th time. I wasn't in the mood for another fight, though, so I resorted to a universal gesture, raising my middle finger and walking off in search of something better to do. That was when I felt his arm loop through mine, pulling me toward a dark corner between two expensive cars. Jenna and her boyfriend watched us for a moment, but then she kissed him hard. It stung to see a couple that looked so good together, so happy. Not even 4 hours ago, I too thought I had the best guy in the world by my side. And now? "What do you want?" I asked Nick, expelling all my rage. He'd pushed me into the car, so I was trapped between him and the door of a gray BMW. He'd changed clothes. Now he was wearing jeans that left his Calvin Klein underwear exposed and a tight black t-shirt that showed off his muscular arms. He didn't answer, just looked at me briefly before grabbing my phone from my hand and showing me the screen with the photo that had broken my heart 2 inches from my face. "Who is this?" he asked me. Was he pretending to be interested in my private life? I reached out to grab my phone, but he pulled it away, observing my reaction. "What do you care?" I hissed with as much contempt as I could muster. "Me? I couldn't give less of a shit. But I'm guessing it must be your boyfriend, or your ex-boyfriend if you've got any self-respect. And since women are all basically the same, I'd imagine that your main goal tonight, besides pestering me, is getting your revenge on this dickhead." How could he know that? Was it so obvious that payback was the one thing on my mind? He continued. "So, let me offer my assistance. I'll kiss you, and we'll take a bunch of photos of it. And in exchange, you'll take your ass back home. I don't want you here, Noah." I was shocked and needed some time to absorb what he'd said. As I lingered there, he stared at whatever was happening behind me. Kiss this idiot? Never. And yet, if I thought about it, he really was hot. And maybe I wasn't into it exactly, but I knew perfectly well how that bastard Dan would take it. He had a big head and thought he was the best-looking guy at the school, and nothing would bother him like seeing me with the guy who was obviously his physical superior. "Fine," I said. From Nick's expression, I could see he'd assumed I wouldn't go along with it. "I want that fucker to feel like the biggest piece of shit in the world, and if I've got to kiss you to make that happen," I shrugged. "Then so be it. But I don't want to go anywhere else tonight. I'm having fun, so here's the deal. You offer me your body to help me get revenge on my stupid ex-boyfriend, and I promise I won't crash any more of your parties." He smiled, and I looked back at him confused. What was so funny? "You're honestly fucked up in the head. You know that, right?" He shook his own head in disbelief. "I'm in a bad, bad place right now, and all I care about is seeing that bastard suffer as much as I'm suffering right now." I could hear the pain in my voice. That photo kept flashing over and over in my mind, tormenting me. I didn't care that Nick was my stepbrother, or that he was a grade-A imbecile. I wanted vengeance, that was it. I knew the drinks I'd had that night were affecting my judgment, but I didn't care. "So are you going to kiss me or not?" I dared him. Nick laughed. That pissed me off. So I did something I'd been wanting to do ever since I met him. I raised one foot and kicked him straight in the shin. He shouted, more from surprise than pain. "Stop laughing, jerk-off. There are plenty of dudes here. If you're not going to do it, someone else will." As soon as I'd spoken, I got ready to walk off and show him I was serious. "That's not going to happen," he said brusquely. "I want you out of here, so get over here." He pulled me over to the hood of the car, where no one else at the party could see us, thankfully. I hopped up on the hood, and Nicholas looked at my legs, my waist, my chest, my eyes. "You must really be pissed to do this," he said, pulling out the iPhone and turning on the camera. "You must be really desperate not to see me anymore," I counterattacked, pretending I wasn't nervous at all. I could barely stand him. I hated him, actually, and for the same reason, it made me happy to know I was using him for my benefit. He didn't say anything back. He just opened my knees with his hands and got between them. While he held the phone with one hand, the other stroked the bare flesh of my thighs. Despite what I'd thought, or what I wished I'd thought, that contact didn't leave my body indifferent. "Just get it over with," I said, and he looked irate. But his left hand grabbed the nape of my neck, and he slammed his lips into mine. I couldn't suppress a tickle in my stomach. His lips were soft, his chin prickly with a slight growth of beard. He kissed me angrily, as if he were making me pay for all the arguments we'd had since we met. I realized then that I hadn't heard the camera click. I shoved him as hard as I could, but only managed to move him a few inches. "Why don't you take the photo already?" This was the closest he'd ever been to me, and the best view I'd ever had of those bright eyes with their long lashes. He wasn't hard to look at. My God, the son of a bitch was making my legs tremble. It didn't matter how much I hated him. "How about you open your mouth without making some stupid-ass comment, and we can finally get this over with?" he replied. He lifted the phone to the height of our heads. As I watched him, my lips grew involuntarily moist. Then he pulled me into him. He kissed me. I heard the click. He put his tongue in my mouth, and when he started to move it, I felt suddenly weightless. Our lips were moving in unison, and it wasn't just because of the photo. I liked feeling what I felt just then. My entire body was burning with passion for the moment, and deep down in my soul, I knew I had my revenge. I was enjoying that kiss, and I couldn't wait for my ex-boyfriend to find out. His hands were back on my legs. This was lust, pure, undiluted lust and hate. We hated each other. We couldn't stand each other, and that made it okay for us to use each other in this way. I reached up and ran my hand through his dark hair. Screw being prudent. His hands were on my lower thighs, squeezing them, making me shiver, making parts of my body I'd prefer not to name catch fire. He bit my lower lip, and I wanted to scream. "Don't stop," I said when he reached my waist. I wanted him to keep going, wanted him to make me forget all I was feeling at that instant, to make all my sorrow vanish, all my demons. I wanted to use him for that, use him the way so many boys use girls. I wanted... He pulled away. I opened my eyes. What was he doing? "You've got your photo," he said, and dropped the phone into my hand. I was panting. I was angry that he'd stopped. I was angry that the one time he did something right, he had to mess it up. I was angry because he was incorrigible, and I hated everything he, his father, and his godforsaken life had done to mine. "That's it?" I asked. My cheeks were on fire. My body was yearning for him to touch me again. "Try to stay out of my way tonight," he warned me. What had happened? What had we just done? I watched him as he walked away, feeling a strange, indescribable sensation.
12. Nick. I thought I was going to explode just then. Each of my nerve endings had awakened with a burning, unsettling intensity. My anger grew as I walked over to my friends. Why the hell had I kissed her? Why had I entered her game? Since when did I let a girl get me so hot without me taking the reins? The answer to all these questions had 4 letters. Noah. Since I'd seen her tonight, I hadn't been able to get her out of my head. I didn't know if it was the attraction of the forbidden, since she was my stepsister, or if I needed somehow to feel I could control her, put out that fire that kept shooting out of her mouth, and make her act like all the other women I'd known and managed to control. But Noah was completely different from all of them. She didn't throw herself at my feet. She didn't get weak in the knees when she looked at me. She didn't back down when I challenged her. No, she'd answer back, and her reactions were fiercer than mine. It was exasperating and exciting at the same time. Mentally, I couldn't stop telling myself that she was an unbearable, whiny little bitch that I should ignore, but my body was betraying me, and I didn't know what the hell to do. I'd kissed her. I'd offered to do it not because I gave a damn about her getting revenge on her ex-boyfriend or wanted her out of the party. It was just pure desire. I wanted to taste her, to feel her. As soon as I saw her that night, I wanted to get between her legs and make her mine. It was uncomfortable, hellishly uncomfortable and frustrating, especially since I couldn't stand her. Why did she have to be so goddamn attractive? Her shorts left most of her long legs free to excite me. She was daring any man to reach out and touch them, to kiss her. Her hair drove me wild, especially when she let it down to frame her face, which was flushed from the alcohol. But more exciting still were her lips, soft as velvet and sharp as steel when she wanted to say something wounding. She'd driven me crazy when she'd opened her mouth, when her tongue had interwoven with mine without shame, without hesitation. It was nothing like any other girl I'd kissed before. She'd followed my rhythm, let me take control, and I'd bitten her lip from pure carnal desire because I'd wanted to consume her, but also let her know who was in charge. "That's it?" she'd asked me, cheeks flushed, eyes bright with longing. What the fuck did she want me to do, though? If she wasn't who she was, I'd have taken her straight to the backseat of my car. If she wasn't so damn hard to put up with, I'd have given her the best night of her life. If she wasn't turning my whole world upside down. "Dude, where were you? The first race is about to begin," Lion shouted from the place where he'd parked my black Ferrari next to my enemy's souped-up Audi. That was exactly what I needed. Discharging all that built-up tension at 170 miles per hour down a sand track in the middle of the night and leaving one of the losers from Ronnie's gang in the dust. I needed to blow off steam, feel the adrenaline. Adrenaline was better than desire. Better than knowing that I wouldn't have the one thing I really wanted that night. "Tell Kyle I've got this one," I said, walking over to the car. My friends were waiting for me, having fun before the flag came down, drinking, dancing, in a good mood because they assumed we'd take the night's prize money. That was the deal. $15,000 was on the line, plus the loser's car in the final. I'd been putting off a race against Ronnie too long. Not because I feared losing, anything but. The problem was that he was a thug and a bad sport. Every year the pot got bigger, and every year there was more tension between our two gangs. He'd made it evident what would happen if things got out of hand. Everyone here knew the rules. There were 4 gangs competing that night, and each had brought in its best drivers. 8 different cars were racing in total. We drew to find out which gang would compete against which, and we had 2 separate brackets. There would be 3 races per bracket until one was left, and that person would race the winner from the other bracket. That made 6 races in total, not counting the final. And I was going to be in that final. Since I'd started racing 5 years before, my team had always won. Ronnie respected me, but I knew he'd fuck me over if he ever got the chance. I was from a good family. I wasn't in it for the money, and that got to him. He needed the cash, needed it to buy drugs and keep the guys in his gang in line. It was one thing to throw money around, another to play with the one thing that seemed to matter to him. If he lost his car, I'd need to be ready for trouble. I ran a hand along the roof of my Ferrari. I loved that damn car. It was perfect. The fastest. The best purchase I'd ever made. I only let people I trusted drive it. My car, my rules. That was the deal. Driving was a privilege. Everyone in my gang knew that. "Kyle's gonna be mad, bro," Lion said with an awkward expression. After the drawing, we decided how to divvy up our guys. The 4 gangs were equally represented in both brackets. I knew Kyle had been gunning for Greg, the guy I'd be going against. But sorry, I was driving in this race myself. I looked over at Lion. I was glad he was there that night. He was one of my best friends. I'd met him in one of the worst periods of my life, and we'd been inseparable ever since. I was the one who introduced him to his girl Jenna. She was the daughter of oil execs and had grown up in the same development as me, and we'd known each other since we were kids. She was still in high school. She wasn't like the other daughters of millionaires. She was special, and I cared about her a lot. Lion had been hung up on her from the first moment he saw her. "Fuck Kyle," I said. Lion probably thought that was over the line, but he didn't say anything. He knew when I wasn't in the mood for bullshit, and just then, I definitely was not in the mood. "The second curve is tighter than the first, so brake early or you'll skid off the road," he told me as I got in the car and put it in gear. From 15 feet away, people were already shouting euphorically, anxious for the race to begin. 2 girls were holding the fluorescent flags, ready to motion for us to take off. "Got it," I said, and I couldn't help but add, "Keep an eye on Noah." I squeezed the wheel tightly as I realized she was still stuck in my head. I couldn't help it. I needed to know someone was taking care of her. This kind of party was dangerous for a girl like her, and Lion knew that better than anyone. "Don't worry, Jen is all over it." That eased my mind. But then I looked where he was looking. There, with a fluorescent bandana tied around her head as though she were a member of my gang, was Noah, arms locked with Jenna, smiling radiantly. She was euphoric, drunk and euphoric. Damn it. "See you at the finish line," I said, the way we always did when we raced. The flags came down, the engine roared, and the wind in my face made me forget those honey-colored eyes and that scandalous body. We'd won all the races so far. Elsewhere, on the other sand tracks, all the competition had been eliminated. Just Ronnie was left. No surprise. My guy Kyle was good, but Ronnie was one of the best. The final was going to be tough, and I was nervous about the outcome. I still had 20 minutes to go, and I was leaning on my car, drinking a beer and smoking a cigarette. Noah was with Jenna. They were living it up, as far as I could tell. Dancing, drinking, just having fun. I got it. Noah probably thought she could drink away the memories of her boyfriend. I kept an eye on her every movement. "You're being weird tonight," a familiar voice said from behind my back. I turned to Anna when I felt her warm breath on my neck. Just like me, she had changed. She was wearing a skimpy dress that revealed her huge boobs and thin legs. She was gazing at me with desire. We always looked at each other that way. "It's not the best night," I said, trying to get her to understand she shouldn't expect any sweet nothings from me. "I could make it a lot better," she said, sidling up to me and giving me a view of her cleavage. "All you've got to do is come with me," she added seductively. I had 15 minutes till the last race, and the truth was I could use a little release with Anna in the back of my ride. "Make it quick," I said, dragging her to my car. 15 minutes later, we went back to where everyone was standing waiting on the finale. Sex with Anna had helped me clear my head. I could have whoever I wanted. There was no need to get all hung up on some 17-year-old. And then I saw her. Everyone had moved from the starting line to the finish. Normally, Lion and Jenna always stayed behind, but there wasn't a trace of them. I saw just one thing before my black Ferrari took off without me. The reddish-blonde hair of my stepsister in the rearview mirror.
13. Noah. After what had happened with Nick, I decided to stay away from him tonight. That was what he'd asked for, after all. What had happened between us was weird, but it was pleasant. Then he'd opened his mouth, and I remembered who I was dealing with. Still, I'd gotten what I wanted. I'd gotten my revenge on Dan. Even if deep down I realized that nothing could make me feel better after the two people who mattered most to me had betrayed me behind my back. The photo Nick had taken had shaken me. I'd never taken photos of Dan and me kissing. For that matter, Dan had never kissed me like that. When I looked at the picture, I got goosebumps. You could see us in it in profile, his lips half open and pressed into mine. Our eyes closed, enjoying the moment. My cheeks were bright red. Nick's face was hard, cold, irresistible. He really was attractive. Dan would be climbing the walls. I knew it. He was just that egotistical, even if normally he saved his self-centered attitude for other people and didn't make me a victim of it. I sent him the picture of him cheating so he'd know I had it. Then I wrote a text under the photo of Nick and me before sending it. All I needed was 4 hours to find a bigger man than you. Thanks for opening my eyes. By the way, in your picture, you look like a fish sucking air. Learn to kiss, douchebag. I looked at the photo of him and Beth kissing. His face still drew me in, but I knew that with that message, our relationship was over. I would never see him again, and for the first time, I was happy there was a border between us. As for Beth, I just wrote her a 2-word message that I sent along with the photo of her and Dan kissing. We're done. I exhaled all the air I'd been holding in. That was it. With that, 9 months of romance and 7 years of friendship were finished. I felt my eyes grow damp, but I didn't spill a single tear. To hell with them. They didn't deserve it. I put my phone in my back pocket and tried to find Nick. Last I saw him, he was leaning against his black Ferrari and drinking a beer. I turned around and walked straight over to Jenna. We danced, laughed, entertained ourselves. My new friend was crazy. Now and then she'd run off to make out with her boyfriend, and I'd remember what had happened and feel depressed. I tried to distract myself watching the races. I loved the sport, and it brought back some of my favorite memories from back when going to the races was an everyday thing for me. I noted the techniques of all the different drivers. Nick's friend was pretty good, but Nick was better. His first race impressed me. As the night went on, I found myself analyzing the different strategies and asking myself what was missing, how to increase our side's advantage. The problem was the second curve. If you hit it too slow, you fell behind. If you took it too fast, you risked spinning out. I was dying to get on the track. I felt like I could do it better. I wanted to feel the wind in my face, the adrenaline in my body that speed always brought with it. Feel that control over the car, knowing I was the one telling it where to go. These thoughts were swirling in my head when I realized the last race was about to begin. This guy Ronnie was racing against Nicholas. If I had the chance, I thought, I could smoke him with my eyes closed. Everyone had gotten in their cars and driven over to the finish line. Jenna, Lion, and I had to stay behind, but they left for a second to get her car. Nicholas had vanished too, taking off toward his SUV with that dark-haired bimbo. So there I was, alone, with a rocket ship just waiting for someone to get behind the wheel. I saw Ronnie walk over to his tuner and glance over at me. He was a scary dude. He was ripped like a gladiator and had hundreds of tattoos all over his arms and back. "Yo, babe," he said, leaning his forearms on the hood. "Who are you?" I was intimidated, but I thought it was smart to answer him. "Noah," I said. "I've been watching you," he admitted. "I know how to tell a chick who knows this game from one who's just standing around, and you know this game," he said, slapping the hood. "I might have raced a time or two," I said, wondering where everyone else was. I didn't like the way that dude was looking at me. He gave me the creeps. "I can imagine," he said. "Why don't you race me then?" Was he really proposing what I thought he was proposing? "You're supposed to race Nicholas," I said doubtfully. "Yeah, but Nicholas ain't here, is he?" I felt the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Racing again. That was what I wanted, what I needed. And it was true. Nicholas wasn't there to tell me no. "I don't think it's a good idea," I said, biting my lip, but seeing the keys of the Ferrari in the ignition. Ronnie clicked his tongue and walked over slowly. It's actually a great idea, I thought, but I kept that to myself. "Nick already got behind the wheel tonight, and it's about time he lets a woman try, no?" Guys like Nick were the reason nobody took girls like me seriously. "Or are you scared?" Ronnie added. He knew how to hit me where it hurt. That infuriated me, and I was sure he could see my answer on my face before I opened my mouth. "You're on," I said with a smirk. He grinned back at me. "Good job, Precious. See you at the starting line." I knew what he was thinking, that he could beat me like a cheap rug. Well, I hate to tell you, Ronnie, but I forgot to mention that you're racing against the daughter of a NASCAR champ. The car was dope. Leather seats, impeccable body, and the roar of that motor, what a pleasure. What memories. I slid it into gear and rolled slowly to the starting line. No one knew who was inside. No one but my adversary. I smiled like a little kid. I didn't want to think about the consequences. Didn't want to think of how Nick would probably kill me. I just wanted to have fun. Come on, Ronnie, you hard ass. When the flags gave the signal, I stomped the accelerator, and in under a second, I was off. It was moving, liberating, relaxing, scary. Nothing could have been better. I hadn't done anything like that in years. I couldn't remember the last time I'd done something for me, something I liked, something that didn't have to do with my mom or her husband or my ex-boyfriend or ex-best friend. I was free as a bird and in a state of pure ecstasy. Ronnie was gunning it next to me. I stepped down harder and shouted like crazy as I glided past the first curve, leaving him behind. "Hell yes," I shouted. But the second curve was fast approaching, and that was the tough one. So I asked myself the million-dollar question: slow down and avoid danger, or push it to the limit and risk running off the track? Needless to say, I chose the second. I accelerated while calculating the absolute minimum I could slow down at the key moment to round the curve in safety. When I saw it up close, I realized it was tighter than I thought at first. Shit, I was going to start spinning out. I braked and jerked the wheel with all my strength, hearing the sand hitting the car, the tires squealing under the abuse. I clenched my jaw and shouted when I made it through without killing myself. The motor growled, telling me to go faster, and who was I to say no? "Yes!" I shrieked, seeing Ronnie behind me almost on my bumper. In his reflection in the mirror, his face was enraged. He knew he was losing. "Suck it!" I shouted in bliss. "All you big-shot macho dickheads can suck it!" I'd made it through the hard part. The rest was a cakewalk. I sped up toward the finish line. Another mile or two, and I had him. My heart was racing. I was thrilled. And then Ronnie hit me from behind. I lurched forward. The seatbelt dug into my chest. "You fucker," I said and gripped the wheel tighter. Ronnie was a maniac. He kept slowing down and speeding up, trying to ram me again. I rocked to one side to avoid a third attempt, but he followed me, this time striking me to the right. That son of a bitch was destroying my car. I pulled right quickly and gave him a taste of his own medicine, almost breaking off his side mirror. And when I saw he was distracted and more pissed off than ever, I put the pedal to the floor, ready to reach my destination. Just a few more feet. 3, 2. Then it was over. I'd crossed the finish line. The screams were deafening. People were waving their hands and their fluorescent bandanas in the air. It was wild, the feeling of winning, knowing I'd left that thug in the dust. I braked next to the mass of spectators, looked in the rear view, and saw Ronnie getting out of his car in a fury. He kicked the door of my car. I just laughed. Then someone appeared in my window, opened the door, and pulled me out of the interior, almost lifting me in the air. "Are you out of your fucking mind?" Nicholas said. He looked rabid. "Jesus, Nicholas!" I'd never seen him so mad, not even when we'd fought at the party the night before, and he'd been handing out beatings like they were candy. His hair was messy. It looked like he'd been pulling on it, and his gaze told me he wished I was dead and buried and he'd never have to lay eyes on me again. I was so scared, I blurted out the first thing that came into my head. "I won, though." Face almost touching mine, he asked, "Do you have any idea what you've done?" I was terrified, but I wasn't going to let him cow me. So I shook and shook until he had to let me go. "Don't you dare yell at me." That rich fucker. It wasn't like I'd wrecked his car. I'd taken perfect care of it. Whatever damage it had received was the fault of that dumbass Ronnie. Plus, I'd won the race. I'd won. That was when Jenna and Lion came over, leaving behind the chaos. As I pricked up my ears, I heard screaming and whistling coming from all around. "Cheater! Cheater!" That meant the public was on my side. They'd seen Ronnie playing dirty. He'd broken the rules and rear-ended me. That was strictly illegal, especially in a car like that, which wasn't made for harsh impact. "Let her go, Nicholas," Lion said, but his face was no friendlier than Nick's. Jenna's expression was nasty too, and that surprised as well as hurt me. "Here comes Ronnie," she said, and Nicholas released me so abruptly that I hit my back against the car. What the hell was going on? Why was everyone so pissed off? Nicholas turned around with his fists clenched. "You broke the rules, Leister, and you know exactly what that means," Ronnie said, clearly furious, but with a grin across his face full of piercings and tattoos. "Bullshit," Nicholas said. Lion was next to him, and the other guys in his gang approached to give him support. Ronnie's crew did the same. Less than a minute had passed, and I still had no idea what was going on. "It's not my fault if someone else gets in my car and drives on the track. There's no way you're pinning that on me." Now I started to see what was going on. "She's a member of your gang, Leister. That makes her your responsibility." "No, she's not," Nicholas said, but then he turned and looked at me. I saw surprise in his eyes, and anger again. Or rather a new anger, 3 times as fierce as the old. "She's got the bandana on. That means she's in the gang," Ronnie blustered. Now I got it. The bandana made me a member. But if I was, then what was the problem with me racing in Nicholas's place? "You broke the rules, Leister. The final was between you and me, so that makes me the winner." All those behind him howled in agreement, and his eyes seemed to dare us to say otherwise. "This is bullshit," Nicholas said, stepping forward. Lion did the same, his fists pressed into his hips. With that dumbass smile of his, Ronnie started shaking his head even as Nicholas was speaking. "You can go ahead and hand over the 15,000 and that baby right there," he said, looking at Nick's black Ferrari. What the? I stepped forward. I didn't care who was standing across from me. I could feel Nick getting tenser, but before he could push me back, I spoke. "You were the one who told me to race you," I shouted. And I beat you. A 17-year-old girl beat you. Ronnie's face was twisted into an expression of wrath. I thought he'd kill me. But that wouldn't stop me from saying what I had to say. I wounded your puny little masculine ego, and now you want to try to make everyone think you've got some right to the money and the car? I would have continued, but Nicholas got in front of me. Shut your mouth and get in my car, he said through clenched teeth. Now. Fuck that, I shouted, looking past him to Ronnie. I wasn't going to let that fuckhead manipulate the situation to his benefit. And there was no way in hell I was letting him take the car. I won the race. He never even took the lead. You should learn how to race, dumbass. Nick's gang shouted their agreement. That made me feel better. Someone pulled me back as Nick turned to Ronnie with the veins in his neck ready to explode. I saw Ronnie's face and thought they might beat each other to death. Shut up, Noah. Now, Jenna said in my ear. You're going to make this worse than you can imagine. I didn't respond. Nick and Ronnie were staring each other down. A fight seemed inevitable. But then Nick grabbed the keys from me and handed them over. No. I'll send you the cash tomorrow, he said, feigning calm. All around us was silence. Ronnie smiled, took the keys, and started spinning them around his finger. Nicholas was struggling to breathe, and I could tell he was seething, ready to explode. Yo, try to keep that bitch at home, Ronnie said. That was when Nicholas lost it. It happened so quickly no one saw it coming. His fist struck Ronnie's jaw with such force he laid him out over the hood of his car. Fists started flying all around me. The two gangs were going at it, and now I was in the middle of that inferno. Someone hit me from behind, and I fell face first on the ground, scratching my knees and hands. Noah! Jenna shouted, kneeling to help me get up. They were fighting like their lives depended on it. I was in a panic. There were more than 50 muscular, scary guys there throwing blows. Someone grabbed my arm and pulled Jenna and me away at the same time. It was Lion. His face looked stony and determined. His lip was bleeding. He spit on the ground as he struggled to get us out. Get in there and lock your doors, he said, pointing at Nick's SUV. Lion hopped in the driver's seat and pulled out, coming to a stop where Nick was beating on a now disoriented Ronnie. Nick! He shouted as loudly as possible, making himself heard over the group of men fighting and falling. Nick punched Ronnie one more time in the stomach and ran toward us. His lip was busted, his cheek bruised. He'd barely hit the passenger door when Lion turned the wheel and hit the gas. That was when I turned around. My heart froze. Ronnie was lifting up a handgun and pointing it at the back of the car. Get down! I shouted as the rear windshield shattered into a million pieces. And then we started racing away, and I thought I'd lose my mind. Fuck! Nicholas and Lion screamed. Jenna and I were shouting as well. Son of a, Nicholas said while Lion pulled out onto the highway. At this hour of night, there wasn't a single car in the road, and I was grateful to see Lion wasn't worried about the speed limit. I turned back and saw several other cars doing the same, but as long as I didn't see Ronnie, I could breathe easy. Are you okay? Nicholas asked, looking first at me, then at Jenna. Jenna, talk to me, Lion said, looking into the rear view, face heavy with worry. That goddamn son of a bitch! She shouted hysterically. I was trembling from head to toe. I see you're good as ever, Lion said, laughing despite his nerves. Find a gas station, Nick said. I was petrified, scared to even breathe too loudly. No one had ever pointed a gun at me in my life. Ronnie had looked me in the eyes before shooting. I'd have that image of his face in my head for a long time. I couldn't take it all in. How had things gotten so out of control? I was on the verge of a breakdown. First, there had been Dan and Beth. Then the adrenaline that had run through me for the first time in years. The good and bad memories it had awakened. The weakness and guilt I'd felt when Nick had to give his car to that asshole. the pain in my knees and hands, which were bleeding from the fall.
As the rush faded away, I started to grasp all that had happened.
10 minutes later, in uncomfortable silence, we arrived at a gas station that was open all night. Lion cut the engine and got out to open the door for Jenna and give her a long, passionate hug. Nick got out at the same time and walked inside. I didn't move. I couldn't watch him. I didn't want to. I felt guilty. Everything that had happened had been my fault. And that fight could have been 1,000 times worse. I had no idea what Ronnie was doing with a gun, but I'd at least figured out that those races were nothing like the ones I'd seen as a girl, and the people here were nothing like the people back there. This was dangerous. There was a lot of money on the line, and the drivers were all criminals. I'd left a gang member looking ridiculous and forced my newly acquired stepbrother into a fight. The situation had been bad to start with, but now it was worse than I could imagine. Nicholas emerged from the gas station with a full bag and handed bandages, alcohol, and a bottle of pain reliever to Jenna and Lion. One of the guys fighting had split open her forehead. Lion cleaned her up and made sure she was all right. Nicholas came around to the other side of the car.
He took out alcohol and a bandage without bothering to look at me.
He emptied a bottle of water on his head, shook out his hair, and then opened my door. I tried to get out. I could take care of my own wounds, but he wouldn't let me. "Give me your hands," he said in an inexpressive tone. His lip was destroyed, the bruise on his cheek awful, and all of it had been my fault. I felt a knot in my stomach. "I'm sorry," I whispered so softly I didn't even know whether he'd heard. He took one of my hands and delicately cleansed the wound, which was full of blood and dirt. I didn't know what to say. I'd have preferred he yell at me or tell me how stupid and terrible I was, but instead, he just tended to my injuries. Behind us, Jenna and Lion were talking softly, sweetly. She was now looking after him. Nicholas looked at me only once before walking around to the driver's seat. Minutes later, we were back on the road. No one said a word, not even Jenna or Lion. It was then that I realized I had fucked up bad.
14. Nick. 4 days later, and I still hadn't shown up at home. After what happened at the races, I didn't want to even stick my head in. I wasn't sure how I'd react when I came face to face with Noah again. A small part of me wanted to strangle her and make her pay for what her stupid little game had cost me. My car, my black Ferrari, which had cost more than $200,000, and the definitive end of my truce with Ronnie's gang. That fucker had tried to shoot us in the back. I still remember the feeling in my chest as I heard the shot and Noah screaming in the back seat. I hadn't wanted to look back. I'd been scared at what I'd find. I'd never known that kind of fear before. And all that because some dumb girl had been incapable even once of paying attention to what she was told. When I had seen her race, I had felt completely powerless. I had no idea where she'd learned to drive like that, but she had sure beaten Ronnie's ass. I had to admire the way she'd taken that second curve. Not even I would have had the balls to hit it at that speed. But all that told me was how little survival instinct she had. And then I couldn't get out of my head that kiss I'd given her, or how much I wanted to do it again. I couldn't forget those full, savory lips, that body. They drove me wild. Damn it! I couldn't go home. I didn't know how I'd act. One part of me, the perverted one, the one that clearly didn't need my head to think, wanted to grab that girl with her blonde hair and honey-colored eyes and do it all to her. Make her pay for losing my most treasured possession. The other wanted to make her afraid to even be near me, to even breathe too loudly when I was in the room. The first option was the more attractive, and admitting it made me hate myself. I'd been partying for 4 days straight, staying up till the early morning and always waking up with a different girl. Ronnie and I were done forever after what had happened, and I was worried about how he'd act the next time we saw each other, which would happen sooner than later since we moved in the same circles. Amazing. That girl had screwed up everything in no time whatsoever, and to make it worse, I still had to see her every damn morning once I returned home. I went home once I'd fixed the back windshield of my car. I was in a bad mood, and it was about to get worse. I parked in my spot, put on my sunglasses. My hangover was killing me. And I walked to the door, thinking I'd just disappear into my room for the rest of the day, but no dice. As soon as I walked in, I heard a shout coming from the kitchen that made me curse under my breath and pray for the patience I'd need to put up with that moment. I walked slowly to the kitchen, where my stepmother, her daughter, and Jenna were having breakfast at the island. Noah, my personal blonde hell. She seemed thrown off when she saw me walk in. Her skin was tan, her hair blonder and more colorful than the last time I'd seen her. She was wearing a swimsuit, but a towel wrapped under her armpits covered up most of it. She was dripping water onto the counter over her bowl of cereal. Jenna was doing basically the same, but with no towel and with that welcoming smile she reserved for friends and family. So they were friends now?
Nick, you're finally back. Your dad was calling you all day yesterday,
Rafaela said gently, but her face seemed to tell me she'd been up all night. Unlike Noah, who seemed happy to just throw on whatever, she took good care of her appearance, and had pulled her platinum hair back and was wearing a suit of neatly ironed white linen. She was taking her new role as Mrs. William Leister seriously. "I've been busy," I said, cutting her off as I walked to the fridge and took out a beer.
"What's the deal, Nick? You aren't going to say hi?"
Jenna said, turning around in her chair to face me. I gave her a nasty look. Jenna knew perfectly well that I wasn't in the mood. Why didn't she act like Noah and just shut up and eat her cereal? I grunted, brought the beer to my lips, and noticed how Noah was trying to act completely unaffected by my presence.
"Nicholas, your father was calling because we're going to New York tonight,"
Rafaela said, getting my attention.
"He's got a conference and he wants me to go. I'd like it if you could stay here with Noah. I don't want her all alone in such a big house and—" "Mom, I told you I'm fine,"
my stepsister said with a scowl.
"I can stay here by myself. Anyway, Jenna will stay here and keep me company. Right, Jenna?"
Jenna nodded, shrugging, looking first at me and then at Noah. So she was trying to ignore me, and she wanted me to leave. Interesting. "I'll stay," I said, not really knowing what I was getting into. By the face she made in response, I could tell Noah would have rather been anywhere but there just then.
"Thank you, Nick. That really makes me feel better,"
Rafaela said, getting up and taking one last sip of coffee.
"I'm going to go pack my bags. I'll see you all before I go."
And with that, she left.
"You don't need to worry about me. I know how to take care of myself,"
Noah said. I walked over and sat down next to her. "I very much doubt that, but that's not why I'm staying," I said, staring her straight in the eye. "I think it's that I missed you, Freckles. You going to make me lose another $200,000 today?" Noah took a few deep breaths and started babbling a response, and I decided to bring her torture to an end. "Relax. I wasn't being serious anyway. You couldn't pay me back in your wildest dreams." As I spoke, I realized my anger and my desire for her were growing in concert. I looked down involuntarily at her cleavage, wet from the pool, and at her tattoo, which drove me completely wild.
Are you telling me you're going to forget it?
She asked incredulously. Let's say I'll find another way for you to pay me back. Right away, I realized I was flirting with her again. Damn it! Look, how about we go back to the beginning? I'll ignore you, you can ignore me, and everyone will be happy. I glanced over at Jenna, who had an expression of intrigue, with a little smile flowering across her fleshy lips. I turned around and walked out to the yard.
15. Noah. Seeing him hit me like a ton of bricks after those 4 days when I'd managed to more or less forget what had happened at the races and had tried to avoid thinking about him. And when I did think of him, I felt a strange, unpleasant sensation in my stomach. I knew I'd made him lose his prized possession and that they could have killed us that night, but it wasn't all my fault. If it hadn't been for Dan cheating on me, I'd never have gone. Plus, that thug Ronnie had tricked me, had made me think I was allowed to compete. And it was only once he saw me win that he'd taken advantage of the stupid rules to keep the $15,000 and Nick's car. I thought it would take days, months, years, until that little rich kid would forgive me and forget what I had done. But it turned out that despite all the things I'd imagined Nick would say to me, he was there, and the slate seemed to be wiped clean. But making me pay some other way, that had to be a joke, right? I didn't know what to think anymore, and I also didn't want to spend too long trying to figure out what Nicholas Lester would ask me to do to make up for this. Jesus, $200,000. I was sure I'd never see that much money in my life. Only someone as rich as him could blow something like that off. And even if I knew that car was just a toy for him, one of many he could buy, I felt relieved and thankful that he was willing to forgive me. I'd spent the past few days trying to get used to life in that house, full of remorse and all kinds of other mixed-up feelings. The worst part, the source of my sorrow, was knowing that my boyfriend had decided to cheat on me. And now he was calling me and sending me thousands of messages trying to get me to forgive him and even get back together with him. Every time my phone rang, my heart stopped, and when it started again, the beats hurt like a hammer blow. All that time I spent sunbathing reminded me of the things that tied me to my city, my home, and how that was all gone forever. That was what pained me most. My best friend had decided to cast aside our friendship for a guy, my guy, and he had the gall to ask me to forgive him. Was he crazy? There was no way I'd ever speak with either of them again. No way I'd ever be so stupid to throw myself at some guy's feet. Men had given me enough problems. And here I was living with an attractive, dangerous guy with a parallel life that no one with half a brain would bother getting close to. You must be Nick's worst nightmare, Jenna said. She took a pack of cigarettes out from between her breasts and lit one. I couldn't help but look around to see if Mom was nearby. Jenna was the one good thing I'd gotten out of that disastrous night. Her joy, her sense of humor, had made the past few days easier. She told me that she'd known Nicholas since he was a boy. In fact, she was the person who knew him best. According to her, my new stepbrother was an incorrigible man-whore who thought about nothing but parties, drinking, having fun, sex, and beating Ronnie as many times as he had to for people to realize he was the real king of the night around here. None of that surprised me. But there was one thing that did, even if she couldn't tell me much about it. When Nicholas was 18, he left his father's home for a while and was living at Lyon's place in a rough part of town and getting into all kinds of trouble. That was where he'd met all those delinquents who lived a life of crime. Lyon was one of the friends he held on to from that period. I was shocked. My mother must have had no idea. If she did, she'd have told me. Now I understood how a guy from a rich family like Nick's had wound up in the kind of shady business I'd seen the 2 nights I'd hung out with him. "Why do you say that?" I asked Jenna, distracted, looking down into my bowl of cereal. "Have you seen yourself?" she asked, and I felt slightly offended. "You're the typical good girl who's never even broken a dish, and all of a sudden you hop in a car, win a race, and get us all into a shitload of trouble? You're not exactly what I'd call predictable, Noah. I'd bet you anything right now Nick is thinking of giving it to you every which way on top of this counter to try to get over his frustration at losing his car. That's how he usually solves his problems. He's not the type to just forget it." She made air quotes as she said these last words and laughed as she looked at my stunned expression. "Come on," she said. "Don't tell me it never even crossed your mind. If I hadn't known him since I was in diapers, I'd be throwing myself at him too, just like every other girl in this town." In my mind, I started recreating that kiss we had given each other on the hood of the car. It wasn't the first time I'd remembered it, and my body always reacted by shivering and wishing his hands would caress me again. But that just meant I had eyes. Believe me when I say this, I'm not letting him give it to me anywhere. I've known enough pretty faces to last a lifetime. Guys like that will screw you over the first chance they get. Just look at my boyfriend Dan. Ex-boyfriend Dan, she corrected me, taking a drag from her cigarette.
You're right. Guys like him are dangerous. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't enjoy what they can offer you to get over your old guy. Who says a woman can't sleep with a guy for the simple pleasure of doing it?
You're single, you're pretty, it's summer. Enjoy it and don't think too much. I laughed out loud. Jenna was crazy. I wasn't that kind of girl. How about we drop the subject of the Leisters and you promise to stay over tonight, I said. If I had to spend 3 days alone with Nicholas in that gigantic house, I'd die before Monday arrived. Jenna thought it over. Nick will almost certainly invite the guys, which means Lion will be here, and if you add in the alcohol and music... Her fingers drummed her cheek. Then I'm in, she smiled. That put me in a good mood. With Jenna next to me, the days would pass quicker, and that was what I needed just then, for the days to fly by without having to think about where they were taking me. Just as Jenna had said, a few hours later, the house was pure madness. It wasn't even 9 p.m. when the doorbell started ringing. A bunch of guys and girls with beer kegs soon rolled in. When he heard the racket, Nicholas peeked out over the top of the stairs to invite everyone in, telling them to put on the music. Drinks flowed like water, and the music boomed from speakers I couldn't even see. I felt out of place in my athletic shorts with my hair pulled back. Jenna had gone home to change and still wasn't back, so I went to my room to try to freshen up a little, looking through my closet to see if there was something that would be comfortable and still nice to wear. I found a pair of black shorts that fit me like a second skin and an orange top that looked great with the tan I was starting to get. Satisfied, I let my hair down, threw on some flats, to hell with wearing heels in my own home, and ran off when I heard another doorbell ring over the music. Before I got there, Jenna had already come in, along with her boyfriend Lion. The two of them were a spectacle. She hadn't skimped on the high heels, but she was a little shorter than her boyfriend in his jeans and baggy black shirt. Jenna hurried over with a smile. "Girl, you are fine," she said. "You already got your eye on someone? It'd be a shame to let that body go to waste," she shouted, making me blush and giggle at the same time. "Let's get a drink. I'm parched," Lion said. He'd already waved to several guys who came over to bump fists with him. In the kitchen, Jenna went straight for the beer keg, and when she handed me a foamy cup, I took it happily. It was good, crisp, refreshing, and I was happy for a distraction to help me forget my ex. As I drank, my mind washed away the bad feelings and the image of Dan, so blonde, so handsome, how his hands used to caress me when we were alone, or how he'd kiss me on the nose in the wintertime and laugh, saying I looked like a reindeer. It was stupid to keep dwelling on those things, but that had been 9 months of my life. Not so many, maybe, but they'd been intense. I'd loved him. He'd been my first real boyfriend, and him cheating on me with someone who mattered so much to me, the mere fact that he cheated on me. Now I was pissed. I went back for another beer. Just then, an email popped up on my phone. I assumed it would be Dan, but when I looked, I saw it was the same person who had sent me the photo of Dan and Beth kissing. Whoever that was, they obviously wanted to torment me because the subject line read, "More evidence of deception for you." I clicked on the file and my heart raced, but before I could see anything, my phone died. Shit. No battery. I should have figured. All day I'd been getting messages and calls from Dan that I tried to ignore.
With my nerves frayed, prey to some masochistic instinct, because if it wasn't that, why in the hell would I want to see more pictures of my boyfriend cheating on me? I saw Nick's iPhone on the table in the living room.
There were tons of people around, so no one noticed when I grabbed it and walked off to a corner close to Will's office. My hands were shaking so much I could hardly hit the keys, and I had to rewrite my email address like 5 times. When I finally entered it and my password correctly, I opened the file, and there, along with the photo I'd already seen, were tons of snapshots of Dan and Beth hooking up at the same party. I'd assumed that was where he'd cheated on me for the first time. But no, there were more of them in other places. Even selfies with their arms stretched out, their lips swollen, their eyes gleaming. I got so mad looking at them that the fury and pain almost made me drop the phone on the floor. That was when someone came up behind me. "What the hell are you doing with my phone?" I jumped, and before I could close out the screen, Nicholas grabbed the phone out of my hands and started looking at the pictures with a scowl. "Give it," I said, feeling myself starting to drown in my misfortunes. He smiled mischievously. "Did you forget it's mine?" he replied, engrossed in the screen. I turned around to walk off. I knew I was close to losing it. I could feel it in the tremor in my hands and the sting in my eyes that I felt every time I wanted to cry. A hand grabbed my arm. I turned around to see Nick's eyes boring into me. "Why are you looking at this shit? Are you a masochist or what?" he asked, disgusted, putting his phone in his back pocket and grabbing my arm. I guess I wasn't the only one asking that question. "Maybe, but either way, you're the last person I want to see right now," I said, thinking he was the perfect person to take my bad mood out on. He gave me a strange look, almost as if he actually wanted to understand what was going on in my head. "What's up with that, Freckles?" I rolled my eyes at that damned nickname he'd given me. "Let's see," I said sarcastically. "Since I got here, all you've done is talk bad about me, threaten me, leave me stranded in the middle of nowhere, act like a horn dog, and, oh, I forgot, let someone drug me." I counted these episodes off on my fingers. "So now it's my fault that your asshole boyfriend cheated on you?" he said, letting me go, and observing me as if he found the whole thing funny. "I'm just pissed off at life in general, so leave me alone, okay?" I said, ready to walk past him and go to my room. He stood in my way and grabbed me around the waist with one arm. Before I knew what was happening, he pushed me into Will's office, closed the door, and looked me in the eye. The room was dark, except for the light of the moon coming in through the windows behind the desk and chairs. I exhaled all the air I had in my lungs when he stepped forward and trapped me against the door. When I looked closely at him, I saw how drunk he was. "Stop thinking about that asshole," he said, pushing my hair back and kissing the skin of my shoulder. It was as unexpected as it was intense. It reminded me of the kiss at the races. What had started as simple vengeance had turned into a pleasurable, exciting kiss, and now the same thing was happening again. "What are you doing?" I asked when his lips started to slowly climb my neck, leaving a trail of little hot pecks until he reached my ear. I had to close my eyes when I felt his teeth digging into me. "I'm showing you how good life can be," he responded, his breathing accelerating as he reached a hand under my shirt and started stroking my back, softly at first, and then pressing me into his firm body. He couldn't know what he was doing. Had he forgotten whom he was kissing? We hated each other, even more now that I had lost his favorite toy and his arch-enemy had fired a gun at his back. It was my fault. But if all that was true, why couldn't I stop enjoying these hot, unexpected caresses? "I've been holding back with you. Damn it, you're stuck in my head and I can't stop thinking of you," he said, picking me up easily and forcing me to wrap my legs around his back. I didn't even have time to assimilate his words because all at once his lips were over mine, ardent, possessive, kissing me in a way no one ever had.
It was strange feeling him this way, especially after how he'd acted just a few hours before. But my thoughts, my feelings, my problems, anything that had affected me in the past, all that was in the background now because, my God, that boy knew exactly what he was doing.
His tongue jutted against mine passionately, and his breath was intoxicating. Without realizing it, I responded in kind. My hands wrapped around his neck and pulled him into me, as if he were my oxygen. A contradiction, since the way he was kissing me made it almost impossible to breathe. I pulled his hair, making him lean his head back so I could catch my breath. He grunted from the pain when I had to pull harder because he refused to take his mouth away from mine. We were panting, and his blue eyes looked straight into mine while I tried to control the waves of burning pleasure flowing through my body from head to toe. My legs were still around him, and he pulled me into him tightly, as if he couldn't bear for any space to exist between our two bodies. "You're rough," I gasped, unable to contain myself. Not that I cared. We'd only been in there for 5 minutes, and he already had me in the palm of his hand. "And you're unbearable." I couldn't say anything back. His lips were too quick to attack. All that was too intense. I felt him all over. One of his hands started unbuttoning my top, while the other gripped my thighs. He started walking to the right, probably intending to lay me out on the desk there, but I pulled him toward me, and my back struck the wall. I heard a click, and the lights came on, illuminating everything around us and ourselves with painful clarity. It was as if someone had dumped cold water on our heads. Nicholas stopped, looked at me surprised, breathing hard like me, and reality imposed itself on the physical attraction of our bodies. Nicholas leaned his forehead into mine and closed his eyes for a few seconds that seemed interminable. "Shit," he exclaimed, dropping me. He turned around and walked out the door without looking back. Reality hit me so hard that my legs gave out from under me and I fell to the floor, leaned back against the wall, and hugged my knees. Only then did I start to grasp what we'd done. Hooking up with Nicholas wouldn't solve anything. It wouldn't undo Dan's cheating on me. It wouldn't fill up the solitude of living in that place without family or friends, and it certainly wouldn't help the two of us get along any better. That episode with Nick could only mean one thing: problems.
16. Nick. Inside, I was burning. In every possible sense of the word. For days, I hadn't been able to stop thinking of that kiss at the races, and it was ruining my mood. Seeing her in my own home, rubbing something I couldn't have in my face, was more than I could bear. She looked incredible tonight. I couldn't take my eyes off her body. Her legs, her breasts, her long shimmering hair. I couldn't take her dancing in front of me with my friends while every guy had his eye on her. I'd heard more than a few of them utter obscenities about her, and I was surprised by how much it affected me. I was usually the first one to say stuff like that when a hot chick was around, but people talking about Noah that way drove me mad. When I'd seen her with my phone and realized what photos she was looking at, I'd felt pity for her and rage at the people hurting her, especially her ex-boyfriend, but that didn't mean I'd planned to take her into my dad's office and make out with her. Obviously, I'd had a few too many drinks and didn't realize what I was doing until the lights came on and I saw it all clearly. Her cheeks were pink, her lips swollen from my kisses. Jesus, just thinking about it made me want to go back for more. But I couldn't. Not with her. She was my stepsister, damn it. The same stepsister who was screwing up my entire life and had made me lose my car. I tried to clear my head by going outside. I wanted to stay away from her. I couldn't sleep with someone who was living in my home, someone I'd see every day and who just happened to be the daughter of the woman who had taken my mother's place. A place I'd learned to forget about a long time ago. I stayed outside until everyone started to leave. The house was a wreck, with plastic cups all over the lawn, beer bottles everywhere, a complete disaster. Frustrated, I walked to the kitchen door where I could see the last few stragglers, among them Jenna and Lion. She was sitting on his lap, and he was kissing her neck, making her giggle. I almost threw up in my mouth. Who'd have ever thought those two would end up that way? Lion was the same as me. He liked women, parties, races, drugs. But now he turned into a little girl's lapdog. Women were only good for one thing. If you let it go past that, you'd have problems. I knew what I was talking about from experience. "Hey, bro," Lion shouted, and I turned around. "Tomorrow there's a barbecue at Joe's. See you there?" Barbecue at Joe's. That could only mean one thing. A party till dawn, hot chicks, and good music. But I had plans for the next day. Plans 6 hours away that excited me and depressed me in equal measure. "I'm going to Vegas tomorrow," I told him, making an ambivalent face he instantly understood. "All right, man. Have fun, and say hi to Maddie," he replied. "I'll see you both when I get back," I said, and then crossed the house and walked upstairs to my room. There was a soft light coming from under Noah's door, and I wondered if she was awake. But then I remembered she was afraid of the dark. Someday, when things calmed down, I'd ask her about that. But for now, I just wanted to sleep. The next day would be long. My phone alarm went off at 6:30 in the morning. I groaned and turned it off, telling myself I'd need to get the lead out if I wanted to be in Vegas by noon. I hoped a long drive would help dispel the bad mood that was lingering from the night before. I got out of bed and took a quick shower before putting on jeans and a t-shirt, remembering the hellish heat in Nevada, which I'd hated since the first time I ever went there. Vegas was amazing as long as you stayed in the air-conditioned hotels. But outside, no one could stand more than an hour in that dry desert heat before it got to them. As soon as I walked past Noah's door again, the memory of the night before assailed me, as if I hadn't had enough dreaming of her all night long. I walked downstairs to the kitchen for a cup of coffee. Pratt, our cook, wouldn't get there until 10, so I had to figure out how to make a halfway decent breakfast on my own. At 7, I was in the car and ready to take off. With the music distracting me, I tried to ignore the feeling that always overcame me when I had to see Madison. I still remembered the day I found out she was born. It horrified me to think that if it hadn't been for a simple coincidence, my sister and I never would have met. My life had been pretty fucked up at the time. I hadn't lived with my father. Lion and I had been roommates, and we'd been getting into hella trouble. One weekend, we'd gone with some friends to Vegas. I'd always hated Vegas because it was where my mother lived with her new husband, Robert Grayson. It had been painful to see my mother after 7 years, especially with a baby in her arms. I had frozen. So had she. And we'd looked at each other for a few seconds as if seeing ghosts from our past. My mother had abandoned me when I was 12. One day I'd come out of school, and she hadn't been there to pick me up. Since then, it had just been the two of us, me and Dad, no one else. I'd always had a good relationship with my mom, and even if, when I'd grown up, Dad had hardly ever been home, it had been fine because she'd been enough. I could still remember the hole in my heart when I realized I'd never see her there again. But that sorrow had soon turned to hatred toward my mother and women in general. The only person who was supposed to love me above all else had traded me for a millionaire hotel mogul in Vegas, whose name my father had cleared after he'd been accused of fraud to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. Dad had told me the whole story when I was old enough. My mother had never been happy with him. She loved me, but with every day that passed, she'd become more and more obsessed with money. It hadn't been enough to be married to one of the most prestigious lawyers and businessmen in America. No, she'd wanted to get in the bed of that fraudster Grayson, the man who'd forbidden her to see me or have any contact with my father. And when she'd agreed, that had been the end of any relationship between us. That meant my father had gotten full custody and my mother had renounced all parental rights. When things had gotten weird was when we'd seen each other again. I had known that girl with the blonde hair and blue eyes was my sister, and even if I'd wanted to pretend I didn't care, at a certain point, I'd realized it meant something to me. I told my father, and he had been even more surprised than me. He'd asked me what I wanted to do, if I'd wanted to get to know her or have some kind of relationship with her. He'd promised to help. Dad and I hadn't been getting along great at the time. He'd gotten me out of jail twice, and I had been totally out of pocket. The pretext of helping me with Madison had gotten him what he wanted, to keep me on a short leash. After months struggling with the lawyers, the judge had gotten me permission to see my sister twice a week, as long as I had her home by 7. Mom and I had no contact whatsoever. It was a social worker who brought Madison to me so I could pick her up and spend time with her. Because of the distance, I didn't get to see her often, but at least twice a month I'd take her out and enjoy the company of the only girl I'd decided to open my heart to. That meant I had to give up the life I'd known before then. I had to go back home, return to college, and promise not to get wrapped up in any more problems. My father was unequivocal. If I screwed up, no more visits with Madison. Mom and I didn't see each other after the trial, but it was impossible to act like she didn't exist. My sister talked about her all the time and told her things about me. That was the worst thing, because it meant I could never really break off the relationship. The pain would always be there, hidden deep in my soul. In the end, she'd always be my mom. 4.5 hours later, I stopped at the park where my sister always waited for me with the social worker. I made sure the present I had for her was visible in the passenger seat, and I got out, walking toward the fountain in the middle of the park, where there were kids running around and playing. I'd never been a fan of little kids, and I still hated how they were so whiny and needy. But one of those whiny, needy little kids had captured my heart. I couldn't help smiling when I saw her little blonde head from behind. Just then she was bending over the fountain, not in the least afraid of falling in. "Hey, Maddie!" I shouted, getting her attention and watching her eyes swell as she saw me there 10 feet away. "Thinking of taking a dip?" I asked. A huge grin crossed her angel face, and she ran over toward me. "Nick!" she shrieked as she reached me. I bent over and lifted her in the air. Her golden curls flew out, and her blue eyes, just like mine, gazed at me full of excitement. "You came!" She wrapped her little arms around my neck. I hugged her tight. That little girl had my whole heart in her hands. Of course I came. It's not every day a girl turns 5 years old. What do you expect? I set her on the ground and placed a palm on top of her head. "You're huge. How much have you grown? At least 30 or 40 feet, I said, seeing the pride on her face. "More than that, more like 120, she said, hopping up and down. "Wow, soon you'll even be taller than me," I said as the tall, tubby woman with the folder under her arm came over. "What's up, Anne?" I asked the woman overseeing my visits with my little sister. "Getting by," she said in her usual expressionless tone. "I've got tons of work today, so I'd be appreciative if you'd bring your sister back on time. Not a minute earlier or later. Okay, Nicholas? We don't want a repeat of last time, do we?" Last time, my sister had cried so much when I'd told her I had to go that I ended up an hour and a half late to my appointment with Anne. All hell had broken loose. She'd called the cops, social services, and I'd almost lost my right to even see Madison. "Relax. I'll be here at 7, I said to calm her down, picking Maddie up and taking her to my car. "You know what, Nick?" she said, running her fingers through my hair. Since she'd been old enough to do it, her favorite pastime had been messing up my hair. "What?" I asked. Despite our joking earlier, my sister was smaller than normal for her age. She suffered from type 1 diabetes. Her pancreas didn't produce any insulin. For 2 years, she'd had to take shots 3 times a day, and we'd had to be very careful about what she ate. It was a common disease, but that didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. Madison had to keep a blood sugar monitor on her at all times, and if her glucose level got out of whack, we had to give her shots or food. "Mom said I could eat a hamburger today," she replied with a radiant smile. I frowned at her. My sister didn't lie, but I didn't want to take the risk of letting her eat something that would make her feel bad. And I definitely wasn't going to call her mom to find out if she was telling the truth. Contacts like that had to go through Anne, and she hadn't said anything to me. "Maddie, Anne didn't tell me anything about that," I said as I put her in the driver's seat. She opened her eyes and stared at me. "But Mama said I could," she insisted. "She said it's my birthday and I can go to McDonald's." I sighed. I didn't want to force my sister to miss out on something all little kids liked. I hated that she couldn't just enjoy a normal life. I'd had to give her injections in the stomach, and I hated the bruises that the continual injections left on her pale skin. "Fine, I'll call Anne and see what she says," I told her, opening the trunk of the car and taking out the car seat. "Nick, will you play with me today?" she asked. It was evident to me that the caretakers who were raising my sister didn't like to play the games she liked. My mother was never home. She was always off traveling with her dickhead husband, and my sister spent too much time with people who didn't love her as she deserved. "Speaking of playing, I've got a present for you, Princess," I said as I adjusted the seat. I stretched out to grab the round package wrapped in shiny paper with a big bow that the sales attendant at the store had wrapped for me. "Yay!" she shouted, jumping up and down. With a smile, I handed the gift to her. Its contents couldn't have been more obvious. She scratched off the paper like an animal, revealing the fuchsia-colored soccer ball. "Ooh, pretty," she said. "I love it, Nick. It's pink, but it's a really pretty pink. It's not like that little baby pink Mom likes so much. Plus, Mom never lets me play soccer, but I can play with you, right?" she shouted, almost bursting my eardrums. What could I say? My sister loved soccer way more than any of those cheesy dolls her parents wouldn't stop buying her. I looked at her blue dress, her patent leather shoes, and her lace leggings. "Who dressed you?" I asked, picking her up again. She was light as a feather. She probably weighed less than the ball I'd just given her. She was like my mother in that way, and just looking at Madison always gave me an ache in my chest. She was a consolation in a way for losing my mother when I was so young. The only ways she resembled me were her bright blue eyes and her dark lashes. She even had my mother's dimples. Maddie gave me a sour look, a look she'd clearly learned from me.
Miss Lillian wouldn't let me put on my soccer uniform. I told her you and me played together, and she chewed me out and said I shouldn't be doing exercise because I'll get sick, but it's not true. I can play with you as long as I've had my shot. You know that. We can play, right, Nick? Can't we?
Easy, kiddo. Of course we can play. And you can tell Lillian that when I'm here, we'll play whatever we want. Got it? I'll get you some clothes so we can do it without messing up your dress. I kissed her on the cheek and strapped her into the seat. She wouldn't stay still. She kept toying with the ball, and it was several seconds before I finally had her snug and could return to the driver's seat. I called Anne along the way and asked about the hamburger, and she said yes, McDonald's was fine. Once that problem was resolved, I talked to Madison while I drove to my favorite McDonald's in Las Vegas. Before I got her out, I grabbed her backpack with the injection she had to take every day at the same hour before lunch. "Ready?" I asked her, and lifted her dress, pinching a bit of skin under her belly button and bringing the needle close to her translucent skin. Her eyes always watered, but she never complained. My sister was brave, and I hated her having that disease. If I could have, I would have had it in her place without a second's hesitation. But life was like that. Unfair.
Yeah, she whispered.
10 minutes later, we were eating, surrounded by lots of laughter and people with screaming children. "Is it good?" I asked, watching her get ketchup all over her face. She nodded. It was nice to see her eating.
"You know what, Nick? Soon I'll be going to school," she said, stuffing her mouth with fries. "Mom said it'll be lots of fun and I'll meet tons of new kids. Mom says when you started school, you used to get in fights with girls like me because they wanted to be your girlfriend, and you didn't want to because you said they were dumb." I tried to conceal my anger at knowing my mother was talking about me as if she'd been there for me. A good mother and not one who had left me when I'd needed her most. "That's true, but that won't happen to you because you're way more fun than other girls," I said, taking a sip of my Coke. "I'm never going to have a boyfriend," she affirmed,
and I couldn't help but chuckle.
"Do you have a girlfriend, Nick?"
For no apparent reason, Noah's face appeared in my mind. I didn't have a girlfriend, but I would have liked to do with her the things you did with a girlfriend. Jesus, what the hell was I thinking? "No, I don't have a girlfriend," I said. "You're the only girl for me." I bent over and tugged one of her curls. Maddie smiled and went on talking. It was fun to chat with her. I felt relaxed. I felt like myself. Strangely, being with a 5-year-old girl brought me more inner peace than being with a woman. After lunch, I took her for a drive around Vegas. I bought her a complete pink and white soccer uniform, cleats included, and we accidentally forgot her little doll's outfit in the changing room. The rest of the day flew by, and before I knew it, I had 10 minutes until Anne would come pick her up. We were already at the park, where we'd been kicking the ball for half an hour. I knew this next part would be hard. My sister wasn't good at goodbyes. She didn't understand why I had to go or why I couldn't live with her the way her friends, brothers, and sisters did. She was a mess, and any time we separated, I was left with horrible sorrow and an unbearable urge to take her with me. "Listen, Maddie, soon Anne's going to be here," I said, sitting her on my lap. We were stretched out on the grass, and she was running her hands through my hair again. But when I said that, she stopped. Her lower lip started to tremble, just as I had feared. "Why do you have to go?" she asked with glassy eyes, and the pain struck to the depths of my heart. "Hey, why are you crying?" I said. "We always have so much fun when I come here. If I lived here all the time, you'd get bored of me." I wiped her tears away with a finger. "I wouldn't get bored," she said, heaving slightly. "You love me. You play with me, and you let me do fun stuff. Mom won't let me do almost anything." "Mom's just worried about you. Anyway, I promise you I'll come more often." As I told her this, I swore to myself I really would. "How about I try to be here when you start school?" Her eyes lit up. "But Mom will be there." "Don't you worry about that," I said, calming her down, just as I saw Anne walking up the cobblestone trail. I got up with Maddie in my arms, and she turned and saw the social worker. "Don't go!" she screamed, crying like mad and hiding her head against my neck. "Come on, Madison. Don't cry," I said, trying to keep my own feelings under control as well. "It's okay." I hated seeing her like that. I rubbed her back, trying to console her. "No! Stay with me! We can keep playing!" she begged. My t-shirt was wet with her tears. By then we had reached Anne, who stretched out her arms to take Maddie away from me. But I stepped back. I wasn't ready to let her go. "If you stop crying, I'll bring you a very special present next time. What do you say?" I proposed. But she just went on howling, with her arms wrapped tightly around my neck. I struggled to get free of her. She was clinging with all her might. "Time to hand her over," Anne said impatiently. I hated that woman. "Maddie, you've got to go," I said, trying to calm her down. Only after a minute did I pull hard enough to get her off me, and I saw her face streaked with tears. Her curls were glued to her forehead. Anne took her in her arms, and she reached out, shouting my name. "You should go, Nicholas," Anne said, carrying her away. I wanted to grab Maddie from her and take her far away, where I could care for her and give her the love I knew she needed. "I love you, Princess. See you soon," I said, walking over to kiss her on the head and then turning around and not looking back. My sister's wails were the only thing I could think of during the 6 hours it took me to drive back to Los Angeles.
17. Noah. At 11:30, I finally admitted to myself there was no way I was getting any sleep. Since the night before and what had happened with Nicholas, the memory of his kisses and his hands all over me wouldn't leave me in peace. My mind could think of nothing but him and his lips pressed against mine. I guessed I was glad for the distraction. It was better than wallowing around in my sorrows and my memory of my life from before. What I didn't like was being all alone in this huge house. I had no idea where Nicholas was, but I hadn't seen him leave, even though I'd gotten up at 8. Why the hell should I care? I didn't know. Since when did his location matter to me? Probably he was sleeping with one of the easy girls on his list, not even remembering what had happened between us. Was I alone in thinking it was crazy? We were brother and sister, or something like it. We lived under the same roof. We couldn't stand each other, and any memory that wasn't those kisses and caresses made my blood pressure rise. But I needed attention. My mother was on the other end of the country, and my friends and the people I'd known all my life were far away. Everything here was new to me. I didn't even know how to get around this gigantic city. Jenna was inseparable from her boyfriend, so I could forget about having her around too often. And I needed someone just then. Someone to talk to, or at least to be there so I wouldn't feel so alone. At least I'd managed to get Nick's dog to like me. Just then, Thor and I were both lying on the sofa,
His dark, hairy head was resting on my lap, and I was scratching his ears at a steady rhythm. That dog was nothing like the way Nick had portrayed him. He was a sweetie, easy to win over as long as you had a handful of dog biscuits at the ready. That was how sad my life was. The one person I could lean on in this house wasn't even a person, just a four-legged creature that loved to have his ears scratched and whose favorite pastime was chasing a ball over and over. I was watching a movie on TV when I heard the front door open. Thor was so sleepy he just lifted his ears a bit when a tall figure appeared over the threshold. I saw who it was and felt almost sick. Nick turned toward the living room and walked over, observing me. Under the faint light of the TV and the lamp at the entryway, I couldn't see much, but he was obviously exhausted. He leaned against the doorway and looked at me apathetically. "What are you doing up?" he asked a few seconds later. I was briefly hypnotized and couldn't answer. He looked older, wary, but no less handsome. I tried to focus on the question. "I couldn't sleep," I said wearily. It must have been the first time since we met that we talked to each other in a remotely normal fashion. He nodded and looked at Thor. "I see you've got him on your side. My dog's a traitor." I smiled involuntarily when I saw that Nick really seemed irritated. "You know," I joked, "it's not easy to resist my charms." Shit. We paused and looked each other in the eye. Then he turned to the TV. "Are you seriously watching cartoons?" I was happy for this change of subject. "Milan is one of my favorites," I confessed. He grinned, and I felt the butterflies in my stomach again. "Chill, Freckles. It used to be my favorite, too. When I was 4 years old." Despite his sarcasm, he came over and flopped down beside me on the sofa, resting his feet next to mine on the coffee table. For a moment, we watched the film in silence. This was too weird, and just when I thought it couldn't get more uncomfortable, I noticed Nick was staring at me. I froze, knowing how close together we were. This new Nick had nothing to do with the one I'd met when I arrived. He was so relaxed, with not a trace of that disdainful attitude from before. And in his eyes, there was a sadness he was incapable of hiding. "Where were you?" I whispered. I had no idea why I'd spoken so softly, but I felt strange asking him. I didn't want him to know I actually cared what he'd been doing. "With someone who needs me," he said, and I knew from his way of speaking that it wasn't just another one of his girls. "Why, did you miss me?" I felt him coming closer to me, but I didn't move away. Something about him being here made me want to smile, and had taken away that sorrow, that pressure in my chest that I had felt the entire day. "I don't like being all alone somewhere so big," I admitted. His hand stretched across the back of the couch and made me feel like I was suffocating when it tenderly stroked my hair, and then my earlobe. Time seemed to stop. I didn't hear the movie or anything but his respiration and the mad beats of my heart. "Good thing I'm here then," he said, and bent over, pressing his lips into mine. It was a warm kiss and full of expectation. I closed my eyes and let the moment take me away, lifting my hands to his face to feel his stubble against the palms of my hands, and then his hair. His lips were insistent, and I opened mine and let his tongue inside. I got goosebumps when he reached down past my shoulders, touched my ribs, came to a stop at my waist. This was nothing like the other night. His touch was warm, soft, as if he were afraid of breaking me. I heard myself moan almost inaudibly as his hand moved from my waist to my back, which I arched almost involuntarily to let him closer to me. Then I acted without thinking at all. I sat up, stretched a leg across his lap, and rested on top of him. He looked hypnotized and sat up to squeeze me in his arms. Our kissing was deeper now, more eager, and his hands were all over me. But just as I thought I would melt, I stopped, opening my eyes, my mind a blank. That was what he did to me, made me forget everything. And that was exactly what I needed. I saw he was looking at my lips, and I needed him to kiss them again. But instead he pulled away, turning serious and telling me, "This isn't right. Don't let me do this again. You're my stepsister, and you're 17 years old. This can't happen again." He got up and left me on the sofa. I was angry and hurt. First, he kisses me, and then he says these things. And what did my age matter? I wanted him back, wanted him to make me feel good again. I needed him more than ever because this day had been horrible. I'd felt like shit with no one to talk to, no one I could even call. Everyone I loved either was busy or had betrayed me. "If you don't want this to happen," I said, "stop trying to make it happen. You were the one who started it all 3 times. I shoved past him, shouted, "Come on, Thor," and went upstairs to my room. I slammed the door and got into bed. But I too saw that he was right. It couldn't happen again. The next morning, a familiar voice woke me, cradling my ribs and rocking me back and forth. "Get up, it's after 12, my mother said. I opened my still sleepy eyes and saw her sitting beside me looking radiant. "Did you miss me?" she asked with a big smile. I smiled back and sat up to hug her. Finally, she was home. Of course I'd missed her. She was the one normal thing in my life. "How was New York?" I asked, stretching out and rubbing my eyes. "Incredible! It's the best place for shopping. I brought you a ton of presents." As I walked to the bathroom, I remarked sarcastically, "Great, Mom. Like I don't have enough clothes I don't wear already." While I washed my hair and brushed my teeth, she sat on the toilet lid and talked to me about all the amazing places she'd been. "I'm happy you had such a good time," I said, walking off to my closet and looking through everything hanging there, uncertain what to put on. It was easier when you didn't have so many clothes, and that was why I kept going back to my suitcase, which was half open on the floor. A part of me refused to unpack it, because that would mean that all this was real, that I was staying here and there was no turning back. "We've got plans today, Noah. That's why I came to wake you up." When I heard the tone in her voice, I was sure I wouldn't like what she was proposing. "What plans?" I asked, one hand on my hip. Walking past me, my mother started looking slowly through the dresses in my closet. "We've got an interview at St. Marie's." "An interview where?" "At your new school, Noah. I told you, it's one of the best in the country. Not just anyone can go there, but thanks to William's contacts and the fact that Nick is an alum, they've agreed to meet you," she said patiently. "It's just a formality, but you'll want to see the school. It's something else." I wanted to puke. "Damn it, Mom, couldn't you have just stuck me in some regular school?" I shouted, jerking the hangers back and forth. I was completely freaking out. "I don't want to go to some stuck-up school. I told you that. Plus, why do I need an interview? It's not a job, for God's sake." "Noah, don't start. This is a big opportunity. People who go to that school end up in the best colleges, and they're willing to let you in as a senior, which isn't something they usually do." "So I'm going to be the weirdo who got in because I've got a hookup? Great, Mom." She crossed her arms. That was the gesture she always made when her mind was made up, so I knew there wouldn't be any more arguing about the subject. "You'll thank me in the future. Anyway, your friend Jenna goes to St. Marie's, so you won't be on your own." At least that was one thing I was happy to hear. It was consoling to know that I'd have someone to be with at lunchtime. "Now get dressed. We need to be there in less than 2 hours." I sighed and looked around until I found a pair of black skinny jeans and a sky blue shirt. I wasn't about to put on a gown or anything like that. Just the thought of how the girls at that school must dress gave me the creeps. The one good thing about the outing to visit the school was that afterward, my mother took me to get a new car. I'd had my license for a year, and it broke my heart to have to leave my pickup in Canada. So I had taken all my savings, and with the help of my mother, I was going to get a second-hand car to drive around town. William insisted he would happily buy me a brand new one, but I had put my foot down. One thing was him buying my mother stuff or paying for my school and clothes. But the car? That was a different story. I was also thinking of finding a job to cover my expenses. I didn't like the idea of that man paying for all my stuff like I was a 12-year-old. I was old enough and capable enough to find a job and take care of myself. My mother didn't oppose my decision. She approved of me working. I'd done it since I was 15, and I liked not having to beg for money anytime I needed it. She helped me apply for a job waitressing at a well-known spot 20 minutes from our home by car. It was called Bar 48 and served food and drinks. Obviously, I wasn't allowed to serve liquor, but they would let me wait on the guests. I'd done that before, and I was pretty good at it. I'd start the following week on the night shift. It didn't take us long to find a car. I didn't care much about the details as long as it ran. We chose a vintage Beetle in decent condition. I didn't know much about cars, even though I was good at driving them, but it was cute, and I loved the red paint job. I paid and signed, and felt truly free when I could drive myself home. It was funny parking that little thing between Will's Mercedes and Nick's SUV. It was kind of a metaphor for how I fit into the family. I got out in a good mood at the very moment when Nick emerged from the house, spinning the keys to his Range Rover on one finger. He took off his sunglasses to look at my new acquisition. His face was both amused and horrified. I squared off, ready to listen to his comments. "Please tell me you haven't brought that car here," he said, walking over and shaking his head as he looked condescendingly from me to the Beetle and back. I wasn't going to let him mess up my good mood, so I bit my tongue and kept the insults to myself. "It's my car. I like it, and I'd appreciate you not looking at it like that," I said, trying to restrain my nerves at seeing him for the first time since we'd made out on the couch. He looked baffled. Without even asking, he went to the back and opened the trunk to look at the engine. "What are you doing?" I asked, walking up beside him. I reached up to shut the trunk, but he grabbed it and held it up, ignoring my vain attempts to overcome his strength. "Did you have it checked out?" he asked, manipulating different internal parts I wouldn't even know the names of. "This hunk of junk will leave you stranded in the middle of the road. It's dangerous to even look at. I can't believe your mom let you buy it." "Well, it wouldn't be the first time I got stuck in the middle of a road, thanks to you. So don't worry, I'll work it out," I said, peeling off one of his fingers. When he finally gave in, I slammed the trunk shut. "If you'd had your phone on you like a normal person, you wouldn't have had to get in the car with some weirdo. Anyway, isn't it time for you to get over it?" He hissed at me, but I thought I saw a little regret in his eyes. "You threw me out without checking whether my phone had any juice," I said. "Anyway, who cares? Just forget you know me." I hoped he would finally walk off. He looked at me as if he could hardly stand me. Great, welcome to the club, I thought. When I turned to walk away, he grabbed my arm and pulled me till I was face to face with him. His brain must have been in conflict, as if he didn't know what to do or say. Only after a few seconds, when I'd already yielded to his deep blue eyes, and my heart was throbbing, did he speak. "I'll take you wherever you want to go," he said, knitting his brows, as if not even he could believe what he was saying. I stalled, and then finally responded, "No need." Was Nicholas Leister actually being nice to me? Wake yourself up. This can't be happening. How could having that boy close do this to me? Where was that hatred I'd felt for him just a few moments ago? Why was it that the only thing I now felt was a dark, irrepressible desire to kiss him and let him wrap me in his arms as he had that night at the party, when he was too drunk to realize what he was doing? The hand he'd grabbed now moved toward him almost imperceptibly. We were close enough that something could happen. My God, those lips. Just thinking about him holding me and his tongue stroking mine. Just as I thought we'd kiss, the sound of a horn made me jump out of my skin. Nicholas, calm, turned to see who it was, while I struggled to catch my breath. "Hey, Noah," Jenna said from the passenger window of Lion's car. He waved to us in turn. "Nick, you don't care if I invite Noah, do you?" she asked. Nick's hands were on his head in a gesture of something. It was impossible to tell whether it was frustration, anger, or disgust. He looked at me for what felt like ages before finally asking, "You feel up to it?" I don't know why, but I responded automatically. "Hell yeah, where to?" Nick gave Lion a mysterious look. "I don't know if she can handle it," Lion said, laughing as he peeked out the window. Nick smiled irresistibly. This could be fun. 20 minutes later, we were getting out of Lion's car near what looked like an abandoned industrial bay. There were tons of people milling around and cars with their trunks open playing music at full blast. It reminded me of the day of the races, but the ambiance was different. Nick's and Lion's friends came over and said some very loud hellos. Jenna threw an arm around my shoulders. She was in a tight black dress that left her shoulders and part of her back exposed. Her hair fell over her face in waves and looked spectacular. I felt like a slob in the jeans and shirt I'd put on for the high school interview, but there was nothing I could do about it now. "You'll enjoy seeing my man in action," Jenna said with a smile, eyes glowing. "And Nick, too." She pulled me through the group of guys talking to Nick and Lion, and when we were inside the circle, I could hear what they were talking about. "Ronnie's not here, and no one in his gang is either," one of the guys I'd seen during the races said. Nicholas was leaning against his car with a cigarette in his hand, and when Ronnie's name came up, he looked over at me. Not with rancor this time, but with apparent disappointment at not being able to teach his worst enemy another lesson. From my point of view, Nick was out of his mind if he wanted to get into it with a guy with a gun. But knowing my new stepbrother as I did, I wasn't surprised to learn he was up for it. "Greg and AJ are there, and the stakes are high," Lion said. Nick grinned, walked away from the car, tossed his cigarette to the ground, and clapped him on the back. "What are we waiting for then?" The crowd around us shouted in jubilation. I had no idea what was going on, but I thought I could sense where this was headed, and I didn't like it one bit. Everyone walked off toward the warehouse, the doors of which were open. Inside it was crowded, and the music and noise were deafening. Did these people ever do anything on a small scale, like get a coffee or go to the movies? Immediately, I knew the answer was no. Nicholas wasn't the type to date a girl, invite her out for a romantic meal. Nicholas was all about danger, and he liked being surrounded by people who were the same way. But if that was so, what the hell was I doing with him? Lion leaned in toward Nick, and I heard him say, "Leave AJ to me. After what happened, you know I want his ass." Nicholas nodded and glanced over. I didn't say a word. I didn't know what I was doing there. "I'll go first, same as always," he said, and then pushed me away from our group. His fingers gave me chills. "What are you going to do?" I asked him. He looked excited. "I'm going to fight, Freckles. I'm good. People like watching Lion and me fight. But I'm warning you, it's going to get packed, so stick close to Lion until I'm done, and I can take care of you and Jenna." He was going to fight? He was going to exchange blows with another guy just for fun? I mean, there was money on the line, but Nicholas didn't need money. He was a millionaire. So why the hell did he get into these kinds of situations? "Why are you doing this?" I asked, frightened. I didn't see any sense in this at all. "I gotta relax somehow," he said. He left me there, terrified at what I was about to see.
18. Nick. I was lightheaded as I left her there. I didn't think any girl had ever affected me as much as Noah. That was nice, but it also irked me. I'd always liked having control over everything, especially the women around me. I always knew how they'd react. I always knew they'd want me. Noah was different. All you had to do was look at her to see she was the opposite of the people I'd grown up with, and those I surrounded myself with now. I still couldn't understand how, with the chance to blow my father's money, she kept insisting on wearing simple clothes or driving that dangerous piece of junk. She was even looking for a job. I couldn't stop trying to figure her out. Beyond that, there was the physical attraction I felt for her. Every time she was in front of me, I wanted to kiss and caress her. I had done it when I was drunk, not knowing what I was doing, and now all I could think about was repeating the experience. That was why she was here with me that night. I had been about to kiss her when Jenna and Lion had shown up. I'd planned on spending the whole night with her. What the hell did a fight matter when I could be kissing those soft lips? It was funny to see how she reacted when I touched her. I almost lost control that first night, hearing those soft moans come from her as we kissed. And there we were again, and I was asking myself why the hell I'd invited her to watch me going to town on one of the biggest idiots I'd ever met. Her face had been horrified when she'd found out what we were up to. Still, it was nice to see her there. And funny, because she didn't fit in one bit. I walked off into the abandoned building we used for those events. Fights had been a part of my life ever since I met Lion. He was talented, and I'd learned almost everything he knew. My fury might have been more intense than his, though, and that was why almost no one ever beat me. I had an easy time finishing most of my opponents. When I was fighting, all my senses were focused on winning. Nothing else mattered, and that helped me center myself, get rid of all the shit I was carrying around inside. Today I needed it especially. I was torn up after that last visit with my sister. Even more so when I found out she'd be on her own a whole week while her parents took off for Barbados. I couldn't understand how a parent could just abandon her first child without any sort of remorse, and then do the same thing all over again with her young daughter. It drove me crazy. It could get dangerous here if you didn't watch out. So I usually just showed up, won my fight, got the money, and left. Most people hung around for the after party, which was full of drugs and alcohol. I wasn't into that, and I kept a cool head as I took off my shirt and entered the ring. Greg was a big guy, a gym rat, and we'd never gotten along. Before I showed up, everyone had him on a pedestal, and when he fought me, he gave it his all. His weak point was his technique. He was all brute strength, and I'd never had much trouble slipping his punches. AJ was a whole different story. He and Lion had a history. Once, AJ had tried to rape Jenna at a club. Thank God I had been there with her and gotten rid of him before things could go south. Lion hadn't known Jenna then, but when they'd started going out and she had told him, he had nearly beaten AJ to death. Everybody was gathered around the ring. Bets were live, and that would only make the crowd shout and whistle louder. I started jumping in place, trying to warm up, while Greg entered from the opposite end. He gave me a hateful, bloodthirsty look, and I had to try not to smile, knowing in 10 minutes I'd be done with him. The guy in charge of the money shouted my name and Greg's, and a minute later, the fun started. Greg had a bad habit. He threw haymakers right from the bell, and he always got tired early. You just needed to know how to wait to attack. The first time I lurched forward, I landed a body blow. Everyone shouted wildly afterward when he bent over and I kneed him in the nose. The adrenaline had kicked in, and I felt capable of anything. Greg recovered and tried to hit me again, this time in the face. I smiled as I dodged it and got him in the right eye. It was a stiff one, and he fell to the floor, which gave me the opportunity to kick him again. But what was the fun in kicking a man when he was down? Greg got back up, danced around, shoved me, grazed my right cheek. But I fired back with a punch that left him flat on his back. And this time, he couldn't get up. The euphoria of victory did me good. I was glad to know I had the strength to get the finish. Everyone was shouting my name and people pressed in around the ring trying to reach me. But I jumped out and went straight to get my prize money. The purse was $5,000, and once I'd stuffed it into my jeans, I went to look for Lion. He was in the last row with Jenna and a group of friends getting ready for his grand entrance. It was more relaxed there than in the front. Nobody there was pushing or shoving. My heart sped up involuntarily when I reached them and saw Noah was gone. I looked around and couldn't see her anywhere. "Where is she?" I asked Lion, my body tensing up again. He grinned.
"It was too much for her. When she saw you get hit, she went outside,"
Jenna said. "I'm going to go find her. Jenna, you stay with the guys." Noah was sitting against the wall by the door, hugging her knees. I didn't like the expression on her face. I threw on my t-shirt as I got closer. Her eyes focused first on my torso and then on the small cut on my face. "What the hell are you doing here?" I said, a little disappointed that she hadn't seen me finish my opponent. She stood up, glowering.
"What you're doing in there? It's not for me."
I guessed she was scared. I hadn't thought it would affect her so much. Any other girl would have seen what I'd done and thrown herself straight into my arms. But Noah. "Fights aren't your thing. I get it," I said, and tried to be gentle as I put my arm around her neck. Noah was like someone from another planet. There were times when she was hard as a rock, not hesitating to punch me square in the face. But then she could be so small and fragile that I couldn't resist the urge to take her into my arms. I tickled the back of her neck, and she looked up, about to say something, I thought. But before she could, I bent over to kiss her and pull her into me. She melted in my arms just as I wished. I liked feeling how her body reacted when I touched her. Her fingers sank into my damp hair, and I had to struggle to keep from touching her all over. When I pulled away a moment later, she looked at my cut and ran her fingers over the swelling. That soft but significant caress made me feel something strange inside.
"I hated every second you were up there," she said.
I knew she was telling the truth. Noah cared about me. And that was something so strange and so new that it took me aback. "This is who I am, Noah," I said, letting her go.
"Why do you do it, though? I don't understand. You've got more than enough money. You don't need it."
"Lion does, though." I cut her off on the defensive now. She seemed to grasp that, but still, I felt I needed to add something. "I don't do it just for the money. I like to fight. I like to know I can stop the person in front of me, that I have control of the situation. I can tell what you're getting at, but if you think I'm going to stop doing these things just because you and I—"
"Because you and I what?"
she interrupted me.
"What's the end of that sentence?"
I couldn't answer. I didn't even know what was happening. I just knew it was a mistake. Noah was a simple girl, the kind you'd give flowers to and candies in a heart-shaped box, and that just wasn't me. The mere thought of it was ridiculous. But the problem was all my misgivings vanished when I had her close. I knew I shouldn't kiss her, touch her, but I couldn't help it. She was right. I was the one who was looking for her.
"It's fine, Nicholas. Don't say anything. I know who you are. I'm not going to expect anything more from you than what we have right now."
I turned around and went back inside to watch lions fight. What did she mean she knew who I was? I didn't like the sound of it. I felt gripped by anger, but I couldn't exactly say why.
19. Noah. It was a mistake coming here tonight with Nicholas. Yeah, he was attractive, and yeah, I couldn't even think straight when he touched me or kissed me, but I didn't like who he was. Nicholas Leister moved in a circle I had avoided my whole life. Fights, out-of-control parties, drugs, alcohol. Those were all things I didn't want to be a part of. I was still trying to get used to my life here. I'd only left home 2 weeks ago, and literally everything had changed. I was still messed up over Dan, and starting a relationship with Nicholas made matters worse, because I was perfectly aware what a guy like him would want from a girl like me. Maybe I was old-fashioned or weird or whatever, but I liked to do things the traditional way. I wanted a guy to want to be with me and show me that every day. I liked sweet words, kind gestures, and that just wasn't Nick. I wasn't ready for my heart to be broken again before it had begun to heal. I wasn't even sure I had a heart anymore, just thousands of little pieces I kept trying to glue back together. I told myself I would have to try to have a normal relationship with Nick. We couldn't be together, but that didn't mean we had to hate each other. The fights with him, the push and pull since we'd met, all that was exhausting. We lived together, so we should try to be friends. If it was even possible to be friends with someone who stirred you up in that way. I stayed by the door waiting for Lion's fight to be over. I couldn't watch. I hated physical confrontation. It was upsetting that people could enjoy it. They were even making money, betting against the fighters. It was gross and humiliating. Nicholas had walked past me to go stand with Jenna and their friends. There must have been 200 people in the crowd. Lion won his fight after 15 minutes, but unlike Nick, he had bruises from blows to the chest and an ugly cut under his left eye. Jenna threw herself in his arms when she saw him and kissed him while everyone cheered. Was that what Nick had wanted? For me to throw myself at him because he'd left some guy laid out on the ground? Ridiculous. Nick came over to me, took my hand, and walked me out. It was strange to feel his fingers entwined with mine, but somehow distant, as if this were just something practical, a way to keep me from getting lost, and there was no affection in it. Something had changed since our last conversation. He seemed mad at me, as if he didn't even want me there. It hurt, but what could I expect? I looked at his wounded knuckles. There was dried blood on them where he'd struck his opponent. I felt nauseated, and I needed air. What the hell was I doing here? When we were close to his car, he left me to talk to his group of friends. Jenna was gone, and I felt lonely and scared. I decided to get an Uber and started to pull up the app, but Nicholas hurried over and tore it out of my hand. What are you doing? Getting an Uber? Are you crazy? This is illegal. You can't give away our location. We could get arrested. I didn't care. This place felt dangerous, and I wanted to avoid trouble. However good he looked, he wasn't worth it. I want to leave, I said. Why? Because I don't like your world, Nicholas. He didn't seem offended. If anything, he seemed indifferent. You're not built for this. I shouldn't have brought you. I wasn't built for this? His response didn't bother me per se. It was the tone he said it in. I'm the one who decided to come here, and now I'm the one who's deciding to go. He laughed. I don't know what I expected, but this definitely wasn't it. I thought you were tougher, Freckles. You didn't flinch when you and Ronnie got into it. I sure didn't think a couple of guys punching each other would do this to you. What he couldn't see as we stood there looking at each other was the cold sweat coating my body, the soft tremors in my hands. I guess my bravery comes and goes. I said, opening my palm so he'd hand me back my phone. But he kept toying with it, and his mind seemed elsewhere. I wanted to ask you, where'd you learn to race like that? Beginner's luck. Phone, please? He grinned. You've got more secrets than I would have imagined, Freckles. He stepped toward me, and I stepped away until my back touched the door of his car. We've all got secrets, I said, quieter now. I should warn you, I'm a pretty good detective, he said, leaning in for a kiss. I stopped him as best I could. I woke up from the spell he cast on me. My pulse started racing. Stay away from me, Nicholas, I said, more serious than ever. Discovering my past, that was the last thing I wanted. The mere thought of it made me panic. I'd always kept my demons in check. No one knew anything. But with just a wall between him and me, there were things that I wasn't going to be able to hide. I hardly knew him, and already he was unearthing things I never let anyone see. You want me to stay away from you? That's not what your body seems to be saying. Damn him. Nobody had ever gotten to me like this before. Seeing him there before me, so big, so masculine, I felt like a cornered animal someone was getting ready to slaughter at any minute. And I didn't like that. That sensation of feeling so small and vulnerable. He placed a hand on either side of my head, almost like a cage. What are you scared of? He asked, his mouth close to mine, his breath heating up my face. His eyes were so blue with bits of aquamarine in the pupils. I'm scared of you, I whispered. Nick grinned. Maybe he liked my answer. It was as if someone had tossed a jar of ice water over my head. I shoved him and got away from his grasp. Asshole, I said. I couldn't believe I'd been sincere with him. Why? Because I think it's funny that you're scared? That's normal, Freckles. If you weren't, it would have worried me. I'm scared you'll get me into trouble, I lied, hoping he'd forget what I'd just said. I didn't want him having that much power over me. I've got a talent for wriggling out of it. You don't need to worry there. That's exactly it. I don't want to worry. Now give me my phone so I can get out of here. Nicholas sighed, but his expression didn't change. It's too bad you're so stiff. I thought you and I could have fun together. There is no you and I, and there never will be. 20 minutes later, Jenna had dropped me at home. I was breathing easy again, and I promised myself I wouldn't fall into any more traps. Nicholas and I needed to keep our distance from each other. I spent the next day washing my car. Nicholas stayed inside doing God knows what, and we barely crossed paths. My Beetle had been on the sales lot for a long time, so no one had taken care of it, and it was covered in dirt and grime. It was funny to me that all my new neighbors with their Chanel clothes and their stuck-up attitudes were gawking at me as I washed my own car in shorts and a t-shirt with some company's logo on it and with my hair pulled back in a bun. I looked like hell, but why should I care what my bleach blonde neighbor and her husband who ran some TV network or another thought of me? As I blew a strand of hair out of my face and leaned over the hood with a sponge, trying to get out a particularly stubborn spot, I heard the last voice I would have expected to hear at that moment. I see you still hate the drive-through car wash. I froze. It couldn't be true. I turned around and looked at him. He was standing next to Nicholas's car, looking no different from when we'd said our goodbyes 3 weeks ago. His blonde hair was disheveled, his chocolate eyes projected a self-assurance I'd always admired, and he had the build of a hockey player. I had to catch my breath. Dan, who'd cheated on me with my best friend, was now standing in front of me. I stopped what I was doing, holding on to the dripping sponge and letting my other hand flop to my side. I couldn't move. Just having him in front of me hurt, and all the memories I'd shared with him flooded into my mind like a slideshow. when we'd met, after I'd gone to one of his games and he'd won, and he'd come over to tell me he couldn't concentrate once he'd seen me in the stands. Our first date, when he'd taken me to an Indian restaurant where the food was so spicy, we had been sick for 3 days. Our first kiss, so soft and special that until recently it had been on the list of my most treasured memories. The first time he'd ever called me his girlfriend. Then I remembered the image of him and Beth hooking up, and everything else vanished. I struggled to find a voice that wouldn't let him know how much his being there affected me. "What the hell are you doing here?" I asked, dropping the sponge in the bucket. Water droplets splashed my bare feet. "I miss you," he said. I laughed mirthlessly. "You don't miss me. You've had company, haven't you?" I replied, turning around. "Noah, I'm sorry," he told me in that same velvety voice that had told me so many times he loved me above all else. I shook my head, wishing this wasn't happening. I wasn't ready to confront Dan. There was a part of me that still wished everything was as it had been before, that wanted to turn around and let him hug me, kiss me, tell me how much he loved and missed me. I desperately wanted to be with someone from my previous life. Even for just a few seconds, I wanted to be the Noah Morgan I had been before getting into a car and heading off to a new city to live a life I didn't want. "Noah, I love you," he said, coming up behind me. My heart had already broken into a million pieces. Was he going to stomp on them now, crush them into dust? "Don't tell me that," I said. But then I turned and I saw him there, so close. Saw those spots of gold in his brown eyes, the scar on his cheek where he'd been hit with a hockey stick. I was there when he'd gotten the stitches. I had been hysterical because I couldn't stand the sight of blood. Everything about Dan brought back so many memories. Memories that now stung unbearably. He looked nervous. I knew him well enough to know this was harder for him than it was for me. "I'm saying it because it's the truth, Noah." He took my face in his hands and stroked my cheeks with his fingers. "Please, forgive me. When you left, my whole life fell apart. I didn't know what to do, where to turn. You have to forgive me. Noah, please say you forgive me." His hands slid down to my shoulders. There was desperation in his voice. I closed my eyes. This shouldn't be happening. Why? And why was his presence making me so sad? I should have gotten over him already. He shouldn't have come here asking forgiveness, but still, seeing him again, having that piece of my old life back, was comforting somehow. Just then, I felt his lips on mine. It was unexpected, but at the same time felt normal. That had been something I was used to, something pleasant, even necessary, something I'd wanted from the moment I got into that car to leave and never come back. He cupped the back of my neck and pulled me toward him. I was so shocked, so overwhelmed by the thousands of contradictory feelings I was having that all I could do was hold still. "Noah, kiss me. Please, don't be like that." He tried to press himself into me and managed to get me to open my mouth, looking for my tongue with his, just as he had the first time we'd done it. There was a kind of warmth there, but also something different. Something had changed. My body seemed to be expecting something more powerful. I didn't want warmth. I wanted fire. I heard someone make a noise, trying to get our attention. I stepped back, and Dan looked at me with joy on his face. Then we turned to see who had interrupted us. My mother and William had just appeared. I'd been so wrapped up in my thoughts and feelings that I hadn't even heard them pull up in their car. She looked at us with a big smile on her lips and turned to William, who had a bright-eyed, satisfied expression on his face. "You like your present?" he asked. I didn't understand. "Your mother sent me a ticket to surprise you," Dan said with a shrug, but I could see a look of guilt on his face, too. Now I got it. My mother thought she was giving me the best gift ever, bringing my boyfriend for a visit. She'd just missed one tiny detail. He was no longer my boyfriend. "You were just so sad, Noah," Mom said, coming over and giving me a hug. "I knew Dan was the one person who could make you smile. So what was the harm in inviting him to spend a few days with us?" "Oh, Mom, you've screwed up now." I forced myself to smile, hard as it was, while William shook Dan's hand firmly. My mother gave him a hug in turn, and they both stood back to look at us. "We'll give you all a little privacy. You must want some time alone," Mom said. "Dan, I'm going to have them prepare the guest room. Anything you need, don't hesitate to ask." Dan nodded politely, and my mother and William vanished through the front door. When they were gone, I looked at Dan enraged. "I can't believe you had the balls to come here," I shouted, picking up the bucket and soap I'd brought out for my car. I wouldn't be able to finish now. I had much more important things to do. This was wrong. Dan couldn't stay in my home. I didn't want him here, and I sure as hell didn't want him kissing me again. It was the perfect opportunity to say I'm sorry in person. "You can't stay here, Dan. I know you're mad, and I know you'll need lots of time before you can forgive me, but just let me be with you these days, Noah. Whatever the problem is, we'll solve it together. Please. You're mine, and I'm yours, remember?" That phrase struck home. I stopped being yours the moment you hooked up with my best friend. I said that knowing that having to break up with him definitively in the coming days would leave me feeling worse than I already did. "You can stay here because I'm not going to upset William or my mother, and I don't want them to have to know what you did to me. But when that time's up, I never want to hear from you again." "I know I hurt you, Noah, but I love you. I have always loved you, and without you, my life's a disaster. Since I saw you just now, everything makes sense again. When you told me you were leaving, I tried to make a plan in my head to be able to deal with it, but it didn't work. Noah, the thing with Beth meant nothing to me. I just leaned on her because she reminded me of you. You two were always together. You were so much alike. I know I've been an asshole, but I can't let what we have end this way." I looked down, trying to suppress the tears that wanted out. I wasn't going to cry. I didn't cry anymore. I wouldn't cry. "So this is where we are now?" he said. "You can't even look me in the eyes?" He grabbed my face again. "Please just tell me you forgive me," he whispered, his lips nearly pressed to mine. I don't even know what I said, but he kissed me again, hard, with feeling, and I let him do it again. I couldn't control it. It was something I needed, but I knew it wasn't right. I had a strange feeling as I went along with him. I felt guilty because I was deceiving someone very important, myself. At last I managed to get out the words. "I need some space." And it was true. I needed to think, needed to not have him in front of me. "Fine," he agreed. "Can I at least leave my things in the guest room?" I agreed and led him up there. I couldn't spend another minute with him, so I walked off to my room thinking I would just climb into bed and sleep until the next day. I didn't care how early it was. I needed to think and get my feelings in perspective. But then my body made me stop at a room that wasn't mine. And before I could stop myself, I was knocking at Nicholas's door. I don't know whether he answered. All I know was I heard a noise and went inside. He was sitting in front of his laptop at a desk in the corner. When he saw me come in, he closed it. He spun his chair around to look at me, and I observed every inch of his anatomy as if it were a work of art. He was shirtless in gray sweatpants. I could tell he wasn't expecting a visitor, especially not me. It was the first time I'd ever knocked at his door since I'd lived there. But something in me told me my stepbrother would be able to console me, even as I was trying to grasp why I'd chosen to torture myself by being in his presence. He must have seen something in my face because he immediately asked what was going on and approached me cautiously. not sure what to do. Just as with every other time we'd been alone together, an irresistible attraction crackled in the air. In a way, I was happy to realize Dan couldn't make me react this way. Happy, but at the same time confused. Those eyes of Nick's only promised darkness. But without thinking twice, I grabbed the back of his neck, pulled him close, and kissed him desperately. At first, he didn't react. He was surprised, I guessed, but his body clearly knew what it wanted. He grabbed my waist, and his mouth and tongue took over. He made me forget why I'd even come there, forget everything but him. I had to pull away a second to catch my breath. When I did, he asked me what I was doing, and then his teeth bit into my earlobe before his mouth traveled down to my cheek, my neck. Any notion of pain, loss, or nostalgia vanished from my mind, but then he pushed me away. "What happened?" he asked. Why did he have to ask that? Why couldn't he just kiss me and let me enjoy his undoubted abilities? Since when had Nick cared why someone wanted to hook up with him? Now I found myself thinking about Dan again, that wound of being betrayed by someone I had loved so much, and I had loved them both, him and Beth, reopened again. That and the wound of knowing I'd lost them both forever, because I would never be able to forgive them because they didn't deserve it. And the worst thing was the fear that I wasn't strong enough to keep away from him. I rested my head on Nick's bare shoulder, and he held me. This was the first time we'd ever shared a moment like this. His smell was entrancing. It must have been one of those fancy colognes models advertised on TV. And his chest was warm and comforting, and even though I felt frozen, somewhere deep inside me, a small fire had started to burn. It's not like I don't love holding you, Freckles, but if you don't tell me what happened, I might draw the wrong conclusions, and I'll wind up pounding the shit out of the wrong guy. Despite my mood, those words got a smile out of me. I started to pull away, but he walked me backward and sat down at his desk with me in his lap. Please, God, tell me you didn't fuck my other car up too. And now you've come to me because you feel bad about it, because I swear, all the kisses in the world won't help that. I didn't know this side of the normally cold and standoffish Nicholas Leister, the side that cracked jokes, that tried to get people to laugh, and I admitted that I liked it, a lot. So I decided to tell him why I'd come to his room. Because, believe it or not, I hadn't planned to hook up with him or anything like that. Dan's here, I said. He took a second to absorb what I'd said. Then his body tensed. That motherfucker who cheated on you is here? Where in Los Angeles? He's here, in this house. I knew as I said it how pathetic and ridiculous the situation was. Nick seemed to be waiting for the punchline. I tried to explain. My mom invited him. She doesn't know anything about what he did, has no idea we've broken up. But he's here, Nicholas, and I feel like I'm completely losing it. I got up and started pacing around the room. I had no idea why I was telling my stepbrother this, but Nick was good at getting you to think about other things. He took a cigarette from his desk and put it in his mouth. I didn't know if he was angry or disappointed. Why are you telling me this? He said, taking a curt drag. That old coldness in his eyes was back, the one I'd seen many times before, the same one that made us hate and insult each other, trying to put aside my feelings for him, things that I myself didn't understand, and I told him what I really needed. As soon as he sees you, Dan will know who you are, I said, trying to hide behind that armor I always used to defend myself, even if it seemed to have disappeared since Dan arrived. He'll recognize you from the photo of us, from when we kissed. Who'd have thought a simple photo would bring me so many headaches? If I'd known that kissing Nick would mean that the desire to do it again would invade my body and mind, I would have avoided it from the beginning. Nicholas laid his cigarette in an ashtray and looked at me with contempt. What do you want, Noah? I just want him to be gone and to never have to see him again. It was true that that was what I wanted, no matter how much it hurt. I didn't want to be around someone who had deceived me. That seemed to relax Nicholas, and I continued. But I don't know how to make it happen. I wiped my forehead with my hand. He came here for the sole purpose of getting me to forgive him, and there's a part of me that wants to. But I know I can't. I shouldn't. So this is where I come in? He asked. I nodded. It's just a couple of days. If he sees that I've moved on, that I'm not interested in him, maybe he'll leave me alone. He nodded, picking his cigarette back up. I didn't like people smoking, but when Nicholas did it, it was sexy. So we've got to make out in front of him, Nicholas concluded. I was ashamed of what I was asking for, but he had already offered to do the same thing, basically, when he took that photo of us kissing. What made it strange was that we'd now hooked up a couple of times recently for very different reasons. You want him to think we're together. He got up out of his chair. Wouldn't it be easier if I just broke his face and got it over with? There was anger in his eyes and something else, something dark that I couldn't quite place. My mother can't know, I murmured. I felt trapped by the hand he'd suddenly reached out to grab my chin. One of his fingers softly stroked my lower lip. You owe me big time, he said, and even though his voice was sour, he kissed me. His kiss was powerful, not sweet, and I couldn't help comparing him to Dan. My ex-boyfriend was delicate and caring, even if deep down he was a jerk. Whereas Nicholas was cold and dominating. I never knew what he was thinking. His hands weren't even touching me then, just his lips. I hope you're not stupid enough to let that asshole put his hands on you. He turned around, grabbed a t-shirt and the car keys on his desk, and left me there, trying to figure out if I would pull myself together.
20. Nick. I was pissed. Not just pissed, something else. Something I'd never felt in my life. I didn't even understand how I'd let Noah tell me what I should do. The only thing was, now I could be with her as I liked. Every cell in my body lit up. But that wasn't reason enough for me to accept that ridiculous idea she had for getting rid of her boyfriend. I'd gotten over all that high school bullshit a long time ago, and to be honest, there was a faster, better way to deal with it. Breaking his legs and kicking him out of my house, for example. Noah would get what she wanted, and I'd be able to blow off some steam. I got in my car, slammed the door, and didn't stop to think how I was leaving Noah at home with that jerk. After seeing him, I doubted anything would happen between them. But at the mere thought of them together, I had to stomp the gas and get far away from something that could easily turn into a prison, a torture for me. Since we'd first hooked up, everything had changed. Our irritation with each other was now an unquenchable longing, and it put me in an awkward situation. I didn't know what I wanted, but I was sure being in an actual relationship with Noah was no good for a guy like me. Noah seemed like the girlfriend type, and I'd never had a monogamous relationship. I liked variety, and I ran away from commitment with all my might. No woman deserved more attention than I felt like giving, and I never let anyone control me or my decisions. I did what I wanted with whomever I wanted. Noah Morgan attracted me more than any other girl. That much I had to admit. I wanted her so bad it hurt even to be away. I had so many fantasies about her that when she was nearby, my mind got away from me, and my body moved on its own. Everything was different with Noah. That's why I had to be careful. I parked outside Anna's house, grabbed my phone, and called her. I'm outside. I said when I heard her on the line. 2 minutes later, she came out of her house and walked toward my car with a very alluring smile. I lowered my window when I saw she didn't open the door to get in.
My parents are away. Want to come inside?
She asked with a hot, sexy smile. I didn't hesitate, and she came around to my side of the car when I got out. Before I could even speak, she was all over me. She had on the same lipstick as always. It had an odd flavor, but it never bothered me until today. I pushed her away, and we walked inside.
It's been a while,
she said. I've been busy, I replied brusquely. I wasn't thinking about her. I was thinking about how Noah was sleeping just down the hall from her ex. I walked to the living room. For some reason, I didn't feel like going to her bedroom.
I miss you, Nick,
Anna said, sitting down next to me. Her cheeks were pink, her lips gleaming. She looked good, and I edged over, putting a hand on her bare knee and stroking it the way she liked. You shouldn't miss me, Anna, I said. We're not anything. Her eyes looked tense, but she didn't let me throw her off. We both knew the score. Anna did get special treatment, that was true, but she knew we'd never be anything more than we were. I'd never belonged to a woman. I'd never let a woman hurt me again. She kissed me, and I kissed her back, more from habit than desire. That irked me. Anna was hot. I'd always had chemistry with her more than with any other girl, but now there was nothing, and that got to me. I grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her face closer to mine. She went along with it. She knew what I liked and how I wanted her to behave. She grabbed onto my t-shirt. We felt each other's warmth, but it didn't matter. It wasn't what I was looking for. I gave up. She looked at me full of fire, ready for more.
Why don't we go up to my bedroom?
She asked. I grabbed her hands, pushed them away, and stared at the TV. I don't feel like it, I said. She picked up her purse off the table.
Want some of this?
She said, pulling out a joint. I pulled out a lighter, and she brought it to her lips.
This will put you in a better mood,
she said, passing it over. That night, I let my problems disappear. I got home at 3 in the morning. I was sore, almost as if I'd gotten a beating. When I passed by Noah's room and saw her light on, I felt furious. She must be awake. She probably had company. I opened the door, ready to knock out that dickhead who'd invaded my home. I stopped short when I saw Noah relaxed and asleep, curled up under a thin sheet, her blonde curls spread over the pillow, her eyes closed, at peace. The lamp on the nightstand cast a faint light over everything, and there was no trace of Dan. I tried to calm the waves of anger that had crashed over me as I'd imagined Noah lying in bed with her ex-boyfriend, doing anything but sleeping. I remembered that she was scared of the dark, and that awakened something tender inside me. Her breathing was soft and regular. I'd never just watched a girl sleep. It was fascinating. I walked over close, wanting to confirm a theory. The closer I came, the harder my heart started beating. I felt relieved. Strange, but relieved. My hand twitched. I wanted to touch those lips so badly. They were succulent, the color of cherries. Every inch of me wanted to touch every inch of her. And I knew then that everything had changed. It didn't matter if I hooked up with Anna or anyone else. Nothing would be as intense as the feelings I had for that girl now sleeping in my home.
21. Noah. I got up later than normal that morning, I didn't know if it was all the contradictory thoughts I'd gone to bed with or the knowledge that I had a hard day ahead of me. But when I saw the clouds in the sky, I knew I'd made a mistake asking for a favor from Nicholas, and that nothing good would come of my ex staying at my home. I put on a swimsuit and a dress, telling myself I just have to hang on till 7, when I could go to my new job and avoid whatever problems Dan had in store for me. I thought it over a long time before falling asleep, and the only feelings I still had for the guy who'd been everything for me were rage and resentment. I was angry. I didn't want to see him. I felt stupid for ever letting him kiss me. Maybe that was just because he wasn't in front of me to stir up old memories, but I hoped it stayed that way that morning. I didn't even want to see his face. When I went to the kitchen and saw Dan sitting at the table with a cup of coffee staring at his phone, I couldn't keep myself from scowling at him. I walked straight past him to the fridge and got out the orange juice. "I was waiting for you to come down," he said, standing up and leaning on the counter. I ignored him as I sliced the bread and put it in the toaster. "Your parents are gone." "My mother's gone," I corrected him. "William is not my parent." Dan sighed, and finally I looked over at him.